Are you ready for it?
I'm a real tough kid. I can handle my shit. They said fake it, gotta fake it till you make it, and I did.
I'm just a terrible person, I guess.
Lights, camera, bitch. Even when you wanna die. Breaking down, I hit the floor. All the pieces of me shattered as the crowd was chanting more. With a broken heart.
Who's afraid of little old me?
What'd you think of that one?
I think
Girly.
if you cut out everything except that last part with your name and you opening your eye, that would be perfect. It's just the Raging Tomato awakening, you know? Like I think that would
Oh,
have been.
come on. I like the
I-
Margot Robbie. It's very
Oh, man.
interpretive.
I feel like I'm watching like a 2010 anime music video for like like someone's like emo core song that they're playing over it. That's just me, you know.
But there's
Maybe
a
we
lot.
have different tastes. That's all
You'd
I'll
be
say.
surprised at how many anime fans I have.
I
Like,
probably wouldn't.
I'm dead serious. And welcome, everyone. I am Sarah, the Raging Tomato, here bringing to you live another Throwdown Thursday. Of course, the soy pill. You've seen him on this screen before. He's now one of my top left debaters, one of
Aw.
my top favorites now.
Thank
You
you.
made it in my top 10 and exclusively in the top 5. So I
Ooh.
expect to see you on more.
Who do
So
I
when
gotta throw fists with to get in the top 3?
well, number one, you're easy to work with. Very easy, very flexible. You're on time. I was late this
We
evening.
get it. I'm
was-
unemployed, all right? You don't have to rub it in, all right?
But number two, you're very articulate. You have good arguments and you're logical and you don't scurry away like a little bitch.
Thanks. I try not
So,
to.
yeah. So if you can fulfill all of those factors, then you make it to my top 10 very quickly.
All right.
So I have an appreciation for thick-skinned people, for starters, but more so, especially those who can articulate their arguments very calmly and have a good temperament.
Well, I don't know about that last one, but I'll try.
I haven't seen you spurg.
That's debatable depending on who we're talking to, but yeah. Okay.
Well, I mean, yeah, compared to what I've seen, let's just
True. Fair enough. I've
let's
seen
start
some of your
there.
panels. All right. Fair
Yeah.
enough.
Yes. All right. Soy Pill has a big claim, a very heavy claim this evening, and I'd like to see it thrive. So let's talk about why Trump is weakening America. I'm just going to let you start kicking it out, and then we'll go from there.
Yeah, basically, I think, and I want to define this like kind of right away. Like, what do I mean by weakening? What I mean is essentially Trump, in a bunch of various categories, is putting us off in a worse position than we were before he was in office. But I do want to say, just to like reach out to, I think you're mostly right winger audience, but you say it varies. I don't think he's doing bad on literally everything. I'm not one of these people who's never going to praise him when he does something well. And I don't think he's weakening us in every field. I think that obviously he's making our military stronger. He's increased the budget for that. I think on the border, regardless of what I think about his border policy, he is, reducing crossings. He's being tough on it. And the outcome you can see to a degree there. So I'm not going to come out here and be like, oh, Orange Man bad. Everything he does is bad. But however, I do think he's bad, and I have a very specific, set of categories in which I'm going to go over why I think he's weakening us in these categories. So I broke this up into 5 things: the economy, our soft power, our institutions, so executive branch, Medicaid, Health and Human Services, pretty much all the government departments, our democracy, so that means our checks and balances, our free speech, and then our relationships with other countries. I think in all 5 of these categories, he's done demonstrably poorly and is weakening us in comparison to where we were before that. So I don't know if any of those pique your interest in particular, but I can just start getting into it.
Yeah, I actually, can we start with the relationships? Because I mean, just from my perspective, now I'm not enthralled in everything the way you are. But I was under the interpretation that he was out there kind of making our relationship stronger, or kind of laying the foot down where it needs to be laid down at, or not letting people mess with us, for instance. Like, I feel like we're getting our backbone back, and that's just my perspective. So I'd love to
Mhm.
hear why you think he's making it worse.
So I think the perception of that comes from this idea that he is kind of, yeah, putting his foot down and playing hardball with a lot of these
Hmm.
countries. The problem with that is the way that he's negotiating with a lot of these places does put a lot of uncertainty and lack of trust in our country. One example of this is the way that he's kind of leveraging aid or any of the other things that we would otherwise have already kind of agreed to have with these countries as a negotiating tool to say, hey, I'm going to take this away if you don't do stuff with us.
Hmm.
You can see the impacts of that, for example, with I think I brought this up in a different debate. Portugal is one of the many countries that purchases weapons from us, and they had contracts to purchase the F-35 jet from us, and they're backing out of that now. And the reason is, yes, they're going to get those jets. We're exchanging goods for those services. We're saying, okay, here's the money, and then we'll get those jets. However, they don't trust that these jets that require maintenance and a goodwill of America to have software updates, maintenance, and training, all this stuff. They don't trust that he's going to hold up his end of the deal insofar as keeping that going to them. They think, oh, at some point in the future, these jets might be useless to us because he's going to say, well, I'm leveraging all the maintenance and the safety and the software updates against you now have to do this for us, even though we had a prior deal. So that trust and the way that he's playing hardball with some of these countries is weakening other countries' trust in our country. And unfortunately, making it so they don't trust us enough to do the deals that were priorly set up. Now, I will concede some of these deals are, I would say, in favor of Europe insofar as, like, yeah, we're getting the raw end of the deal. If you look at how people talk about healthcare, America is primarily the one who's spending all of the money on like research and development. We have like the best doctors and I don't know, medical staff because we pay them exorbitantly. We put a lot of money into it, and they, brain drain and come to our country. So you could say, oh, these countries are not paying their fair share here and there, and there's a fair argument there. The problem
Hmm.
is that the way that we are leveraging our power over these people is not a way that induces a good trading relationship, induces a good back and forth. It's more like like you said, it is playing hardball. And I think
Hmm.
that's actually bad for our country and our relationships because people don't trust us to be good on our word, and people don't know. I guess this is a big thing that I'm going to talk about in the economy. There's a lot of uncertainty. It's like, okay, Trump's getting in and he says he's going to do this. We set up this deal, and then all of a sudden he completely flip flops on that. Or he says, actually, you know what? That's not enough. That's a bad deal. I want more. An example of this might be the trade deal that we had with Canada and Mexico that Trump himself put into place in his first term, is now calling this deal horrible. He's using this as justification to impose these tariffs on Canada and Mexico, saying they're not, holding up their end of the bargain. They're not giving us enough. But they're following what he implemented in his first term. So now they're like, well, even if we do a deal with you now, how do we know that this isn't going to change in 1 year, 2 year, 3 years? We don't know if you're going to go back on your word. So I think overall, his foreign policy with trade, with Ukraine aid, any of this stuff, people don't know what to expect. They don't know if he's going to go back on his word, and they don't know if he's going to just hold, up his end of the deal, or hold it over their heads and use it against them as leverage in the future. And that, I think, is really hurting us on the world stage. And you can see that countries just don't trust us anymore like they used to.
Now, was he the one that made these original deals that he's like going back on, or
Some of
was
them,
it?
some of them. So the one I called out specifically was this the Canada-Mexico trade deal that he signed into law in the first term. But I don't know if most of these deals, I would assume, are not necessarily something he set up. I mean, some of these are established from decades before. There's trading relationships that do change on like a year-to-year basis, on a term-to-term basis. So they're not. It's not like he's going back on every single one of his deals. I wouldn't posit
Mhm.
that.
So, okay, so with the deals then, is it, I mean, I look at it in terms of like this is business, right? I don't have to tone police business. Now, I could imagine that maybe circumstances have changed, and maybe, in order to utilize that leverage in the way it belongs, maybe he is right for doing that, right? So in that instance, would there be a justification somewhere built in that you could find, or maybe can't, but could you find maybe create a justification for him
Yeah.
backing out of deals.
No, absolutely. I mean, this is kind of what I was saying with the healthcare costs, and this is also for like the military costs. There is a degree to truth when he says these other NATO countries are not paying their fair share. That's
Mhm.
true. Like they don't fund their militaries to the degree that we do, and they don't. We are in a sense subsidizing to a degree their defense by saying, look, we have this great big military, and we promise to use it to protect you, and they rely on that and say, well, we don't have to then spend that money. I think there's like a mandatory percentage of spending that they might not follow.
Mhm.
Now, that is justification potentially for renegotiating a deal, for sure. The problem is, like you said, when you do it like a business, when you do it the way that Trump has been doing it, I find that it kind of creates these faulty, rickety bridges between the countries rather than a trusting, established relationship. An example that I've seen Trump and Howard Lutnick and a lot of other billionaires do is they will do some sort of contract, say, I will promise you, this amount of money for this work. When they both parties sign this, they agree, they move forward. The work is completed. There's nothing wrong with the work. And they say, you know what? I changed my mind. I don't like that amount of money. I actually think that's too much money. And now I'm going to pay you 70 cents on every dollar. And because they have that power and because they have that money, they're able to leverage that over these people who agreed to, a contract that they're like, what the fuck? You're just screwing me over. And I see Trump doing this with other countries. And I think what that does is say, well, now why should we ever trust you to make any sort of deal if you're potentially going to walk that back, or you're going to hold it over our heads, or any of these other things that don't establish good trading relationships, good military relationships. So to your original question, yeah, there's justifications for renegotiating these things. Yeah, there's justifications for saying, hey, I think that Europe should be paying their fair share. And there's ways to do that. There's ways to reach out and communicate with the EU and say, you guys need to start building up your army. I don't think the way he's doing it is good. I think, like you said, it's doing it like a business. And I think this is really hurting our relationships. They just don't trust us anymore. So, I think that weakens our power on the world stage, where people are like, well, we're not going to go to you for help anymore. We're going to go to other countries that might be more reliable.
Isn't that the point, though?
So if you wanted to be an isolationist, and if anyone argues like, hey, I want America to be self-sustaining isolationist and not have these relationships, I can't argue with that. That's your, opinion of like how we should act. I would argue that's worse insofar as the outcomes. But if that's what you think should happen, that is what he's kind of like getting us towards. I think it's good that other countries rely on us. You can say that maybe we're hemorrhaging money. This can kind of go into like the USAID soft power idea. It's hard power or soft power. We help other countries. Sometimes we don't get materially back what we dumped in, right? If we dump in millions of dollars, billions of dollars in aid into Africa, we're not getting millions and billions of dollars worth of materials or resources or manpower back. But what we are doing is two things. One, we're supplying them with, something so that we get their goodwill, so that when they do develop as a nation, if they have minerals, resources, that sort of thing, they're more likely to help and share those with us. And two, we're stopping other countries that have worse intentions based on our worldview from doing that themselves. So if we stop helping out militarily, Portugal, Europe, whatever, or if we stop giving aid to Africa or these other countries, China and Russia step in, and they're already doing this. So when we cut, USA to the degree that we did, these other countries come in and say, well, hey, we'll help you out. China and Russia will help you out. And that gives them that leverage. Now they are capitalizing off that power, that influence, and they're going to get all those benefits. And now we no longer have that like same power on the world stage to say, hey, I see that, I don't remember which African country develops uranium for nuclear bombs, but hey, we've been helping you out for decades, right? And now we're, ringing the bell and saying, look, we want something back. It's less of an appeal to, I do agree that we should be giving humanitarian aid to these people. But if you don't give a shit about that, if you're like, whatever, African kids, let them starve, it's more about what do we get back, right? And what we get back is influence, we get resources in the future, and we prevent other countries who have what I would call worse intentions from getting that same influence. And we're weakening ourselves by preventing, that money from going out. I think it's hard to match like a dollar for dollar. What do we really get back for some of these things? But I do think it's very important to be that world power that is, got our tentacles everywhere.
Okay. But I mean, I feel like a lot of these, or at least my perspective, right? I could be totally wrong, but I feel like a lot of these countries, we've been there for decades, not only providing aid, but helping them to like industrialize or utilize their resources. We've invested a lot of time, money, and effort into helping them kind of get up off their feet, right? To where they can establish,
self-sustain.
yeah, they can self-sustain. So now it's more like, okay, we're going to take the training wheels off. Now you're up playing with the big leagues, or maybe the semi league, big leagues, right?
Semi-pro, yeah.
Yeah. So now you need to play ball with everyone else the way we play.
So I understand that sentiment, and I
Can
can.
I add on
Oh
to
yeah,
that?
please.
Wouldn't that be the better way of teaching them to, like, you need to figure out what to do now, because we can't, you know, we've already invested so much. It's time to, let your little wings fly.
Sort of. I mean, I think on if we take a big step back and you look at like parenting, right? Like I think that's a very good philosophy for parenting, where if you baby someone too long, if you
Mhm.
nurse them too long, if you hold them when they cry too long, like it is going to stunt their development. I don't know necessarily to the degree that that applies to countries. And the problem is, even if it was true, let's just say they would develop better if we just pulled all our aid back and say, hey, now you got to figure it out. We helped as much as we could. Other countries are still going to come in anyway. Russia and China are still going to come in and say, look, hey, we can actually keep giving you this money that you no longer have. And now you got to be favorable to us. So even if that was true, I think these other countries are still going to come in and capitalize on that influence. But that said, I think the time and money, when they read it out, when they complain about, oh, look at all this money we're wasting, $10 million here, $30 million here, that's a lot to you and me. On a personal level, that's a lot of money. But for the US government, this is like 1% or less of our budget to have an immense amount of power and influence over these countries. And it's actually not that onerous on us. It's not that difficult for us to give this amount of money. It's a very small amount in comparison to what we're spending on much more important things, and we're getting a lot back from it. So that's why I would argue that getting rid of this is weakening us, and it's really not big of a deal in terms of waste or any of that. It's like, if you told me half of US aid was waste, I would say it's still worth it. Because it's like 1% of our budget. It's very, very small, versus like, if you told me half of Social Security was waste, that's a much bigger deal, right? This is like the biggest thing we spend money on. I just think you're right to say, hey, I don't like this idea of babying these countries. However, the amount of time and money we're spending in is not that much compared to what we get out of it, from what I can tell. That's my understanding, though. I'm not
I
a
mean,
foreign policy expert.
what about like the resources they do have? Do we have stock already in that? Is there some type of deal already implemented that we're uh like making something off of it?
To a degree. I'm not an expert on this, like I said, so I don't know exactly what and where and how this works. But to the extent that any of these countries have resources that America could use, we do leverage the fact that we give them aid to, hey, can we get what we get out of this? Like, you're now our trading partner. We get very low rates on your minerals or whatever from this area. I know that does happen. The other thing is, oh gosh, I was going to say something else about that, but I totally slipped my mind. Yes, it is the answer is like, yeah, to a degree, but it's not like these huge dividends that are like increasing our GDP like by an insane amount, if that makes sense. This isn't like yeah, without this US aid, like we're losing all this money. It's more about the influence and the opportunity cost for the future, where, hey, what if we find a huge lithium mine that could help our batteries in Sudan, where we have been providing 20% of their humanitarian aid. Well, now China's doing that. We're not giving them that aid. So China's going to get all that. And we're going to now have to pay more. This like comes back to consumers. Maybe that would make our batteries cost less. But now we don't get that because we said, hey, sorry, Sudan, we're not giving you money. And China said, okay, we'll step up. That makes it so our cars are going to be more expensive. But I do remember what I want to say. What I want to say is, we don't call it humanitarian policy for a reason. As much as me personally, I would like if we used our global hegemonic power to just go into every fucked up war zone, every starving country, and say, look, we're helping you because we're the good guys. I wish that was the case. But what we do is we do what helps us. Every single humanitarian dollar we're giving out is not out of the goodness of our hearts. It's, hey, what does America get back from this? Otherwise, we'd be helping so many other places. So yes, we're getting minerals. Yes, we're getting trade deals, but pretty much anything you can look at, even if it's the craziest trans opera crazy crap you read on the Doge site, there's a reason we do that. And the reason is because at some point, someone in the government said, this is going to come back to us and we're going to reap the benefits. That's how to the degree I've learned about it.
But what if we put all of this stuff in and then they end up, providing their minerals cheaper and so on and so forth to somebody else? I mean, how do we know that that's going to happen?
So that does happen, I'm sure, where it's like, hey, you've been helping us for 20 years develop our country, but guess what? go fuck yourself. That does happen. Now, I don't know to the degree to which people are willing to do that, and I think it's much less likely that they will when we build up that good faith. But that could happen, absolutely. The point is, are we going to change our policy based on the idea that they might go against everything we've done for them and just go for someone else? Like, usually they'd have to have a very good reason. And the thing is, usually it benefits them to trade with us because, yes, we've been giving them all this stuff, but because then we also offer them our resources for trading. It's like, hey, yeah, you can use our shipping lanes, or oh, you get American protection when you go around the Arabian Peninsula or whatever. These are things that are like, it's not impossible that they would betray our trust, but I would posit that that's not really going to happen very often.
Well, I mean, I would consider us one of like the superpowers, right? Like we're the big guys.
Superpower.
Yeah,
We're number one, America number one.
exactly. So, I mean, knowing that, like if we've spent what, like at least 80 years, right? Establishing like we're the big boss, fuck off.
Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, I think a lot of that started, in Japan, like
Yeah.
one big boom. Was
Like
like,
Marshall Plan, 1945 kind of stuff, you mean? Or do you mean like when we dropped the bombs?
yeah.
Oh,
I
okay.
think to me, like in American history, that was when we were like, nah, bitch. Like, you know what I mean? And that's just
That's an
my,
interesting example, actually, because if you look at that, yes, that was what, there's arguments about it, but to a degree, that was what ended the war. Is like, hey, we got the big fucking stick and you guys are going to listen to us. You better surrender. But what
right.
really established Japan as a US like partner and ally was not, hey, we could nuke you at any moment. It's that we went in there, we took control of their country and said, hey, we're building you up. You can't, build a military. And we established that connection. Same with Germany in this Marshall Plan of like rebuilding after World War II. And now, especially in like the 80s, when it looked like Japan was going to be a bigger superpower, they are beholden to us to a degree. It's like, hey, we built your country back up. So it was never this looming threat of, hey, we can blow you up at any time. It was, look at how much we've invested in you, how much you owe to us.
But
And that's why you have to give back.
that's like that's like a crazy boyfriend smacking his girl around and then giving her kisses when he's done and be like, I do love you, baby. Yes, I do.
Yeah, you got to hit them twice. They don't understand the first time. But it's you're right. Again, I'm not framing this because I wish America was this goody, altruistic country, but we're not. We do it whatever helps us. But investing in other countries does help, and it's easier. God, what's his name? Joe Nye, I think his name is, like the guy who coined the term soft power. He says like you can do everything with bayonets except sit on them, and sometimes you have to use soft power, and it's usually actually easier to say, hey, we're going to have a better relationship with you if we do this kind of soft power, and not say, hey, like we're going to blow you up or else. Because unfortunately that kind of looming threat, it doesn't breed trust, and it doesn't breed good relationships. That they eventually dissolve. It's not really a good way to establish a future friend when you're like, do this or I'll kill you. Yeah.
I feel like it's an easier way to determine the weak versus the strong, right? By laying a little smackdown, right?
Sometimes you have to do it. Absolutely.
Even the mere threat of laying a smackdown and they come in, lips puckered, ready to kiss your ass, just knowing you got the right, style kaboom booms, sitting in your backyard, ready to fire at any given moment. I mean, you can figure out who's ready to pucker up real quick.
Sure.
Why wouldn't I want to be part of the superpower? Why wouldn't I want to be taken in under their wing? Why wouldn't I? Right.
I understand that, but don't you think it would then be easier to, if I could do that without holding a gun to your head, probably just say, hey, like I'll give you this for that. Just an interpersonal thing. If I came up to you and I was like, Sarah, and I held a gun to your head and I said, hey, give me all the food in your fridge and I'll give you $10 or whatever. Like, yeah, you'll give me the food. But then what? What happens when I come back the next day? You're like, maybe you're kind
I'm
of
going to have the food sitting outside, ready in a basket, and I'll even make you sandwiches too. Okay, honey.
Oh, that's
I'll
sweet.
pack
I'm
them
glad.
up in the
I'm
little
glad my gun
Ziploc
worked.
baggie.
But then your Russian neighbor comes over and is like, hey, Sarah, I give you extra gun if if you give a little food to me. And then suddenly we've got this kind of conflict where my gun method doesn't work as well when someone else also has a gun and is saying, hey, like maybe this isn't the best relationship and I can help you out. Or I just come up and say, hey, Sarah, can I buy a sandwich off you? And then I got the sandwich, and then I just do that every week. We have
But
a grand old little picnic
we
every week.
are we really utilizing force as the end all be all, or are we utilizing it right now in ways where other attempts have failed or not, not pushed, not been productive?
Right. So if the argument is like, look, we've been trying soft power here, here, and here, and it looks like other people are just taking advantage of our niceness, and we need to play a little harder. I understand that argument. Like I said, I think that is the case with NATO spending, military spending, and a little bit with healthcare costs. The problem is, I think it's not a choice between, the gun or no gun, right? There's a whole spectrum of, hey, we want to renegotiate this, and maybe we're escalating this a little bit because we see that we're getting the raw end of the deal. That's the kind of to the degree that Trump even did this, renegotiated the trade deal with Canada and Mexico. He didn't start off saying, hey, I'm going to, send troops into your country if you don't play ball. It was, look, I don't think this is a good deal. Let's renegotiate this trade deal. And I think that's much more understandable. And I think that doesn't hurt our relationships nearly as much because there is kind of a precedent of, I can show you why I'm unhappy about this. Let's talk about it and get through, and not, hey, I have the biggest stick. Play ball,
So, well, okay. So if he's capable of doing that, then right?
Yeah, no, he
So,
clearly is. That's and
so
I think that was a
are
good.
we recognizing that he's selective in his power moves, like kind of like playing a chessboard? Do I send the pawn or do I send the rook? You know?
I don't think Trump knows what either of those pieces are. But I would say that I don't think he's being very selective in a way that is tantamount to building good relationships. I mean, he's already joking / threatening Canada, and it's so much so that the Liberal Party might have overtaken the Conservative Party just based on the fear of Trump imposing his will on Canada. And Carney being the one who spoke out. He's threatening to, invade Panama, invade Greenland. And what's interesting is like, we have military bases in Greenland. We have a relationship with Panama. And like you said, he could be more selective here. He could come in and say, look, Panama, we're getting fucked over with these passage tariffs. How much it costs for us to go through your canal. This is ridiculous. Let's renegotiate it. And I think that him as the leader and, as the deal maker probably would actually have a pretty good chance of renegotiating that in a way that made it better for American citizens. We would have goods be cheaper, and same with Greenland, like increasing our presence there to a degree that whatever he wants to. But I don't think that that's what he's doing, right? He's just like, motherfucker, Greenland, you're ours. We're going to invade you or whatever. And like, he's actually like floating the idea of invading another NATO country. I just think that he's not being careful about this. I don't think he's playing chess. I think he's pissing all over the chessboard, so yeah.
Okay, so but how do we know there haven't been other conversations behind the scenes? I mean, is that something that's out there? Is it very, are we aware of it, or are we not aware of it, or are we just making guesses?
No, that's a good question. I don't know. I mean, we only know what the admin tells us, what other countries tell us, and what leaks or anyone inside the cabinet say. So it's very possible there are better negotiations happening behind the scenes. It doesn't seem so, but we can never know for sure until these policies pass. So like out of nowhere, if tomorrow he announces, hey, I've worked out a deal with Panama and Greenland, we're starting the Panama Greenland America coalition, and they're the 51st and 52nd state, maybe that'll happen, and maybe it'll surprise me, but I can't speculate on it until something like that happened. And based on what he has said and what these countries are saying, it doesn't seem to be the case. But you're right, we don't know for sure. A lot of this stuff does stay secret until it comes out. So
yeah, I mean, I'd imagine, he could have, like, here's my little imagination, right? Calls up Greenland, hey guys, I want to like redo this little whole deal we got going on. I want to X, Y, and Z and blah, 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 and yada, yada, yada. What do you think about it? And they're like, man, it sounds terrible. I just don't want to blah, 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 blah. And then they're kind of like assholes about it. And they scoff at him like, oh, like, how could you even ask me this? This is ridiculous. He hangs up the phone. He's like, fuck you guys. And Trump's like, what the fuck? Motherfucker hung up on me, right? And then that's when, okay, well, I tried, and then he's like, you know what? Where's that button? Like,
the nuclear bomb button.
I can push it, guys.
It's the stick
So
time.
sometimes I wonder if because I know a lot about interpersonal relationships and how easy it is to go from even one wrong email. One email is read incorrectly, or one thing was said in a meeting with a little scoff at the end, or
Yeah.
somebody wasn't paying attention and they didn't hear everything correctly, and they just grabbed at one thing and like, what? And that one little interaction can deter or determine actually the remaining course and how we continue.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, I would say that's a point to my kind of overall argument, which is his kind of callousness and not really thinking this through and creating these bad relationships with countries, like you said, is souring relationships potentially 5, 10 years in the future. Where it's like, look, this country is unstable. This man doesn't know what he's doing, and like he already started off with that bad phone call. Now what? Like how can I
Mhm.
ever trust this country again to be reliable? And if you want to know my real opinion on why he wants Greenland, I unironically think that on the Mercator projection, it's the biggest country on the map, and so he just wants the big
The
space,
land.
and yeah, he just wants it to be like his legacy. Like, oh, I got it, I got Greenland,
That
and he's
would
gonna
make
call it
sense.
Red, White, and Blue Land. It's gonna be great. So, uh, I
Say
really do
that
think that's what he's
again.
doing. I was wondering why you didn't do the voice.
Me? How the
Yeah.
hell could I?
You just gotta I practice in the car. Yeah, that's kind of like covering both my soft power and my like relationships with other countries. I think both of
Mhm.
those. He's really just even if you think that we should be playing more hardball with some of these countries, he's not doing it in a way that fosters good relationships, and he's weakening our power on the world stage by ceding it to countries like China and Russia, or even Europe, who's going to step in and start doing more military spending, but to help out in places like Ukraine and all these places that would otherwise be beholden to us. And that you can call
Mhm.
that selfish, but I'd rather America be the world's ATM, and we get all the people who need to come to us than give it to someone who doesn't have the exact same values. So
I do agree with you on that factor, because the more you are needed on something that you can provide, the more people rely on you, and therefore the more puckering up and butt kissing you get, right? So you can go the forceful way, or you could go the what I would consider to be the more manipulative, not in a bad way, but manipulative way, where like I'm going to make sure I have everything that everybody else needs.
mhm.
So when they need it, I'm the person that they need, and then I can charge or do whatever I want because they need it.
Yeah,
I
like
I
the
am
the
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 resource.
CIA arms dealer who's dealing to both sides. It's like, look, you call that morally abhorrent, sure, but I would
Mhm.
rather, at the end of the day, that we be the ones benefiting from it, and especially not let another country do it for us.
Right.
That's just my
I
opinion on that.
yeah, I feel you on that one. Now compare this, like his current term to his first term that he
Mhm.
did. Would you say he was as like backboned as he is now, and foot stomping as he is now, or because I
No,
don't
no, I think pretty
feel
much
like we
everything has
had.
been turned up to 11 in this second term. And like I was someone who in the first term was very pushing back on, like, look, I've got really lib soy parents, right? And they're like, he's a Nazi, he's a feminist, he's or a misogynist fascist or whatever. And I was like, look, he's not Hitler, guys. Come on. Like, he's gonna do some Republican things and it's not gonna be that bad.
Mhm.
And to a degree, like that was kind of true. Like, he did a lot of bad things, in my opinion, in the first term, but it wasn't like, oh, the end of the world, like everyone was saying in 2015. I think it was overblown insofar as they were too early, because now he is doing all the stuff that they warned about. It just took him like another year of planning. I think maybe he wasn't even ready to have won that time. So, in comparison, like
Or
in
maybe
past,
he didn't want to win that time. Maybe he wanted to. It's all a
he wanted
chessboard.
Trump TV. Oh yeah, no, he's playing
It's
60 chess. I know it. But
everything's a chessboard. If you really, I mean, I'm a planner. Okay, I think way far down the
is
line.
that why you relate today?
No, I am late because of children. My children have a very,
Mm,
very little respect for. I just had this conversation with my daughter the other day, and I'm like, look, like time is precious.
yeah.
Okay, so every 1 minute that you are late, my perfectly planned thing snowballs into 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes.
1 minute with your kids is like 1,000 hours of
Oh,
talking
no,
to
no,
me
no, no, no,
because
no,
it's
no,
so
no,
much
no,
more
no, no,
worth
no.
it. No,
It's
no, I
not
mean that
that.
sincerely.
It's
Like
not that.
they're
It's
your
not
treasured
that.
family, you
It's
know?
not that. It's we are leaving at 3:45 today.
Mm.
Be downstairs and ready by 3:40 because I know you'll be
I was just trying to appeal to family values. I know your
no, no,
audience,
no,
but
no, 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 no. Now, if we're talking about like spending time with my kids, that's why my time is precious, so that I can maximize and capitalize on those moments. But when I say we're leaving at 3:45, and 3:45 comes and you're still upstairs powdering your nose and doing your hair and all those, whatever, now I'm pissed because you knew the time frame that we were leaving 2 hours ago,
Yeah.
right? Like now I have a problem with that. But that is my like your biggest strengths or your biggest weaknesses kind of thing. So because I'm very pre-planned, it works in the long run if you really think about it, because I think everything through to that.
Yeah.
I've got 10 years planned in my head. But if when it comes down to like, oh my God, we're late, like that is my greatest weakness, because then it gets me all raveled up and I'm
Yep.
just like,
I know what you
So,
mean. I get very
yeah.
neurotic about it. I've got the Jewish mom who trained me how to be very, very complainy. Don't worry. I think this might, if you will, let me. This is kind of
Mhm.
like a good jumping off point to what I think is like one of the stronger points to argue, which is the about trust, and that's kind of like how our economy is doing.
Mhm.
And it's interesting. I think a lot of people are very quick to jump on the look at the graph was negative today. Oh, it went down, and you get all these people who post, oh, the Dow Jones lost 300 points. Haha, take that, Republicans. And then the next day it recovers, and they're like, the Dow Jones got 300 points back. Take that, libs. And I think that's, to a degree, there is opportunity cost lost
Mhm.
when it spikes down or up. And there's a reason it happens, and it might be because of bad policy. But I try not to focus on that as much. I think the important thing that the reason why he is weakening our economy is the same degree of trust in, and also uncertainty of like what's happening. I think the tariff policies. I think people confuse a lot. They think, oh, we had tariffs before. Joe Biden did tariffs. Obama did tariffs. Trump did tariffs first term. Why are you so anti-tariff now? It's just because you hate Donald Trump. I think the issue is the degree to which he's implementing these, and the way that he is implementing these, and creates this very big uncertainty. So he starts off, I actually don't remember what the original idea was. I believe during the campaign, he said, look, tariffs, we're going to implement them not as a negotiating tool, but because they work. They'll make sure we're getting our fair share, and they will pay for the tax cuts where I'm going to be cutting, government spending here, here, and here, and giving more money to rich people. Now, that is a policy that I don't necessarily agree with.
I like how you
However,
threw that in there.
well, I mean, that is what's going to happen. I mean, if you look at the spending bill that's coming
Mhm.
out this week, I think they're voting on it. There's extending the 2017 tax cuts, and they're actually increasing them to a degree. And there's only one way to do that. You have to cut spending other places, and you have to increase tax revenue. So when people ask them, how are you paying for this service? How are you paying for that? Which is a very good question. It's like, hey, if
Mhm.
you're going to do Medicare for all, Bernie, how are you going to pay for it? And Trump's answer is tariffs. Now, the problem is, he keeps flip-flopping on this. So then he says, actually, no, I wasn't actually increasing tariffs to 20, 30% on everything. I was doing that because I want other people to say, oh, you're serious. You're playing hardball, like you said. Now we can renegotiate a better plan that isn't this 30% tariff. But then he switches back and says, actually, no, the tariffs are paying for everything. The problem with that is no matter what happens to our economy this week or in a month, is you're creating this incredible uncertainty for other countries and for American businesses, where
Mhm.
consumer confidence is low, vendor confidence is low. They say, look, I don't know if I should buy all of my, the XYZ part from China today, because tomorrow the tariffs might go away. Or tomorrow, you're going to say, hey, you can't even use this product anymore because you have to now use American made products. And
Mhm.
investments are slowing down. That's why the stock market did have that huge dip, and people just aren't sure what to expect. And it was so bad to a point. And this is something I'm not an expert on. So if this starts getting too mathy, I understand. You can stop me. But the dollar is one of the most consistent, strong assets on the planet, where they say, look, the dollar is always going to be a strong thing. Everyone uses it in trade. We trust the US. When, what did you call it? Freedom Friday or whatever the tariff day was happened, before he reduced those tariffs, the confidence of the dollar got so bad that I think it was the yields on bonds and American investments became inverted, where it was more, how do I explain this? The longer a bond is, so if it's like a 30-year bond, the more
Mhm.
it's worth, right? Because it's like, look,
Right.
if you're going to give me this money, loan me this money for 30 years, I'm going to give you a bigger return because you're giving it to me for a long time.
Right.
The uncertainty in the market made it so that a 5-year bond was worth more than a 30-year bond, because everyone said, I have no idea whether or not America is going to pay off as a good investment in 30 years. This could be insane. This could tank and destroy their economy. Now, I believe that's since reversed since he removed a bunch of those tariffs. But the problem is that uncertainty is the weakening of our economy and the weakening of other people seeing us as a good resource. It's just not playing out in a way that I think is going to be good for anyone in our country. It's going to make our prices go up. Just tariffs in general are going to make our prices go up. We do pay those taxes. And it's going to make it so other countries are less willing to put money into our products, into our goods, because they're like, look, I don't even know if the dollar is going to be as good as it is in 10 years. Like this guy keeps fucking around. He keeps changing policies. It's really worrying. And I think the biggest thing that I'm very confused as any Trump supporter could defend is that he's coming out and he's making it kind of the official policy that, hey, you will own less. He says, look, you used to have 200 pencils. Now you have 5 pencils. That's plenty of pencils. And that's like the right-wing narrative. That was the meme of, oh, you will own nothing and be happy, except now he is making it his official policy, which is, oh, you have too many toys. You have too many products. This kind of anti-materialist, very, I guess I would say not American view that, hey, you can ration your stuff for the good of the country. Like he is, I guess, tacitly admitting, and I think he and Elon have said as much, the economy is going to get worse based on these policies for a time. And then it'll recover when all of the industry comes back, when all XYZ, thing happens and we become more self-sufficient. I guess, and stop because I am rambling, but the problem is, if you look at the tariffs that he did in 2018, 2019, he did some tariffs on steel. The reason you didn't hear about these as much because it was a tariff on a thing, and that might have worked out, it might not have. But when you look at the results of those, I think, actually I have a graph on this. It's like it reduced our GDP by 0.2%. It didn't really change anything with American wages, so they didn't go up or down. And it like may or may not have reduced jobs by like 100,000. It's kind of up in the air, but like at best it was neutral. At worst, it was negative. And you see that he's just kind of doing this on a massive scale, and it doesn't seem to play out in the way that he's promising, which is, hey, we're going to bring jobs back to America. Goods are going to be made here. They're going to be higher quality, and we're not going to be stiffed by these other countries. And it also doesn't work as a negotiating tactic because everyone's like, well, shit, are you going to put more tariffs on me next week? Like, I don't know what's going to happen. I'm not going to invest in you. Like, you're an unreasonable partner. And it seems like that's why other countries, just like with the soft power, just like with the hard power, they're going to other countries for free trade and saying, hey, look, you're a more reliable trading partner. China, Russia, whoever, UK, EU, I'm going to trade more with you. I don't know what the hell's going to happen to America, and I don't want to pay this like ridiculous cost. So I don't see the results from these trade deals paying off in a way that's really helping our country out. I think in the past, tariffs have not been very good to the extent that he's implementing them. And I think, especially on this scale, I think it's just going to put us in a worse off spot. And already we are. But I don't want to make that argument. Well, oh, look at the Dow Jones, it dropped. It's more of a look, long-term projections from most economists say this is not going to be good for us. It's going to really reduce a lot of GDP, wages, and jobs.
Are Americans like the biggest consumer in trade, like in goods? The
biggest consumer? Oh, man. That's not something I know off the top of my head. I'm not an economic expert. I know we buy a lot from other countries. And that does actually speak to something that he has brought up a lot, which is this idea of a trade deficit, which I might butcher this, but do you kind of know what a trade deficit is?
Where we bring a lot in, but we don't send a lot out.
Yeah, exactly. That's my understanding of it, which is like, look, we're getting, or I'm really dumb, one of the two. But the idea is not like he calls it like it's a detriment. Like, oh, we have this deficit, because you think deficit and you think budget deficit, right? It's like, hey, we're spending all this money, we're not making all this money. What's going on, right? And that's bad. We would prefer not to have that deficit. But a trade deficit is not us throwing money into the wind and getting nothing back. We are getting those goods. That's not a bad thing. We want those things. Now, there's an argument to be said of, hey, what if we're doing nothing but getting all these goods from all these other countries and we produce nothing? Then what the hell is going to happen if one of these people shuts off the valve? Then we're fucked, right? Like, that's why we do things like subsidize farms that might, in the free market, be taken over by China. I think China produces soybeans much, much, much cheaper than we do, but we say, fuck it. We want to have farms. We want to make American soybeans. Here's a $30 billion bailout, farmers of America. And I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with that. And if we go to all out war with China or Russia, we want our own farms, right? We don't want to be buying their food because they'll just say, hey, fuck you. We're turning the food valve off. But there's nothing wrong with a trade deficit in principle. And America does produce a lot of stuff. And I think Trump used this as a negative thing for some reason, even though I think we're getting plenty out of it. And that's kind of why when he implemented those like widespread tariffs, you could see that he took into account deficits for the calculation, which really doesn't make sense because that's not really a reciprocal tariff. A reciprocal tariff would be, hey, Sarah, you tax me 10%. Okay, I'll tax you 10%. But he took into account like all of the goods that we're getting and not giving back and said, well, actually, Sarah, I buy all of your, food from your fridge because it's really, really good food, but you only buy, my Diet Cokes. So I'm going to increase your, to make it fair, I'm going to increase it to 50% on you, which
Would you
these numbers
would
don't
you
really add
say
up.
most of the stuff we buy are like microchips, starting pieces, and then we assemble, right? Don't we do a
Yeah,
lot of
there's a term for
assembly?
this. I think it's called intermediate goods, which is like
Yes.
we buy a lot of the, hey, China, you give me all the bits and bobs and doodads for this car, and then we'll build the car here in the factory.
Mhm.
Yeah, we do a lot of that because it is cheaper for them to manufacture it, but it's cheaper for us to build and make the car here. Yeah, and
Well,
that's
also
fine.
because the way you build them too is like the nuts and bolts and like all of the requirements. I think even if you shipped a car over to another country, you'd have to change out all of these specific things
Yep.
because that's what they require. So it wouldn't make sense to build them there and then
Yeah.
bring right because
And
we're
I
on
think there
our
is a
terms.
financial incentive as well, where it's like, look, if you build this in America, we'll give you like tax breaks or we'll incentivize you some other way. And their way around that is not, hey, we're building every single piece, but we are building it here, right?
Mhm.
And there's arguments against like, hey, that's kind of
Well,
skirting the line, but
even at that, think of a shipping container and how many nuts and bolts you can fit in one shipping
yeah,
container, right? So I only need one shipping container full of nuts and bolts, but I might need three shipping containers of tires and then, like four shipping containers of this metal that I can now, curve and form to the
yep,
shape of this car,
yeah,
right?
exactly.
So it actually makes sense why shipping everything in one small little piece here and there is significantly more efficient than to ship
Yeah.
a whole car.
No, you hit the nail right on the head. I mean, that is to a degree. Like we don't for some things it's because of tariffs and competition, but for a lot of things we don't buy from China and Taiwan and all these places because we're like, oh fuck America. It's like, hey, this is cheaper, it's more efficient, and if we build it here, like we can have more. And this is the reason why most of the luxuries that we enjoy today and the things that we rely on are just cheaper. Like we have found
Mhm.
easier ways, and that's why I'm a big proponent of free trade. I think the idea of like playing super hardball, tariffing all these countries, cutting ourselves off from trading with partners, I think it's just going to make things worse from us. Now, there are arguments against it, by the way. I think
Mhm.
if you look at like the way we built stuff in the 50s in America, you probably have some doodads from your grandpa, right? Like some like measuring
Good
tape
shit. That
or like
shit
yeah,
lasts forever. I
that's
still
will
have some
never
of my
break.
grandfather's tools, like, the
Yeah.
shit still works.
They're very good. And then you buy these cheap Chinese tools and they're pieces of shit. And I totally understand that. The issue is we can try to remedy that and say like, hey, we want higher standards for XYZ thing. But to say, hey, I don't want anything from these countries, or I'm going to make it very difficult to trade with this country because, I think they're stiffing us. Again, it's this like weird thing where it's not a dichotomy. There's so many things in between we can do to improve those things that don't involve completely cutting them off as trading partners or making enemies of them by doing this crazy trade wars and being like 300% tariffs, 500% tariffs. Yeah.
Well, okay, like, let's look at China because China, I feel like, is very good at the global trading, right?
Yeah,
I feel like maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like their stuff's everywhere.
they've got it figured out, I would say. Yeah.
Right. So it's almost kind of um like the supply and demand concept. Like, you're doing fine, China. You got your foot in everyone's door, but if you want access to this door, you just got to pay a door charge or cover fee.
Yeah.
And it's like maybe they can do with or without, but I mean, I I would go to say that, America is a really large consumer. So if they would lose more than gain by um by not participating,
Yeah. If
even though they have a
uh,
big.
yeah, like, hey, we're renegotiating this. You got to give us a little more money, or you got to pay a little more when you. Yeah, no, I agree. Like, we are a big consumer, and
Mhm.
they want relations with us to be
I
good
mean,
because they
how are we
want
going to
our
fill the
money.
dollar stores? Okay.
Well, it's so funny you say that because that is kind of how this wealth disparity kind of plays into it, where you used to have all these great tools and they used to be more expensive and they were made in America and we had to pay people. And now, poorer people don't have these luxuries and they are kind of subsidized by these cheap Chinese goods at the dollar store. But what's going to happen is if we don't figure out a good way for these people to get these cheap Chinese goods in, not only are these people not going to be able to buy good goods, which I wish they could, but they also won't be able to afford cheap Chinese crap. That stuff's going to go up too. And I think this is just going to further the economic divide. I think it's going to make poor people's lives like way, way worse. And to your point of, don't they need us? And the answer is like, yeah, to a degree they do. However, free trade usually benefits everyone. And yeah, there's, give and take of how much do I want to tax this person? Like maybe I can make the deal, sweeten the deal a little bit. But that's the thing is, that's what we should be looking for, is like, how can we make this better for us or better for both of us? It's not always a zero sum game. And that's why we trade with all these people. And this is a separate point, but to the degree that I understand what I've read about why nations fail, and not just from that book, but many books, because I totally read a lot. I absolutely read.
You little nerd.
No, I don't. I really should read more. The reason why nations fail is because they cut themselves off from free trade, from negotiation, from any of these like sort of relationships with other countries. And it just seems to me, and everyone's going to call me a globalist Jew, but it seems to me that when you negotiate with these countries and when you get these, gives and takes, there are just comparative advantages in different countries. They're better at making this. They're better at this product. They have more of this resource. I would rather live in a world where we're trying to get the best of every possible country than shutting ourselves off from that and kind of poisoning the well by saying, oh, like, give us your shit or we'll bomb you. I think it's better when we do that.
So, I mean, and I'm going to go ahead and do this. I'm going to go ahead and just drop the link for now so you guys can start popping backstage, and then we'll open it up here in about 8 minutes or so. So hold on, I can't read and type and talk, and I can't even say it right. Open panel, a dumpster fire. So with that being said, oh, I lost my whole thought. Yeah.
Okay, you got it.
Maybe you kind of have to pendulum swing it slightly harder in order to get the happy medium you're looking for. Right? Maybe it's kind of an overcompensation to make it kind of work now. In it kind of like force
like when you're bartering down, you start even lower, right? Like
we don't play well with China. Like we cooperate with China because it's either that or we just all die, right? Like I feel like us in China, we're just like, did you move? Did you?
we're just like paranoid, stroking our rifle on the other side of the room.
Exactly.
Like,
and I feel like we have the same thing with Russia. I feel like the three of us were all like the Spider-Man picture with all three Spider-Mans,
like Mexican standoff.
Yeah. And so I'm wondering if, maybe this is just kind of like daddy's coming in and putting his foot down and saying, now listen here. All right. Like,
I mean, that is what he's doing. He's playing hardball. I would just say, if you think that is don't get me wrong, there is a possibility that you're right, that, hey, if you overcompensate, we're going to, shoot for the moon, end up somewhere in the middle, and that'll be a better deal for us. And in the long run, that'll be good. I would say, look at the outcomes, look at the way these countries are responding, and see, are we really getting much, much better deals from this? And is this, benefiting our long-term relationships? That we can't speak of at this very moment. I think you can see what they're speculating on, and you can see what the economists project will happen. But I just don't think this is going to bear out. Like, I'm not denying that it's a possibility that this does work out in the way you're saying. I'm saying, I think based on, I hate the idea that saying I appeal to experts is kind of a negative thing now, but I really do, because I'm fucking stupid. All right. Like, I listen to the people who do projections on this and the foreign policy people, and what they're saying is this is not going to benefit us the way he's saying it will in the long run, that we're going to lose a lot of economic opportunity, or it's going to shrink our GDP. Now, maybe they're being alarmist, and maybe they just have an anti-Trump bias, but I just don't see this bearing out, even from the countries themselves saying, yep, cool, this is great, thanks for threatening us, here's a better deal in the middle.
But I mean, China kind of has to play nice with us. Russia even kind of like it figured themselves out, and with the whole Ukraine. I mean, I feel like that's working itself out.
Hopefully,
right? But I mean, you and I both agreed earlier we are the superpower. So to what extent do you want to mess with us, right? Like we have a lot of backing globally. We have a lot of people who do stand by our side. We have provided US aid for years upon years to
Yeah.
so many places that I feel like most will come and stand by our side because number one, they're like, look, like they just push a button and things happen. I don't want to see that. But not only that, like we've established that relationship over the last several decades. I mean, I feel like even most of Europe would, I mean, because we have the United Nations and all of those things. And I feel like we have done the work to cooperate like we are
Yeah,
the
we've invested
networker,
time and
we are
energy
the
and money.
connector,
Yeah.
right?
So I think that you're right. And the only issue is it seems in the past 4 months that he is torpedoing all of that goodwill to the as much of his extent of his power. He's saying,
Mhm.
hey, USAID and all these recipients, go fuck yourself. I want my, 1% of my budget back. And yeah,
Or
maybe they
maybe
still have that goodwill built up, but I really think that it's
but
being very immediately
well,
harmed.
maybe it's a kind reminder of what you can do. I mean, what other is there another country that can support those places just the
Yeah.
same? Like they
China
can
China
support
and Russia have that ability. Like you said, they're
but
the three
do
big
they
three, right?
want to be
Yeah.
under China or Russia ruling?
Oh, do they want to? Well, the question
I
is,
mean,
if they
think
had a
about
choice, I think they'd prefer America. But if only one person's offering it to them, and it's China, they're going to go with that. If China says, "Hey, we'll help you build factories, but in 10 years, you're going to be giving us 10% on this, or we get better trade deals," they're going to take it if we back out and don't participate in that. It's
mhm.
just hey, it's there's two people with money, and one of them just said, "Go fuck yourself." I guess I'll go with the other guy.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
then I mean, think about like, would you? Because China or even Russia, they'll make a hard bargain.
Oh,
Like
sure.
it would be like, yeah, sure, we'll give you all this money, but here's what you have to give to me,
If
right? And they're
here's
known
yeah,
for
yeah.
that stuff.
They're a little meaner, I agree. And I'd say this, if the Trump narrative was, "Hey, we are giving you such a good fucking deal compared to what China and Russia would give you. So you better start pulling your weight around here and like, doing something a little more sweet for us." I think that'd be much different than what he's doing, which is he's not renegotiating USA deals. He's not auditing USA. He's just said, "Fuck it, no more USA. It's all gone." Right. So I
Mhm,
agree there's potential, like you said, to improve these things slightly and get better aid or reciprocal aid back. But I don't think that's what he's doing. I think he's just saying this is a waste. Why are we helping other countries? They don't deserve our money. Gone.
mhm.
And then it doesn't matter how bad Russia or China negotiates because they're the only ones offering anything, and I don't think we are offering anything.
I don't know. I feel like that's because then you kind of come begging back, like, all right, look, like, what do we got to do? Like, what do you
I
want?
if you
It's
look,
that is leverage. That is that is like I'll pull the rug right out from underneath you,
no, I
you know?
understand. If these countries, or if that's what I'm saying, if Trump was saying, "Look, we're gonna pretend like we're walking away and get something back at the in the
Yeah.
long run," if he ends up doing that, I'll be surprised and I'll say, "Hey, well, damn, he really did sweeten the deal. We're spending less money and we still have that influence." Sure,
Mhm,
I don't see it playing out that way with these things specifically, especially with the USAID stuff, because it really just seems like they're like, "Hey, this sucks. We don't want to do it anymore. Gone." Right? If it
mhm,
was this like, "Hey, we are walking away until you bring a better deal," which he has, I think kind of offered as a way of negotiating with certain people, I would agree with you, but I just don't think that's what he's doing here. I
mhm.
don't have the evidence, but hey, I could be proven wrong. Maybe in 3 years, Sudan's going to come crawling back, and we'll say, "Ah, here's your medicine, you little slimy beggar, and you better give us all your resources." Maybe it could happen. I don't see the
Well,
evidence
I
for it.
mean, if somebody attacks or something to that degree, then they would come crawling back. Right? I mean, if
Well,
somebody because then if you don't have American presence, right, and American protection to that degree, right, I feel like you're way more vulnerable if you have an American base there and you know that you're protected and
well,
those
Sudan I
resources.
think is in a civil war right now. Or maybe I'm thinking of South Sudan, but so they're already shooting each other rather than getting invaded. But
Well, maybe
um,
that's why we're pulling out. Like, y'all go figure yourselves out. We'll be back when you're done. Like, I'm not, you know what I mean?
maybe, but the problem is if someone else comes and says, "Hey, we'll give you a pretty good deal and don't work with America, work with us," I think they'll do it, right? I think China and Russia are taking that opportunity. You kind of already see it happening in Africa
Mhm.
at least. That's been happening for even before Trump and
Mhm.
to a much greater degree now. And I think that's just not good. I just prefer if we did it and not them. But like I said, we'll see. I don't think it'll play out that way, but maybe.
Yeah. I mean, I'd be interested to kind of see when the dust settles, like what happens. But I mean, if wars amongst or threats thereof are in the space, um, desperate people do desperate things, and we're one of the few that can provide that without being assholes about it.
Well,
So
that's the thing is we're kind of are being assholes, right? We're
we're being
saying no
assholes
more
about it
aid.
right now, but if China, like, I wouldn't be like, "Hey, China, like, I need some help because we're poor," and they're like, "Yeah, okay, well, I'm gonna give you this very long list of things that you will now be doing, and all of the propaganda I can push to you, and what you will and won't do, and yada yada yada." And you follow that, I'd be like, nah, I'm
You
good."
you would think, but I think the issue is, and I didn't want to bring this up, not because I don't think it matters, but I think most people and a lot of right wing audiences seem not to care. But what cutting USAID is going to do in a lot of these countries is just kill hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of people who are not
Mhm,
getting HIV medicine, tuberculosis medicine, food.
mhm.
And once that happens, it's very hard to bring that will back and say, "Hey, I know we promised you all this aid, and then we said go fuck yourself, and then hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of your citizens died. But hey, you're going to come back and ask us for help, right? And not, hey, we are in an immediate humanitarian crisis now, thanks to you guys, and China's stepping in. We're taking whatever we can get." That's kind of how I see this playing out for a lot of these places. It's a much more
Maybe.
immediate concern for them, not a we don't get as good American TV DVD players. It's, oh shit, how do I protect my citizens from death? And
Right.
whoever's offering, even if they're like, fuck you, you have to, we're turning you into our sex slaves to breed more Chinese soldiers for the war, they'll do it because they have nothing else right now. They're dying.
Yeah.
It's really bad.
Oh my goodness. Well, I mean, I can see the humanitarian portion of that and it kind of being a sad story, but I could be the ruthless asshole that says, well, if there's less people there, then it's less money
Oh
I
no.
have to send when I return.
Oh
You
no.
know, that's ruthless. That's very hateful. I'm
That's
admitting that.
technically
I'm just,
true. I mean,
but
you're
I'm
not
thinking if you're looking at
mathematically
numbers,
wrong.
I'd be like, oh well, it's less things to spend on. All right, so let me do a couple of super chats. So Travis Hoffman, utilizing their membership, welcome, congratulations. Chuck in Tennessee says, "I needs horses right now." I will play the horse video
Oh
once I
no.
open up the panel. I didn't
I
want to do
promised my
that.
chat I'd try to make sure it didn't happen by being really
We're
nice.
getting one. I mean, he paid for it after
Oh,
all.
well, shit. All
I
right,
mean,
fair enough.
remove the screen for like 60 seconds when I play. I'm not playing it yet, but once we open the panel, we'll go. I They pay, I play. And only a Mr. Bill. Mr. Bill, how are you? It was nice talking to you last night on Grids. In with the big two says, in what major metric is our economy worse now? And I believe that question's to you.
Yeah, I actually don't know if there's a major metric right now that shows our economy is worse off insofar as I don't know if our GDP, I think we estimated some shrinkage, but it's not nearly as bad as I thought it would be, although it might be lower. But I think what I'm saying is this is not necessarily the, hey, look right now at this specific number and this is bad. It's much more
Mhm.
of a, hey, we've created a chaotic, uncertain, market for investors from other countries, investors in our own country, and this is going to have a long-term shock effect on the growth of our country. It's going to be bad. I mean, if you look at, and these are major numbers, and this is from, let me grab this graph. I can send you this link right in chat. It's just
Mhm.
from Tax Foundation. I don't know if this is a super reliable source, but based on these estimations in the long term, what these tariffs are going to do are reduce our GDP, reduce our job numbers, reduce a lot of things from where they should be because of the tariffs. I think it's like minus 1.2% income for the average American, GDP shrinkage. It's not nearly like catastrophic, but this uncertainty, you can kind of see it already playing out where, as much as I hate Timu, Timu's like, hey, all these tariffs are ridiculous. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm just going to stop, building up supply for
I
the next
mean,
few
what
months.
I mean, their shit costs like $1. What do they pay an extra 25 cents to get it here? Like,
Well, hey, that adds up when you're shipping 400,000 pieces of crap. But by the way, I don't like. But the problem
I
is
don't either.
you also don't see this in the immediate after all this uncertainty because people have supplies, right? They're not like,
Uh-huh.
cranking it off right off this assembly line right into the shipping container. But right now, people are cutting back on manufacturing. They're cutting back
Right.
on assembly. They're cutting back on production because they're like, I don't
Well,
know if
I
this is
know
going to actually benefit my company in a month.
a lot of what I've seen around the block is companies are even saying, what can we utilize that we already have?
Yeah, for
Like,
now,
and
yeah.
it's actually turning into almost like we're not wasting as much. I actually kind of like seeing that because you have all
Maybe.
this material you've already shipped over and you already have here and you can already make use of it and we just choose not to because we want to get the bigger, better thing next. And then
Yeah.
it just sits there and it's like, so now we're actually going to use shit because now we need to. I think
I
I
I
I
think
am
there's a good argument
okay.
there.
I
100%. I hate cheap Chinese crap, Sarah. Okay, so
Me
like
too.
I think there if this could in the long run technically make it so that we could still have these relationships, but also make stuff here and make it better, and we don't have all these stupid little Chinese doodads in every shop that we don't need that
Hmm.
people just buy because it's like, oh, thing looks cool.
Hmm.
I'm very actually sympathetic to that argument. I just don't think that this is necessarily going to benefit us. Unfortunately, we do live in the zero sum game world where we are losing out on funds and relationships because we don't do that. I
Hmm.
wish there was a better way. Unfortunately, I think other countries are just going to step in and do it instead. And then China's going to give all the doodads to Russia and Europe, and we're not going to get any doodads, and our economy is going to shrink, and we're going to lose jobs. But I agree. I wish we had more American made stuff. I wish we had that.
Maybe people will begin to learn how to be more resourceful and less wasteful because I think one piece of what we do is oh, thing broke, buy new thing, right?
Mm.
Instead of actually taking the time to, like my son, my son filled out a Mother's Day, like he made a card at school. And what it says like, I love you because it's like, because you fix stuff and you love me and all this, but like fix stuff, right? Like he comes to me, thing broke, and I'm like, oh, I can fix that. Go get my X, Y, and Z, right? Mommy always fixes stuff because it, like, why are we throwing it away? I'm not gonna buy you a new one for certain, but like if I can fix it, I will.
And I would prefer that as well, right? I hate this, the built to break kind of thing, the planned obsolescence, I think they call it, where it's like, yeah, we know this iPhone's going to suck in 2 years, so then you have to buy the new one. That disgusts me. I hate it. I hate
That
material.
grosses me
I
out
hate
too.
consumerism. So, like, yeah, to the degree that Trump is saying, hey, you should just have less, I actually do agree with that. I
Hmm.
just don't think this is, unfortunately, it's not good for the country.
Hmm.
I think we should kind of have this global push towards consuming less garbage, but that's not good for our economy and it's not good for job growth and it's not good for our relationship on the world stage. So, as much as I'd like it if we had these kind of, long lasting, environmentally friendly things, it doesn't seem to be beneficial to us in the short term and in the long term for growth of maintaining ourselves. It's kind of this everyone else is doing it, so we kind of have to until we can somehow push it so that everyone doesn't do it.
You know what
No.
we and I'll get through these super chats and then I know the panel's waiting backstage. Thank you for your patience back there. But one thing that I think we need more of is boredom.
Yeah, people need to be okay with, like Huck Finn, just
Well,
lounging around
you know how people
outside.
complain about the birth rate dropping and all of that stuff, and we're like, we're not
If they were
bored
bored, they'd
enough.
fuck more.
We're not bored enough. That you know what? The reason why, like the age of getting married and pregnancy, my
Just
belief, right?
increasing, yeah.
No, the reason why that used to be a younger age because they were fucking bored, had nothing else better to do but get married and make babies, right? They didn't
Yeah, I
have
mean,
Netflix. They didn't have like your
you never heard of
phone.
Netflix and chill, Sarah?
I mean, but we're not making babies on Netflix and chill, and we're definitely not getting marriages out of Netflix and chill. Okay,
That's an interesting art. Well,
Be-
hey, I don't know. Some of those people, they don't plan
but
ahead
think
for the
well, think
Netflix or
okay,
for the
let's talk
pregnancy.
let's break that down real quick. I'm on Tinder and I want to find a date and he offers Netflix and chill. Well,
Mhm.
I'm bored tonight. I don't have nothing to do. Sure, why not?
Yeah,
Then I
but
go,
if you didn't have that, you'd instead sleep with someone else and have a baby? Like,
no, I would have already found a man
mhm.
when I was graduating high school because I'm bored out of my mind, right? And there's nothing else. Remember, I mean, well, you're too young, but
You
I
don't
mean,
know that. Maybe you have really good skin.
you're younger than me. I think we determined that last time,
Yeah.
but like, I mean, we used to hang out in parking lots and just like sit there
And
and
just
hang out.
screw and have
And
babies, yeah.
no, I mean like friends. Like we just actually sat there and we were bored out of our minds, but we just sat there and hung out.
Well,
And
don't you
then
feel at least partially responsible for making an internet show where, people could be fucking right now and you are entertaining them on their phones and screens, and you're making it worse. You're reducing the birth rate, if anything. In fact, everyone in chat, log off and go fuck right now. Go have babies. All right? We don't want
But
you here
think
anymore.
about, okay,
Save
I mean,
America.
I think bring back boredom, make boredom great again. And I think you're gonna okay, I think the highest, this is what cued me in on this idea. The highest state in America that had like one of the higher birth rates that was not like significantly low and ridiculous was Alaska. Why? They're
We're
fucking
bored.
bored. They're stuck inside their little cabin for like 3 months because there's 17 feet of snow outside and they can't go anywhere. And they're like, got nothing else better to do.
You know, I think there's a good argument for that. Unfortunately, I don't know how you policy-wise impose boredom.
Well,
So
Trump just did. He took
he
away
imposed
our
boredom.
trinkets. No,
No,
think
no,
about
no.
it.
We're still
He,
gonna have trinkets, just fewer trinkets, like he said.
exactly.
You're only gonna have 2 Nintendo Switches
Exactly.
instead of 5. Okay.
All right. And Old Sarge Finkel gifting 5 Raging Tomato memberships. Congratulations to all of you lucky lottery winners. And Finkel coming in with a big 20 says Trump is a Russian asset. His job is to weaken America for Putin. What do you think about that?
I've heard semi-convincing arguments on the idea that he is a Russian asset. I mean, he has a lot of debts to Russia. He had, like, I think they might have bailed him out of bankruptcy in the 80s. So there's like weird conspiracies / factually based things about the KGB. Unfortunately for me, it's one of those like, look, if it was really, really, really true that this was happening, I think someone probably would have exposed it. And if it is true and no one's exposed it, and it's just speculation, like there's nothing I can do about it now. And worrying about
Right.
whether or not he is one is less important than just looking at his actions and criticizing them as they
Mhm.
come. Maybe he is. Maybe not. It's just not as important as saying, "Hey, I think this is bad. Let's do something about it."
Right. I say
Yeah.
stick to what you do know, not what you're gonna theorize. I mean,
Yeah. It's
stay
like
with the
knowing if
facts in front
someone's
of you.
racist, right? Like I can't read anyone's brain, but if I can look at their actions and say, "Hey, you know, scream the N-word at all these black people," I maybe
Mhm.
you're not truly in your heart of hearts racist, but you're being racist, and I can judge you based on that. So, yeah,
That's
maybe
fair.
he's a Russian asset. I don't know. There's convincing arguments for it.
Yeah. Mr. Bill with the big 2 says, I suggest he read The Art of the Deal. Have you read that one yet, little nerd?
I'll read it when Trump reads it.
Okay, fair enough. And Philosophy of Rap,
50.
cheating on Andrew Wilson. Bad, just Gerald, bad. Comes in with a big 50 Raging Tomato memberships. Again, lucky lottery winners out there. Congratulations. Kissy Cat is asking for the fireman video. I think we can do that too a little later into the panel.
Give me a
Maybe
fair
we'll just go.
give me a heads up.
We'll go back to back, right? You go
Uh,
take a restroom break and just
Yes.
pause your screen, right, for
Yes.
your
I'll mute my
people.
desktop audio too. Yeah.
Yeah. And then now K2 wants the ballerina for Kissy Cat. So we got the ballerina video, the horse video, and the fireman video. All right, those are
Wait,
all going to
Sarah,
be.
I gotta say, I trash
Mhm.
talk your transitions, but the length and the focus of them, I have seen work very well in diffusing arguments because it goes on long enough that people actually do get less heated. So I will say they are effective to a degree in these panel debates. Even as much as I hate them, they do serve their purpose to a degree. So
Remember when I told you I have a long-term plan always?
I would trust you and your plan over Trump's. I'll say that. You should write an article. Dude.
I will say,
Distract
like,
the Chinese with a big booty horse girl. Slip in a better deal onto their desk that they've already
come on
signed.
now.
Got it. All right.
Listen, sex, drugs, and rock and roll always win, always pay. So does liquor too, right? So even in the shittiest of economies, that's people still will buy alcohol, they will still buy drugs, and they will still have sex. So it sells no matter what situation because those are the cope of all copes.
But if we get rid of
anything.
rock and roll and drugs, they'll have more sex, right? Because they'll be bored.
Yes.
There we go. So just say sex, not sex, drugs, and rock
I
and
think
roll.
we're just overstimulated. We don't want, you know what I mean? All right, let's kick off, have some fun with the open panel. You
Oh,
ready?
good. I'm so ready.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you all know the drill. You know how I act. You know what to do. You've all been
Interrupt you.
here before. I'm going to go ahead and let Spicoli usually doesn't last very long. I'm surprised he even sat backstage for a full 10 minutes. So Spicoli, I'm going to let you go first. Who's tapping on their mic? Don't do that. Spicoli, I'm going to let you go ahead and go first. Spit it out. What do you got?
All right, hopefully, because I got to go get some dinner, so it's going to be brief. Give me just a few minutes. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
You perfectly.
Okay. And please, nobody interrupt me, please.
Hurry
Okay.
up.
I'm going to go on for 3 minutes about Donald Trump. First of all,
Lord.
the topic is he good for the economy? I think Donald Trump is going to be proven to be one of the worst presidents of all. People have a short memory, and they forget that the first 4 years of his presidency, even though we did have COVID, he rang up like $7 or $8 trillion to the federal deficit. Okay, and then as far as these tariffs go, these tariffs, he's under some weird assumption that having a trade deficit with a country is really, really bad. It's not as bad as you think. It's really not. And the reality is that these are not tariffs. They're import taxes. They're actually paid not by, in other words, he's not even being honest about it. He's making it sound like the Chinese, when they send the stuff over, they have to pay it. No, the people who import it in America have to pay it, and they pass it on to you. Walmart's already raising prices, okay? Now, here's another big problem with that. He's got no real game plan, okay? That's why, in other words, if you're going to come out with tariffs, you have to do targeted tariffs, and you have to have a game plan. His game plan is bullshit. He lies. And what that does is it causes the economy and the stock markets to go up and down because they start fluctuating drastically because he starts taking people's confidence away from the economy when he starts shooting from the hip with all this bullshit. And I'm not even sure it was legal for him to even create an emergency situation where he could create these tariffs. That to me is bullshit. It's taxation without representation. Congress should be the only one doing it. And 125%. Wait, first it was 100. Wait, first the Chinese were 25%, then 65%, then 125, then 145. Now they're back to 80 or 90. In other words, the guy's a fucking idiot. You can't be doing all that and expect to have a stable economy because business people, they're going crazy. They don't know what to purchase. They don't know whether they're going to be hit with big import taxes or they're not. So basically what he's doing, he's fucking up the economy. He's just a narcissistic fucking idiot. He's a failed businessman. Other than building Trump Tower and sticking his name on one fucking building, he was born with a silver spoon up his ass.
Hold on, you're doing good.
He
Get
doesn't.
back on track.
Let me finish. He does not. Why would this rich fuck? He's telling your kids don't get $30 for Christmas, get two. But meanwhile, he's trying to take a $400 million 747-8 jumbo jet from the Qatarians.
So you don't think this is common? You don't think this is just common sense? Then you wouldn't describe Trump's policies as common sense.
Common sense.
Really wouldn't call it that.
How are they common sense? First of all, let me explain something. First of all, if he's going to do this, what he needs to do is plan it better. Like if you're going to, in other words, if I was president and I said, bring your jobs back here, I would give incentives and say, okay, if you build factories here, I'll give you tax breaks or whatever. He's not even doing that. He's just shooting from the hip. And who benefits? You know what he's really doing? I'm going to tell you the honest to God truth. He wants to keep that $1 trillion. Be quiet. He wants to keep that $1 trillion.
We'll talk about one, bitch.
Wait, he wants to keep. I'm not going to interrupt you. He wants to keep that $1 trillion.
We can't hear you.
We
can't hear your bitch ass.
All right,
Fuck
Spicoli,
you. He wants to
muted for 5
Land
minutes.
this plane.
You have
He's trying to use these.
He's trying to talk.
This man speaks the truth.
Spicoli.
Yeah, Spicoli, enjoy your dinner. I endorse you.
Absolutely, 1000%.
That's fair. Thank goodness.
Are all these guys going to agree with me so heavily?
John here
boomers
is
are kicking
not.
boomers.
Flo might have some pushback, but Skezzy Skizzy Scuzzy with the Big 10. Love the intro. Soy Boy looks like Joey Swole would be telling you to do better. You look like you struggle with two wheels.
Does he mean like I can't balance on a bike, or that I'm like disabled and I have a wheelchair?
I think it's both.
I like Joey Swole. He like calls out all those annoying like fitness influencer people. I've yet to see something bad from him. So if he called me out, I would listen.
That's fair. That's fair.
Well, I'll
All
call
right.
you out on
John?
treating other countries like their personal relationships.
Okay.
The two things
That's
don't
right,
function the
Dusty.
same way. And if you and the idea that, well, we did something nice for you, and now you're gonna feel and live up to your duty of reciprocal.
Like giving personal gifts to their leaders? Is that what you're talking about?
It's happened for
No, that wasn't
We
what I was talking
wouldn't want that, right? We wouldn't accept those kind of things, correct?
I feel
Why
like
not?
you're pushing back on something that I wasn't promoting.
Yeah, why don't we let Powder
Yeah.
finish his thought, and then you can.
So, anyways, earlier when you were talking about how we build friendships with countries, that's just not how nations work. You have changing leaders, you have conflicts of interest, right? Why would any leader prioritize? Well, that country was nice to us instead of doing what's best for his country. Might makes right, and violence
right.
is the best argument.
Well, Dusty, hold on. I actually agree with what you're saying. Maybe I didn't articulate this well, but I'm not saying that it's one of those, hey, we did something for you, now you have to do something with us. A lot of the time, this aid does come with, some sort of string attached. Thank you.
Of course they do.
Like, and that is how it works. Like I said, we don't have humanitarian policy. We're like, hey, karma, we were nice to you. Now can you be nice to us? It's much more, hey, we're doing this for you, and you know what that means.
Now, I probably misunderstood the way that you were phrasing it made it sound like there was.
Right. Well, I did bring up an example with Sarah where I was trying to articulate using like, hey, if you were my neighbor, but you're right. Like, again, we're not doing this because we like them. We're doing it because we get something out of it.
Okay,
if we didn't, we would stop.
Let me feed the soy pill. Let me feed the soy pot real quick. It's not only that Trump's making bad policy. It's that if Democrats don't stand up and push back on bad policy, for the next decade, are we expecting the United States to produce a failure after a failure after a failure, and to lie to people about what the United States does and is capable of? I don't think that's actually true.
I don't know what
I don't know
that
what you're
question
referring to.
intended for,
Yeah,
but I do have a question for you, Soy, on the back of what Dusty brought up, which is that.
Yeah. Sorry, wait, real quick. Who's speaking? Is this John or?
This is me, John. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, yeah. Is this? So you said, there is no idea, or there's no feigned idea of this is for humanitarian. There's a businesses.
There's kind of a feigned idea. I mean, we say we're doing it,
but here's the thing, though, is that becomes the pretend thing, right? With this idea of this moralism of you've got to give foreign aid to people or they're going to die type of thing. And my question to you is, to what degree does that morality extend when with that U.S. aid comes pushing of neoliberal policies like mainstreaming the current American currency, or trying to make a bunch of Africans use condoms, right? That kind of thing. So at what point does that kind of not become some type of colonialism, where we're actually then not actually working with those kinds of countries, but we're actually imposing our will on them?
No, I mean, that's a legitimate criticism, because I mean, you look at why USAID was even invented. I think it was JFK, and it was during the Cold War, and it was like, look, we want to get ahead of Russia, trying to do the same thing, but with communism. And it's like you said, it is hey, we're exerting ourselves in a way where we're not taking over your country and calling it America, but
colonial in any sense. No, not at all.
Well, yeah, it's not, but in the same way of like, you can look at it as I think
it is a colonialism. It's a cultural colonialism for sure.
It's neo-colonialism.
Colonialism?
It's economic colonialism, yes.
Hold on, what do you mean by cultural colonialism?
Well, we say you have to be democratic.
Let me build you up.
Do American values, not communist values. Like, we are imposing to a degree our influence on these people. Where we're not coming in and burning their churches and raping their women and it's saying, oh, this is America now. But we are
using
saying
condoms American cultural colonialism.
Yes,
compared to Africa. I mean, technically, but that's part of it.
Yeah.
It's part of the aid of like, hey, we're stopping the spread of AIDS, but also, hey, hey,
That was
you're
the
going to be
80s.
using more American, dollars. Hey, you guys are going to be, we're trying to install a democracy in your country.
And we're going to supply the condoms from our American manufacturer, and we'll give you a loan so you can buy those condoms from our manufacturer.
Right, but it's not just that, but it's this idea that is pressed upon, that comes with this cultural democracy, this idea of, and people like Bill Gates have said as such, where it's like, we've got to impose that these people don't do the things that we think makes them third world countries, right?
Yeah.
And the point of it is that there's a lot of African countries that have come out and said, look, we just have a different cultural view on this, right? But it's kind of funny that neoliberals don't see the irony of that, but they'll call out colonialism when it comes to allowing Halliburton to come into like a Middle Eastern country to set up for their oil distribution.
Yeah, I mean, I as someone who's a little more left on the political spectrum, I completely sympathize with that argument where it's like, yeah, we're not doing this out of the kindness of our hearts, as much as I wish we were. I wish America just, took all our excess wealth and said, fuck it, let's save everyone who needs saving to the degree that we can. But yeah, you're right. We don't do that. We do it for us. And we are, taking stuff back. We are, in the same way that maybe Halliburton comes in or whoever comes in, it's like, we're stripping you of your oil. I think the degree that it is malicious and exploitative is a lot less. And I think that we are still doing a lot of good. So I'd prefer if the only way to force the hegemonic power to help out these hundreds of thousands of starving people is to say, well, what do we get out of it? That's better than not doing it all. Even though I would prefer if we just did it humanitarianly. But I agree. Yeah, it's not good insofar as we're just these good countries helping people out. We're not. We're doing it for us.
And let me interrupt everyone. Big baller coming in from Jess Gerald with the huge 100
Hell yeah.
tomatoes. Thank you so kindly, Jess. We appreciate you.
Are you blackmailing him?
Why?
Just kidding.
Oh. And so shout out to Jess. Can we get tomatoes in the chat for that, please? I would like to see a wall of tomatoes. I appreciate you. And Lumberjack Landlord, who will be on the show June 5th, and I believe we will be discussing Trump's shutting down certain programs like welfare programs, social programs, things of that nature. So if you like Lumberjack Landlord, tune in on that Thursday. With the Big Five says, yeah, if you want our aid, you better be on board with how we do things. If not, why should we give you money? And I think that is our way of kind of that is a leverage hold for us. Like we'll help you out, but you're going to do this our way, right?
Yeah, that's kind of how we do it with USAID, and up to now Trump is doing it a lot more strictly with Ukrainian aid and how we're doing trade deals. But yeah, I mean that's how America exerts our influence when we don't want to use bombs. Like, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I do have another question for you, Soy. So you talked about you guys were talking about there are more options than just no gun versus gun type of thing, right?
Yeah,
and you were talking about
options, yeah.
Right, and you were talking about the fact that your summation was that Trump kind of exemplifies this kind of thing where he's not the multiple different ways he could deal with the situation. He's just usually going with the blunt instrument, whether it's good or beneficial or not, right? Kind of thing.
In comparison to say like his first term where he's like, I want to renegotiate this with you guys,
right?
Mexico and Canada. Now he's just like, bam.
That was the purpose of the tariffs.
My question
of the tariffs.
My question is this though, is that if that is a weakening of our system, wouldn't you say that that's already been established by other previous presidents? And if that's the case, how does this weaken us further than what we've already been weakened by? And then my last question would be: is this?
Wait,
I do think
the last one. Can we? Let me just really address that.
Go ahead,
and ask your last one, which is, I don't think to the degree that he's doing this, any president has done in the recent memory. I think putting tariffs is one thing. Renegotiating trade deals, playing hardball. These are all things that are not. I think never do these. Like I can't believe Trump crossed the line of putting a tariff up. It's more to the degree and the speed and the intensity of which he is doing this, which is far, 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 far too much all at once. Too high tariffs on all these countries without really trying to take a step back and say, how can I renegotiate this that benefits America?
Because I think Biden doing the basically trying to show his fisticuffs towards Russia and pushing them into even higher, more tensions is another example of how that has happened in recent years. But
Biden didn't put up any kind of pushback to Biden didn't give any kind of pushback to Russia.
No, he gave talk.
them,
He was talking about how he's like, Russia, if we're not going to do this, we're going to take you out. Like that was his rhetoric, right? And since a lot of what is being based on what weakens America is based on some of the rhetoric that people believe Trump does, I think that's a fair thing to ask.
Well, it's not just
I
the
think
rhetoric,
that's not
it's
actually
the
true. So there's
execution.
a more geopolitical analysis also that Biden, by not ferociously going after North Korea acting externally, Chinese expansion, especially in Congo, and what's it called, Rwanda. Russia also then sees gains coming, but also sees a worse kinetic war that would happen if they did anything. And so, like the excluded middle that people don't see is that Biden was actually standing up for U.S. interests by saying, well, look, we've got quite a bit on our plate. You're also going to have quite a bit on your plate. Do you want to do something? Let's do something then. If you don't want to do something, then this is, we're at least here. This is what that is.
Okay.
Allow me to interrupt for just a moment. I'm not translating that. Kissy cat, we just Gerald set a trend, okay, and the trend is being followed through. Kissy cat adding another $100 to the pot says, such a lively looking bunch on panel. You'd be prettier if you smiled. I always wanted to say that to a man. I get so tired of guys
more
saying
men. We have
We like it. That's the
on
difference.
sexually
We don't mind
harassed.
it at all.
Kissy Cat is awesome, guys. And by the way, Kissy Cat's going through some stuff right now. So she needs all the laughs she can get.
Oh, well, tomatoes in the chat for Kissy Cat and Just Gerald. Where's my wall of tomatoes? You guys suck. I don't have a wall of tomatoes. Only just a few in there. Do better. I want tomatoes up the line, hardcore right now.
My chat's doing it for you, Sarah, but you can't see my chat. So.
Oh, that's so sweet. Chat? Why is his chat sending more tomatoes than me? All right. And Lumberjack Landlord back again with the big 5 says, do you do that with all of your extra money? So you have no savings? Do you just give all your money away so others can have what you have?
This is actually really interesting. I have a philosophy on this, and everyone's going to draw the line arbitrarily. But I think, especially if I keep gaining the momentum that I have, and if I become, like one of these figures that is like streaming and they're like fucking millionaires and buying all this ridiculous shit, I am disgusted by a certain level of decadence and luxury spending. And I have friends and family that live in incredibly wealthy situations that I'm just like, how can you justify spending this money when this would go so much further, than charities or XYZ? Right now, there are 2 things that I can't afford, despite being a YouTuber. All right. It's a house and it's having kids and a family. Once I feel secure, well, this is my job right now. So once I feel secure enough that I have those and I have, a safety net, and that's kind of where I draw my line, I will just start doing everything excess to charity. I really think I should, because I think there's a level of wealth where I just don't think you need it. And I think it will go.
You're a super humble guy that talks about money.
Hold on. I'm going to give a mom pushback, okay, young sir.
Yeah.
Listen, you're never, ever prepared to have children financially. Ever.
Never.
Ever.
That's why I'm going to...
Flo and I both, we were both made parents very young, separately, of course. We don't have each other.
Look, even if I'm
her oldest is my oldest.
Now we know.
What if I save up, like $2 million per 3 children I have, or whatever, and then I'm like, okay, everything above this, donating this to some charities.
You're wasting your time.
Listen,
this is
Linda.
my philosophy.
Listen, just trust me. Trust me. You'll never be prepared for it. You're always going to be behind. You're always going to be like, oh shit, I need diapers and this. And every new phase is a new expense. Okay. So just hear me right now. Listen, I made it through without a pot to piss in. And my kids are thriving and doing even better now because of all that hard work I did along the way. So you'll never be ready.
Doesn't have an emergency $400,000 medical expense. I can slide the scale. I'll be like, all right, sorry, kids in Africa, I gotta tone back the charity this month because my kid keeps vomiting and pooping extra times in his diaper. So I just think I think we can be given a lot more than we are. That's me. But
that's so humble. What's the last thing you donated to?
The last thing I donated to was probably my
Air.org.
Ukrainian fundraiser that's in the description of all of my streams. We're donating cars for Ukraine so that they can help fight back against the tyrannical Russian invasion.
Good
and
plug.
we just reached
That is a good
220,000 euros, which was
Let's
amazing.
go.
Thank you everyone who donated. I really appreciate that. Keep
Wow.
donating. Let's get them what they need. So that's awesome. I think
So
that's
do
like-
you know do the
It's
cars
also
go
cool
get
to look
donated
at,
and then
local-
sold or something, and then that money
the
goes
cars
to
get
Ukraine?
donated and then they outfit them with armor, and then they put sometimes weapons on the back of them, and they go and they do medical stuff, they do anti-air.
Oh, so
they
they're
do
actually
anti-tank.
going over there, huh?
Oh, they're going over there. Now I hope they take the sticker with my face off of them because I don't want the Russians to come get me.
That little Volkswagen
it's-
Jetta is
it's
going to go up against a
interesting.
Russian tank.
It's interesting. I just actually bought some armor that was from Chase Tactical, who made a bunch of. I guess they just made too much for the Ukrainian war, and now they're selling.
What the hell you need armor for?
I got like 3 or 4 sets.
He's got ops.
Okay,
Chuck.
the
He's
same
ready.
reason. The same reason
What?
why Grid wants to buy a
What?
train. Okay.
Autism?
I have looked
No.
into that.
Yes, he
further.
can.
I have looked into that.
Grid
further.
wants to run a train. You misheard him.
And we did.
trains
We
and
sat
automobiles.
here. We sat here on a panel one night, and Grid started looking up how to buy a train and how much it would cost and what he would need to do and the licensing and permits and all those things. And it became like almost a reality. All he had to do was buy the damn thing.
I'm
Lumberjack
still
land.
looking.
I
Not that
believe it. I
expensive.
believe it. Lumberjack land.
Yeah, they're shockingly affordable.
Says, I told you, but you aren't. So now, do you? You have no problem spending my taxpayer money. I can teach you how to buy a house. Never saw a broke person give much.
Well, let me be clear. I'm not broke. I actually have a lot of savings, and I'm much more well off than a significant portion of the population because I used to be an engineer in 2 different fields. But
told you you were a
this
nerd.
everyone has different standards of what
Used
luxury
to
they're living
be.
with.
What happened?
I committed full time because I think this is more important to talk about this stuff. So,
Oh my god.
yeah. Oh my god, indeed. So yeah, and no one's super chatting me, guys. Come on, I want to buy a house. No,
Did you work?
first-
Did you work with Luigi Mangione at all, Soy Pill?
my lawyer has told me I can't confirm or deny any involvement in that case. So what I was going to say is, look, like everyone has a different standard of like what luxury they're willing to live with. Like theoretically, if I took my philosophy to its logical extent, I would be a Buddhist monk. I would own nothing. I would just be happy living in a shack off someone else's charity, and I would do more good for the world insofar as like all of my savings, all that's gone. I don't think everyone needs to do that. I don't want anyone to be forced to do that. However, I think that especially to the degree of luxury that I currently live in, I'm in California. I pay expensive rent. I have a nice house. I'm in a nice location. I'm more than willing to pay $25 for a delicious Californian meal. I think that's fine, and I think people should, if they want to work hard and get that, great. But I think that there's a level of decadence that exceeds what I think is acceptable morally, just in my framework, where I see people who have like, oh, this is my house, and then this is my guest house for my servant, and this is my car, and this is my 6 other cars, and I'm like, look. I get liking that. I'm sure I would enjoy it if I had that, but it disgusts me. It disgusts me when I see that.
Something really
Wait, hold on, this is my last
interesting
thing.
about-
Let me just finish.
Okay.
It disgusts me to see that, because if we live in a world where everyone had a much better standard of living and you just wanted that because you worked hard and you got it, sure. But when I see that and I know that money could be going to problems that are on a global scale, really making people suffer, it makes me feel kind of sick. That's just my philosophy.
Oh,
And
another
that's kind of
social-
funny because like it used to be the case, at least in the 90s, like the theme in philosophy and even in media and like art was applied ethics is the most important thing. So it's actually like what you go out and do, like that is what a moral responsibility mostly is. And then like the sort of weird like backlash from this is one, people not knowing the right thing to do, which I think like Sarah brings on a lot of guests that talk about that. A lot of people might agree that that's a harder question. But then you also lose this sort of almost academic philosophy side of, well, what is ethics? What is it to be moral in the first place? Like, isn't that a rewarding question that people like they like to talk about?
No.
So like Peter Singer, is like almost demonized for this great push towards applied ethics in some sense. Like you can't hate Peter Singer, but yet here we are.
I have to ask, because this is just really interesting to me. what do you think rich people actually like actual rich people? What do you think they live like?
I don't have to like imagine it. I like I said, I'm in a very nice area in the Bay Area. I have
Well,
friends
yeah,
and
well,
family that are very rich and wealthy. My parents are pretty well off. So there are, there's a pretty big distinction between like, all right, upper middle class, lower upper class, and then like billionaire, stupid rich, right? And like a lot of these people, like you said, like a lot of these people invest, a lot of them spend money on charity, and in the Bay Area, a lot of these people are very charitable with their money. I don't think they're just like sitting on it. They do create jobs, they do investments. My issue is I think there is a degree to which a lot of that money goes to things that I just don't think anyone morally can justify spending money on when there's so many better things that they could spend.
Guys, I'm really trying to have a. Just give me a second.
Hi, Grid. Also, I know you. Hi, Grid. Nice to see you.
Yeah, what's up, Soy Pill? How you doing?
I saw your last debate with Econoboy. That was fun,
dude. I was literally on a completely different fucking subject, and I'm like, and I realized, like, when he did his opening, I'm like, that is not what I prepped for.
Grid, don't you have to
that's we're gonna fucking go anyway.
And just a big shout out, big shout out. Mama Tomato is in the chat. Everybody say hi, Mom.
Hi, Mom.
Hi, Mama Tomato.
My daughter's doing what was your question, Grid?
I'm sorry.
You were about to question my
yeah. I'm just curious because like I owned a house in the Bay Area for a little while, and
oh my God, rub it in. Why don't you?
Yeah, it was in Hayward actually. And rub it in. Yeah, it was like. Well, I mean, I paid like $600 for it, so it wasn't.
Jesus Christ!
Land.
Look at this man affording a house.
You haven't even started.
I'm just jealous. 600,000. That thing's probably worth $3 million now, and it's probably like
worth, I mean, I look it up from time to time.
He's like not $4.
It's worth like $1 million.
Wild.
I sold it at $8.
Yeah.
I sold it at $8.
My shitty fucking parents. They bought their house for $400K. That thing's worth $5 million. Now fuck them and their greedy boomer asses. All right, I want a
fuck NIMBYs. That's the problem.
That is the problem.
So, how much money is someone allowed to have before you think it's immoral?
As soon as
That's
it's
kind of where I was going.
$1 more than me. No, it's yeah, no, I see what you're saying, and this line is very arbitrary. I don't draw it off of like right here, right? But there's a very easy way for me to like, I can look at this and say, I think that's too much. Like, I don't think anyone needs a fucking yacht, right? I don't think people need to own those. Versus, because it's just a ridiculous waste of money that's not worth the amount of dollars and millions of dollars you're pouring in for the maintenance.
Do you consider yourself a white savior?
What about the people that it would give jobs to though to have a yacht?
Definitely socialist.
I forgot about the trickle down. No, I don't think there's like a monetary limit necessarily that I can say like definitely this much. But if you show me like case by case, like, hey, should we do this? I'd probably say no. I don't know if we should have policies based on this. By the way, I don't think the government should come in and say you can't have a yacht. I think that's ridiculous. However, I like the idea of taxing people more on more money that they hold, investments, that sort of stuff, and if they want to then incentivize like, hey, instead of sitting on this cash, you now have to bring this back into the economy. If that's what ends up happening, that's probably good.
Yeah, I got it.
Can I ask then, what would be the incentive of making more money? If I just have to kind of like redistribute. Like,
what's the thing is like if you're already at a certain level, if we had 100% wealth tax over like $1 billion, why would they keep making things? Like, yeah, of course, because they wouldn't get anything back. I'm not saying we should tax people so much that they're like, well, I'm not even going to try to grow. But I mean, you can use that argument against any corporate taxes and just say, look, I mean, as they make more money, the taxes increase. Why should they go into that next bracket?
Why should I leave?
Because they still get more money.
But then why should I leave my money here in America? Why not go find a bank somewhere else?
There is tax evasion that way. I would like to.
It's called tax evasion, but I mean that's a different moral philosophy.
That's what you get when America Last rhetoric comes in. And you guys know I'm super progressive, but if you put America last, then like of course everything outside of the United States begins looking more attractive, despite the fact that the United States has predictably the lowest interest rates, one of the strongest labor markets in the world. Like that's absurd to me.
But then is America putting my hard work first, right? If I did all of this work and built an empire in which I make billions and billions of dollars from, right? The Raging Tomato gets like 10 billion subscribers and we're making $1 billion a day. I don't know. right? And I put
Yeah.
all the hard work into this, and then then I'm de-incentivized to continue growing or doing things, because it's like, well, once I hit this tier, then Uncle Sam says I have to give my money back to everybody else because they can't do what
Well,
I'm
you
doing.
know what's funny about all this to me is first of all, I love how Duck says, well, it's the lowest interest rates, and then ignores all of the exorbitant amount of taxes that are spent in the United States, especially in more
There are no taxes in the
progressive
United
states.
States.
But
United States
the
is a
other thing I
completely
think is,
tax-free
I
country.
think the other thing too is that this goes to going back to the topic of the conversation about like with tariffs and Trump. It's one of the reasons why I think Trump is misguided with the tariffs. I understand the reasoning, but the misguidedness is because I've never understand why you think that the best way to incentivize companies to make stuff in America is by raising the taxes on the people who consume the products, and then giving tax breaks to the companies that would come back. So I mean, it's crazy to me.
And let me do, I
tariffs
do
are-
apologize because we've got a switcheroo coming up. I do have Are You Crazy and Non-Fun backstage.
Ooh.
Kissy Cat, just tell me who you want to trade out.
Hey, I'm gonna go ahead and go, so that way you don't have to worry about.
Well, I have
offending
Are You
someone.
Don't trade
Crazy?
me out, but
in
I'm going to
line
use the
first.
restroom,
What-
Sarah.
No, wait
I
to get
still
kicked
want
down.
part of this.
Oh, wait, you're using the restroom?
Oh God! I'm sorry, chat. She's gonna do it.
Turn your screen off. All right. Earlier, I apologize for the little grift break, but we must do it because this is a people's show. You guys pay for what you want to see. So we're going to go in order. This one's just for you, Chuck.
Thank you.
This message is sponsored in part by...
Now you look good getting off that
And
horse.
then to be followed up by the firemen.
Tomato, fierce and red, juicy curves, fire ahead.
This message is sponsored in part by...
Don't worry, gentlemen. I have a palate cleanser because I believe it was K2 paid for the ballerina. For Kissy Cat, here you go.
This message is sponsored in part by...
There you go. I believe we
That
are
one's
set
dirty.
on that. And allow me to read some super chats in the meantime. What happened here? We got switched around. Okay, there we go. So Nate coming in with a big 5 says Grid 1 over here wearing armor like 50 Cent. Do you have grills too?
It's literally right there.
Put it on. I think we should do an armor night. Lumberjack responding to Soy Pill, calling him a hypocrite. Oh my goodness, shots fired. Lumberjack and Soy Pill need to have a conversation. Lumberjack, I think you need to get behind your studio and get your butt up here.
Oh, I thought it was Soy Boy.
Did I miss them?
Soy Pill, Lumberjack called you a hypocrite. Right.
Because I don't donate all my money. Is that why?
Correct. Or
Okay.
something like
you got
that.
me.
Oh,
Wait, if he's on your panel, why can't you just jump on and we can chat? He doesn't have to give
Yeah,
me money. If anyone's
that's
donating a lot of money, it's him. So
That's what I just said. I told him to go ahead and get in his studio and get his butt up here so you guys can have a little one-on-one time. K2 keep on trucking in with the big 5 says they're just going to get boom boom with those Russian drones. Ruh-roh. And K2 follows up to say he got fired. We've all heard that excuse.
oh no, I can I definitely drew my resignation letter. They were like, please don't go. So I was like, sorry, I can't stop thinking about deportations at work.
That's fair. You didn't even try to stay on part-time?
I actually asked if I could do a leave of absence for a few months just to see how it works out, and they're like, sorry, we can't do that. And I was like, fuck it. So this is my deep dive. You know, if you guys see me on a corner in the Bay Area, Grid, maybe when you're back visiting, you'll know why.
Well, then grifters over on Soy Pill's side do better. He gave up everything just to bring all of this fine entertainment to you. And Kissy Cat in with the big 20 to switch out to bring on Non-Fawn. We had somebody volunteer to leave, so here you are. Hi, Non-Fawn. And then Mike 23 over on, I think that's Powder Dusty's side with the big 100. Is Mike 23 drunk again? Flo, I will bank in Switzerland soon. Haha. The only difference being poor and being rich is in the decision.
That's classic. Like, yeah, if you just work hard, like you'll
It's
get
the
what's
mindset,
coming
bro.
to you. This is
I mean,
not borne out in the data,
it is-
unfortunately. No, don't get me wrong. I know
It
people
is
who
borne out
are
with
welfare
Mike.
queens. All right, they're fucking little slimy little like lazy people. They don't want to work. It happens. This
Oh,
is
you
not
talk about welfare babies.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, like I think there is a luck of the draw. Okay. Like you can be born to millionaires and have, a life of luxury that affords you more opportunities. Therefore, you also have more decisions you can make. But I still think inevitably you can still have limited amount of decisions and still utilize your brain and be smart about it and do just fine as well.
Yep.
Bill Potts in with the big 5 says, Dancing Queen. Hi. All right. Backstage, I still have Are You Crazy? And Spicoli's back again. He's hanging out back there. So if you want him on here, you know what to do. The only person that cannot be booted from this panel is Soy Pill. Of course, he is the feature.
You can't get rid of me. I'm like
evening.
cancer.
They can't. They can't. And somebody with smiley faces came to just tell you he gave up a nice career to be less than mediocre internet commentator. Good luck, bozo.
Hell yeah. But also Japanese and anime profile picture. That's cringe, buddy.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Heck.
That's fair. All right. And I apologize for the grift break. Gentlemen, the floor is
no
back
worries.
to you.
I do just want to comment on, and I've had some of these conversations with Grid and people before. You guys were talking about taxes. Obviously, the type of taxation matters, right? So, like, if we're worried about, taxation, heavy taxation distorting decisions, well, we can tax, for example, the things
having the
supply.
time of your life.
Stop it. Let non-fun
supply
talk,
which,
please.
That girl.
This is an inside look until Powder
So-
Dusty's head, guys. Real quick. Go ahead.
Queen.
Sorry.
All right. Back
for
to you,
example,
non-fun.
natural resources, right? If you ordinarily, when you tax something, producers are less willing to supply it. Well, guess what? The supply of these natural resources on a human lifespan is fixed, right? There's not new copper being made. It still has to be extracted, of course, but essentially, like any profit earned above the cost of extraction, you can argue it's like an economic rent, and taxing that away is not distortionary. And if we're worried about taxing billionaires is going to distort their decisions over investment or something, you're going to reduce the return to investment. Well, don't tax investment. Do a consumption tax. Do a progressive consumption tax. Only tax their consumption.
How can
Don't
it
give
not
them
be
solutions. They don't want that.
How can it not be a distortion to punish people for having resources, right? I mean, what you're doing is sending a signal to the entire market that we're going to be producing less because the raw materials aren't going to be extracted because people aren't going to want to own them because they'll be punished for owning them.
Wait, I just heard Sarah saying earlier that we should be
No, you're
reusing.
not punished for owning them. You're simply Australia does something similar to this, where they have like a windfall profits tax on profits above a certain percentage point. So we say if you own a copper mine, you're entitled to like a 20% return maybe, but above that we're going to tax away a large portion of the income you make because again, no one.
So you're making it.
No one created these
giant
natural resources, and the supply is fixed.
Only giant corporations can participate because they're the only.
No,
ones
absolutely.
that can risk.
I don't. So first
You're
of all,
cutting out the small hometown copper miner.
No, so
come on, non-fun. Clearly, you're not thinking about them.
Small oil drilling companies are there. Like there aren't.
Hold on. I want to let him finish. Thank you.
Number one, there simply aren't many of these small companies because of how high like the fixed cost usually is. Like it takes millions of dollars to have an offshore oil rig and things like that. Copper, maybe there's some small copper companies.
Let's get this done, non-phone.
But again, the same way that like corporate income tax applies to big businesses and small businesses, you would just do the same here. Like small businesses would be taxed, so would large businesses. You're not necessarily hurting one over the other.
Are you pretending like you didn't know you just got teabagged?
I got teabagged. What?
Yeah, he positioned his testicles above your camera.
I believe there was a request.
Yeah,
from
someone gave me $5.
Hey,
Can
listen.
Can you look up?
Listen, if they keep donating on your end, I'll keep playing the horse video all night.
I might say I would rather sacrifice the money. I can't believe I'm saying that.
This message is sponsored in part by.
Damn, how'd that horse get them hind quarters?
Happy trash, Dan.
All right, and let me do a couple more that came in only because there's some higher dollars in here. Mike 23 came in with another 100 for Flow State.
Damn.
Flow State only connects to my streams and comes and sits here and does dumb things like teabagging just because Mike 23 will come in and give him the grift that he asks for. I'm not complaining. It's just another person on the panel. No isn't about working hard. No is about in the decisions you got wrong. Work for satisfactions, not for money, as money will work for you.
I agree, Mike. I'm making I think a 30 to 40% pay cut to work for my passion, which is this. So
yeah.
I had a nice cushy software job, and I said,
I mean,
that I
It
care
was
about
boring as shit, wasn't it?
No, it was actually really rewarding. I was making
Was it?
surgical robots. It was awesome.
Oh, that does sound fun, actually.
I was a banker
And
for 10 years, and I don't miss that at all.
Lumberjack is backstage. He's
played
sitting
with
back
race cars.
there. Who do we want to boot to bring up Lumberjack? Because I think him and Soy Pill are about to get into it.
You can put
I'll
me
jump
back
off really
there.
quick. Just let me say one thing because I've been sitting quietly, not by choice because my mic's been broken until about 5 minutes ago.
Oh, I thought you were asleep. I'm sorry.
No, I was trying to talk. I was like, why is nothing working? Just really quick. I agree with everything pretty much Soy Pill said, except he said there's no direct numbers that he could point to at this moment. There are totally direct numbers. There are the numbers of the GDP drop in the Q1, which from Biden's projections at the end of his term was pretty good, and a stark drop. And there's the, hey, Trump gets on the most infamous motherfuckers list as far as the stock market is concerned in the history of it. So I think those are two pretty obvious things that we can point to, that this dumbass doesn't know what he's doing. And when dumbasses fuck with shit, it unstables them, and people don't like things that are not stable.
Facts.
Fair enough. And just a little logistical thing here. We've still got Are You Crazy is waiting in line. Caucasian Sasquatch is waiting in line. And the weird anime frog guy with the smiley faces who made this comment, this guy, I don't know what to call him. Sir
I
Froggy.
can't read that. I don't know Jeff Hiragana.
Yeah. So I'm going to call him Sir Froggy Smiley Face. Is backstage.
You said you had
as
anime
well.
fans, not a single one of them. Oh, it's soon. He says.
No,
soon.
they watch. They cloud watch.
They're dubs, not subs. It looks like.
Yeah.
Hey, Effigy, I hear you do video production work, and I may need some, so you should hit me up sometime.
No, don't ask him. He's got AI profile pictures. He doesn't work hard.
Oh, who cares?
I'd like to hand the floor over to Lumberjack because he sounds like he wants to get into it with Soy Pill.
I thought he would be brown based on his profile picture. You're very pale comparatively. That's fine, by the way. I'm not insulting it. I just very much thought he would be.
Profile picture.
He look a lot more Latino in that photo?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I actually do agree with that, especially with like the hand on the
It's,
the backwards hat.
I had so many slurs.
I
thought it was a guy from
try
Fresh
not-
and Fit coming up.
I try and not misracialize someone, but I also was expecting brown. I don't know if that's
I'm
true.
I'm Ukrainian, so in the summertime I tan dark.
Gotcha.
Oh, cool,
Yeah.
cool, bro. Are your parents from Ukraine, or are you from Ukraine?
So I'm second gen here. Second gen.
Cool, man.
So a family fled the Bolshevik rebellion. Grandpa was great grandpa was a stud, and he's just, hey, I'm successful here, but I see bad news coming. So he fled across Europe. They made home in Romania for a while, then saw it getting unstable there, and hopped on had 3 kids, hopped on a boat and got here, and they had my mother here, and so I'm second gen. So yeah,
it's impressive.
Yeah,
cool
I
story.
didn't have anything to do with it. It wasn't me.
Now,
Sounds like he donated a lot of money to charities, probably along the way too.
Yeah,
I thought it
I'm
was
sure.
thrilling. It was
Yeah, I'm
like,
sure.
yeah.
I mean, we certainly weren't
Good.
telling everybody else what to do with their money. That was certainly what we weren't
Absolutely.
doing. You know.
Wait, what was that? Was that what? Is that how what you took from Soy Pill talking about? Like you took it as a personal attack?
No, not a personal attack. A general understanding or lack of understanding of how things work. Which is
that what you're saying, Soy? Like you were saying that everybody should do these things?
Like should I don't think the government should tell them to. I think if everyone was as cool as me, they would.
That's a big difference. That is a big difference. I mean, the same way like Christians, so many Christians believe that you want to save so many people and you want them to be converted, so because you believe that Jesus is the true, savior of the world. But you don't force them to do it, right? Like you understand that.
Well, to be
right,
fair, I
Lumberjack?
advocate for higher taxes, which is forcing. So if he wants to fight me on that,
Sure.
So
I mean, sure. I mean, you can always write a donation check to the IRS. They've never stopped anybody from doing that. So if you want to pay higher taxes, go pay higher taxes. My choice.
Well,
is
not
to
just
not
number
pay
go
higher
up.
taxes.
It's more of I want taxes to increase so that it can pay for programs that I support. And right now, well, the IRS actually
You want to
my
spend
money
other
while
people's
counting.
money.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to
That's-
spend my money and other people's money. Yeah,
Right.
we're
So I
collectively
just
pool
don't
our
want you
money
in
for
charge
better
of my
things.
money.
No,
That's
it's
all
about
I'm-
having the state give us the services that we would want to be for
Yeah, 'cause
everybody.
all those
It's not
programs
just
How do
about
we get this?
just forcing
Hold on,
people
hold
to
on,
spend
hold
money.
on.
Well,
Yes, it
here's
is.
the
That's
thing.
literally
I
exactly
lived
what
in-
it is.
I
Let
lived in,
Lumberman talk. Let him talk.
Well, let me just give my example of like why I support this, because I'm not like, oh, I love taxing, I love stealing money. I lived in Germany. I made significantly less money. I got like 40 to 45% of my paycheck gross was taken away from me, but I was happy with that because at the end of the day, my healthcare was taken care of. The trains were great. The social services were great. And you know what? Like people were generally happier. I want to live in a society where we don't need as much luxury money because yeah, the state takes it, but they give it back to us in this form of collective goods that are good for everyone. If the United States government were to take a bunch of my taxes and then say, woo, let's go do hookers and blow, or Coke or whatever. Like, yeah, I wouldn't support higher taxes. I want these programs to happen. And I think you need to raise taxes for them.
Hold on. My brain now hurts.
Your brain hurts because I said hookers and blow, right?
No. The
memories are rushing.
There's literally like no. I mean, I can't think of a single thing that the government spends money on better than private industry. Not one.
You talked about this with the
about the
convoy.
FDA.
Yeah,
not even defense. Yeah, and
How about what is it? The FAA.
The
Still
FAA
not-
should be FAA should only be concerned with commercial aviation. They need to get out of private aviation. They
Grid's
make private
100%
aviation
right.
so expensive
Well,
that
that's right.
it
That's a
is
good point.
insane. You know that most airplanes that
Safety
people
standards.
fly are
I'm sorry. I think that's
40
worth.
fucking years
I'm
old. Are
sorry.
you
How much
insane?
money is a life worth to you for us
I'm
to
sorry, what?
not crash airplanes? How much
Like
are
a
lives
full
worth
life,
to you
a
for
hu-
safety standards?
A human life. Milton
I fly,
Friedman
right?
asked what a whole life
I have
was
an
worth.
idea.
He said like $1
Okay,
million bucks. I
okay.
think.
Let me just
100,000.
clarify some things for this panel. I
Something.
have one rule. One. Let's not interrupt each other. It gets really obnoxious in my ears and I don't like it. And then I start getting bitchy and then I start yelling at you guys. So
She just
take
came home
turns.
from 3 annoying kids, and now you guys are gonna act like children, right?
And I worked all day. So
And
fuck
she worked
off.
all day.
All y'all.
Yeah.
I
So
Grid,
Oh,
Grid.
Dusty, you sacrificed yourself for me. Oh, come on.
He did.
I
He
didn't
did.
want to do that.
Grid's right. It's the thing that a lot of entrepreneurs understand is that the government doesn't particularly do anything very well with our money. There's a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse. There's a lot of lack of checks and balances. Those are all factual. The fact
So
of the
does
matter-
private industry.
Well, look,
right?
yeah,
We
so
can
there's a lot of
agree
things
that
that
private
most-
industry also makes mistakes.
Yeah,
with this.
no study said that ever. So you're making that up. It's not true on
How
any
are there a
level.
lack of
I'm sorry,
checks
how
and
many
balances when there are
businesses
auditors built
succeed?
into half these
Yeah.
agencies?
Guys, one
I don't
at a
get that.
time.
Here's how
I'm
many
not going
businesses.
to even repeat
Come on.
myself. Thank
Come
you.
on.
Here's how many businesses I own that make money. All of them, every one of them. And listen, you can shake your head no all you want. Reality's right here. The fact of the matter is that I make a lot of money. I give a lot of money away. And we offer a service that is critical to people being able to survive. And we do it far more efficiently than the government does. And
Well, we
that's
don't
why
know that.
Section 8 vouchers exist.
You don't know that. Okay,
Yeah.
so
I do know
here's
that.
the problem with that.
I mean,
here's the
I'll
problem
just-
with that.
You're a renter. I
Obviously-
can tell already.
Who are you
Wow,
talking
great
to?
argument,
You.
buddy. Look,
Me? I own my house.
A lot
What
of
are you
things
talking
the
about?
market doesn't do either, right? Like the
don't
market
know
distributes
shit.
income, distributes payments based on what factors you provide. People who provide the factor of capital get payments from capital. People who provide the factor of labor get the payments based on the labor they provide. But there's just an entire group of people who, whether because they're children, they're sick or disabled, don't get that type of factor income, right? So that the fundamental issue of like welfare is how do we get money from people who do contribute factor payments to people who don't get factor payments? And that is quite obviously something that the market fails to do, that welfare government intervention can have a positive effect on. And you can look at the poverty rates going down in the US and see that.
Yeah.
So you think that people should be allowed to
Wait,
extract
hold on.
more value from the economy than they put into it?
Yeah,
I think that, I mean, I would say like depending. So one, I would say I do think they're probably welfare programs, probably public spending programs that do have like a positive ROI in the future, right? Like it does seem like, you know, like a lot of people who are on like
speculation.
food stamps are
I won't say I even disagree with you.
I'm
but
about to
that's
cite you a
completely
figure right
speculative.
now. The average person stays on food stamps for less than a year. So like, let's just say hypothetically, the alternative for that person instead of being on food stamps was them dying, right? Like clearly them being on food stamps for a year, let them have 40 years after that where they can work and contribute to the economy.
The average food stamp user is not on food stamps for a year.
I mean, we can pull up the data. I'm pretty sure you're just wrong on that.
They're not actually speaking. I can tell speaking from experience, actually working.
Okay, that's not data.
Yeah, that's not data. Are you, wait, can I ask, Lumberjack, are all your businesses being a landlord?
No.
Okay, I'm just curious.
Yeah, you can be curious. It's fine.
I want to can afford to eat.
Is it possible to ask a question? One question.
What's up, Mike?
Where you from?
Where am I from?
Yeah, which
I'm
state?
from New Hampshire.
New Hampshire. Okay.
Mhm.
So
What does that mean?
No, wait 1 second.
I don't mind answering the question.
No, I know, but he's like, yeah, of course you would be from New Hampshire, you piece of shit. That's how it sounded.
So I have something that Non-Fon said
Right.
there
That's
about welfare, and it was interesting. Can you run me back through your line of logic there?
Yeah. So the market distributes income based on the factors that people provide: land, labor, capital, ideas, right? So typically people either provide their capital, they're capitalists, they own businesses, and they get payments based on the money they provide to other people, or they're laborers, they provide labor, and they get payments based on that. There's a whole group of people, sick people, disabled people, elderly people, children, who just simply don't contribute factors and therefore don't get income. And either they're going to be left out to dry, or, you know, they're going to be taken care of by someone who does get factor payments. And in that case, I will say you could have two people, you know, working the same amount of time, working equally, but because one of them has to care for their disabled brother or whatever, they're going to be a lot more poor. They're going to
Oh,
be.
that's not fair. Yeah, I got that.
Yeah, it's that through no fault of their own, they're going to be a lot
life
more poor.
isn't fair. Life isn't fair.
No, come on, guys. No, let's not start the
argument
fair
is-
thing. Let's not let him have his moment. Keep going.
Have your moment.
Well, I would just say to the fair thing, I don't understand life isn't fair or whatever. And my system wouldn't be 100% fair either. Like no system is going to be that. But I think clearly it's a net benefit to say we're going to take care of disabled people, so families aren't always burdened with that.
I could tell you that none of you guys have been in New York City, and you guys basically,
I have
if
an
you would have been
apartment
in New York City, you would have a different opinion. Anyway, go ahead, continue.
That's the dumbest comment on the panel. So
It's
far.
so
And there's been a
stupid.
lot of
It's
them.
so stupid.
Okay.
I thought it was fucking brilliant, Mike. Fuck these haters.
I love it.
This is
What
why
what
this
do
is
you need,
why
a super chat
Flo.
powder? I'll give you one, dude.
Yeah, you know what? This is the
Flo,
smartest
but-
comment on the panel. You're goddamn right.
Because if you notice, it's the same name as the person that's on.
Mike,
the
who you
screen
want me to yell at?
yapping.
Yeah. All right. So
Go
So,
ahead, Chris.
Mike, I wanted to continue answering your line of questioning. So I'm from New Hampshire, and so what does that make me or mean?
So the thing is that when it comes to Section 8, New York City is a disaster.
Agreed.
It's a piece of shit.
Agreed.
Destroys
Agreed.
everything.
Agreed.
When we're talking about like in terms of like government assistance is a piece of shit. It's just not working.
yeah, you said that 3 times.
Is it
Yeah.
too little or too much?
He wants
you to understand
With any program, there are going to be good ways to do it and bad ways to do it.
It's
Now, I
just-
will say, like the
you're
problem with
ma-
a lot of the real
People have
problem with
been
a lot of these
misusing
Democrat
it.
Hold
cities.
on,
Okay,
hold
is this-
on. Excuse me. Non-fun was responding. Let him talk. Thank you.
Yeah, the big problem with a lot of these Democrat cities is just that they don't let companies build housing. Like you can look at graphs and you can see the amount of housing stock in Houston like continuously going up, and like San Francisco is like a flat line. If you try to build a three-story building, there's the cops will bring you out and beat you in the streets or whatever. Like
So-
this is a so when California tries to spend a ton of money in housing, well, they're subject to all these environmental reviews and they're subject to trying to change the zoning laws, and it just doesn't work that well. But if you look at other countries that don't have these same issues, like in Finland or whatever, it seems like the government provided housing can actually work pretty well.
Fuck
Yeah, so-
NIMBYs. Fuck NIMBYs.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
exactly. Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you on. I mean, this is one of the things from a developer perspective. We've brought a number of options to towns and cities, saying we can do this and what we want to do. Like I've searched all over North America for the right type of tiny home, and not like the closet ones, like the 700 square foot ones, that are still very livable. And so I've searched all over North America, and you would not believe, for 3 years, I've run into nothing but roadblocks of it doesn't meet our energy standard, or it doesn't meet our zoning standard. And so it's a lot of fake walls that get put up, because I would like nothing more than to do a massive development of 750 square foot homes where you could actually have quality workforce housing. Now, and I'm not painting the picture that needs to be the end all be all, but that is the start. That's the start. It's getting to good.
Oh, I remember reading that somewhere, like even like I'm in Maryland, and I remember reading something that they don't allow you to put a tiny home on.
We can't
in Virginia, North Carolina.
So why is that just them trying to keep our housing market like at a certain pace, or what?
Well,
I
so
think,
the
I think
challenge.
it's just go ahead. Sorry.
So I just wanted to add, just because obviously an area of expertise, right? So, and I've spent years doing it and spent hundreds of thousands of dollars trying to get it done. And I can tell you that in most cases, to do every single time that we have a piece of land that we buy, we try and look at optimal use. And optimal use to me is housing the most amount of people. That's optimal use, because I only have to make a certain amount of money to have basically that development work. So the idea is, if I can do 750 square foot homes, then that allows me to build 40 of them instead of 10 McMansions. I don't need 10 McMansions. And I don't want to develop and sell those. I want to actually create these housing developments, because the government's proven that it can't do it. Look at any projects around the country. They've just not gone very well. The issue is that now the technology is finally getting delivered, where you have 3D printing technology, block technology, and then things like boxable. The problem is that
my buddy owns it.
Sorry?
My buddy owns boxable.
That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, it's a great concept. I'm
smell a
excited.
business deal.
Stop flexing, bro. God, like all the time.
Tell them to put my houses. Tell them to put my houses on the front of the line. I want them.
I know the guy. I
mean, the obvious issue is about the market, right? Like, how many people want to live in?
Oh, let's let him
trust me, my
finish.
man. There's plenty of people that wanna
getting
live
there,
in-
and I'm waiting for him to get there because I was so interested. Like,
There's plenty of people that want to live in these 750 square foot houses. I promise you this. And the idea is that what you need is better density. But I can tell you that before I even move a spoonful of dirt on any project, I'm $100,000 into attorneys, plans, approvals from the town, approvals from the state. It's become so burdensome to do any of these things that you literally have to put any project. And that's why most builders are building 3,000 and 4,000 square foot homes. This is what they're doing. It's because that's what they have to get for yield out of the land in order to pay and cover their expenses. So if the government would just get out of the way and say, hey, listen, meet this minimum criteria and we'll allow you to do that stuff. And we're not going to let the neighbors bitch just because they drive past.
I mean, this is going back to the NIMBY problem, right? This is going back to the NIMBY problem, right? Because the whole problems that these single family developments, these single family homeowners, like myself, like myself, because I'm going to put that slander that I was a renter. Like myself, we do, unfortunately, in the United States, we do put so much of our wealth, so much of our inherited wealth comes from owning land, comes from owning homes, right? We like when line goes up, and it's a big fucking problem. We do need to get away from this kind of system, because it only develops this kind of mentality where we don't want to put project housing. Do I want to have 40 tiny homes next to me? Absolutely not. I don't know who's moving into there, right? You can understand that, correct?
No, but I actually have property that I bought. I've got 20 acres. I've gone to the town and I want this. And we had 9 homeowners that said, we don't want it there.
Right.
And why is that? No, wait a second. I let you finish. So the question is, why are we letting the 9 make the decision for the 40? Aren't you guys for the people, or like fuck the people?
Well, look, Lumberjack. Can I respond to Lumberjack? And there's just 2 things. One, I think what you're doing is really good. I think it's good that you're able to, sift past these government regulations. I think the existence of a failed housing project, insofar as Project 8 has not been well managed, does not really negate the argument for taxation. I think that just means we do need to reform this. And also, I agree, like Non-Fon said, like the housing regulations, the zoning laws in San Francisco or in California in general are atrocious. It is way too much. It is too burdensome. And I think that is going too far. But I don't think that we should, a lot of these regulations do exist for a reason. I don't think we should cut back on certain ones of them. I have to look. I'm sure you know them much better than I do. Maybe you can pick and choose better than I do which ones are important, but I don't think that is you can't just say, oh, just step back and you do the bare minimum, because I think a lot of these do exist for a reason. So I don't think this is
because you don't have that experience. All due respect, you don't have that experience.
Oh,
so you
sure.
don't know.
And I guess what I'm not trying to say that
know.
like a majority of them, because obviously I don't know that you do. What I'm saying is when I hear people, this is evocative, and maybe you don't think this, but this is evocative. I hear a lot of libertarians talk about, oh, these regulations, they're too burdensome, but they don't really understand like why they're there. And I don't want to put that onus on you, because you probably do understand why they're there. But it's like these sort of like, electrician things, like, oh, why do we need this, like, a person to have a license to install this electric thing when I could do it for much cheaper myself? I think there's good reasons for those to exist. I think there are good reasons to have these safety regulations. Now, could these be cut back? Absolutely. I agree, in a lot of different places. And I think that is what needs to happen in California. And I'm glad that people like you are able to build houses. And yeah, sometimes private industry, and sometimes you would probably argue most of the time, private industry does things better than the public. And I think you're showing that right now, and that's good. I just don't think that's an argument against taxation, period.
Yeah,
look, I just want to hold on. I just want to add on to that. Like, clearly the big issue here is like, when does government intervention work and when does it not work? And I think you're absolutely right in saying it doesn't work for, land use or whatever. But, my point earlier is that clearly the market fails to get income to people who don't contribute their factor payments. And my point would just be, to the extent that we want welfare, we can essentially tax like unproductive. We can tax non-distortionarily and distribute that money to people who don't ordinarily get factor payments.
What's
so
I
think something that ties these issues I'm about to explain together so neatly is a land value tax, right? So the supply of land is fixed, right? And we just basically discovered all the land already, right? So, and no one made land. So the people who are collecting rents from land did not make that land, and they're not less willing to supply it if they're taxed on it, because the supply is literally straight like vertical line. It is fixed. And so if we tax the value of land and just distribute that, so if we just tax the value of land and distribute that money to people who ordinarily don't
it will distort housing costs. It will distort everything that utilizes land will become more expensive.
No, this is the actual. This is the thing. So I would agree if we're talking about property tax. The great thing about land value tax is it only taxes the value of the land itself, right? So one of the issues with the property tax that we have right now is that like the more property you build on it, the more your tax base goes up, right? So the great thing about land value tax is it exempts the value of the property on it. So,
but it still has the same impact.
That actually gives landowners an incentive to build as big a property, to have as many tenants on their land as possible, because the tax base does not go up with the value of the property on the tax, or on the value of the property.
So are you saying like no matter how many houses you build on it and no matter what you put on it, like the tax
fixtures don't increase
we're taxing the land itself. Right. Yes.
So here's one of the challenges with that. So I'll give you an example. This is a development that I worked on that was 11 4-bedroom houses. What do we agree that would go into a 4-bedroom house? Is it going to be a
4 bedrooms?
Probably not. Yeah, it's 4-bedroom house.
Family.
Well, it's going to be 4 bedrooms. It's going to be a family. It's going to be kids, right? So the tax burden for those kids is $12,000 to $14,000 a year. That's the tax burden for them to go to that school system. The issue is that the far better use of that land was not 11 homes with 4 bedrooms. It was actually 40 1-bedroom apartments, because now I've got a capturing of a bunch of young people that are going to be vibrant in the community, that are going to add a tax base to the community, and they're also going to it becomes a feeder program. What they do is they fall in love with the town, they fall in love with the area, they say, this is absolutely fantastic, I want to live here. But you know what? I'm married now and I want to have a kid, and I've only got a 1-bedroom. I need to go find a 2-bedroom or a 3-bedroom. Maybe I rent and then go to a 2-bedroom home, or maybe I go to a 3-bedroom home.
But wouldn't those necessarily be cheaper?
Sorry?
And wouldn't those units necessarily be cheaper?
Well, hold on. Right? Cock squatch. A squat watch. Sorry. I want to hear your question.
I call him cock squatch.
Go ahead.
Doesn't that necessarily mean you are rendering generally cheaper units at generally higher volume, right?
So not necessarily. So what's really interesting about that is, as an example, that 400 and those 11 homes, they would average about $500,000, but the tax basis for those homes would only be about $12,000 or $13,000 a year would be the tax basis for those. The issue,
I'm talking about the rental, like the access to the actual spaces. Wouldn't they necessarily be cheaper than your average rental unit in a 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom, whatever?
Yeah, much. But
right?
So
what
not
kind
only
of
is-
people rent cheap homes?
Well, see, I mean, what ends up happening, it's usually entry-level buyers. So somebody getting out of college that has, $1,500 a month of student loan debt, and they've got a job that's paying them, they got a job that's paying them $50,000-$60,000 a year. They can't afford a whole lot, but they don't want to move home. And so you want those younger people in that community creating the next step up, essentially a feeder program. Like, it's just like the minor league baseball system works. You have A, AA, AAA, and then you play in the majors. It works exactly the same way, where you have people stepping up into the appropriate type of house that they're then ready to afford. The idea is that the idea.
Hold on. Let him finish.
The idea is that right now there's nothing that's new being built that is for that entry-level buyer. Everything being built is step up and mansion, and that's not what I want to see built. I want to see entry-level buyer homes, but the problem is they have to build those homes because they have to have a certain amount of financial yield on the land, and because of the costs being so high to do that work, that's what throws everything off. $100,000 before I move a spoonful of dirt, that's the problem. If I were $20,000 before the spoonful of dirt, now we're talking. Like, now we can actually build really affordable houses. Go ahead, Grid. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. So I actually have a similar situation. I had 21 acres out in, I'm not going to say where, in Tennessee. Oh. And it has a modular home on it. I paid like $200 for it, and I originally was going to put 6 houses on it, which would have, and actually I was going to do a specific 2-bedroom plan for them, because there's a shortage of houses for working single people or working young families that don't have kids yet, or just have a single
workforce housing.
Yeah,
workforce.
And so in my area, there's a shortage of that type of housing. We couldn't get it done. It's just the amount of red tape that you have to go to put a number of houses on a piece of land. It's insanity.
It is,
which is fine. So now we're going to build I've sectioned off 2 3-acre parcels. I'm going to keep the rest, and I'm going to put 6,000 square foot homes on them and sell them for $2.5 million each. I will be happy, and my wife will love me more than she does.
And I don't.
Sarah, can I make a request? I actually think Lumberjack comes on here and actually makes a lot of very good points about housing, which is unfortunate because I came here to disparage Trump. Could we refocus it a little bit and talk?
I'm not.
Well, hold on. I want to finish this deal because
I actually just was thinking the same thing. I was like, we geared off track so fast. Like I like the housing thing, but I will say, gentlemen, to Grid and Lumberjack. We do have Lumberjack set up for June 5th. It's another Thursday throwdown, and it is on regards of this conversation right here. So I'm going to put a cap. I'm going to put, here's me putting that little lid on both of your bottles. Okay. And you can start shaking that up, and then you guys can roar on it all day on June 5th, that throwdown Thursday. Let's gear back to Trump and why you think he sucks or doesn't suck or whatever.
I'd have his children if he loved me,
Hands.
because I identify as a man who wants to have Trump's children. Let's do this.
Wait, what?
All right.
That's weird. That's definitely
Spit
weird.
it out.
Transgender in order to
weirdest things I
impregnate
think
yourself
I
for Trump's
thought you guys would really enjoy my
Cockswatch earlier.
identifying with something like that.
So wait, are you in Deutschland?
No. I lived there from 2019 to 2021. I'm back in good
Okay,
old
I was there for 1 year.
Oh yeah, what part?
I was in Rothenburg, Munich.
Oh yeah, I was in Munich for 2 years. Kannst du Deutsch?
What?
Kannst du Deutsch?
What'd you call me?
Yo, mama.
I'm just asking if you can speak German, but I guess not. Sorry. Are you there in the military base?
Very, like Guten Morgen, very.
Okay, the basics.
I learned a little bit, but the thing is that it wasn't very. When I came back to America, I didn't have anyone to practice, but I had a girlfriend, basically.
So you can't tell us to refocus, then go off on a tangent.
I know.
Hey, this is him. I'm sorry. Hey, well, my question is so when I wanted to refocus, this is something Sarah and I didn't talk about, which is I think that Trump is weakening our institutions to a very heavy degree, whether that be health and environment, schools, just trust in the leaders because of the signal leak and all the other incompetence. I think there's a lot of stuff going on that makes me say, wow, this is not a good leader, and he's definitely weakening my trust in the American institution as a whole. And I'm just curious, based on that or any of the other stuff I talked about, do you guys have any pushback on that? I'm sure Grid would, but I don't know what your
how much trust did you have in the American institution?
I was going to say 0.0 seconds when somebody's going to say, "What about Biden?"
Yeah,
I'm just asking.
Nobody's
so like for example, I would trust the operational security of the government to a degree better than I do now when I see that our Pete Hegseth and the Signal chat leak happened, right? Like I didn't say we were perfect. I know we did bad things. I didn't trust them to have my best interests, but I trusted them insofar as they probably know to a degree what they're doing, and if they got to go take out Saddam Hussein, they're not going to fucking text about it on fucking Snapchat. That's kind of where I'm at on that specific thing.
Yeah, there was no incompetence in the Biden administration. Like they were all aces. They were all fucking
compared to this one. Fucking yeah. What are you talking about? We're in the fucking retard class right now. You're riding the short bus all the way fucking home right now. What are you fucking talking about? And we're crashing into it. A fucking brick wall, you motherfucker. What are you talking about?
Based on all your experience,
the difference between the Biden administration and the one we're having right now. Are you fucking kidding me? You cannot say that with a straight face and say, but what about Biden?
I wanted to have a nice conversation.
No. You're going to let a guy with purple walls talk to you like that?
We don't do that here, okay? Jesus.
I was having a nice
time. It's a time to start throwing around.
Also, look, the signal thing is not just incompetence,
gentlemen, you're all going at once. But to be fair, Soy Pill, this is the raging tomato, not the sweet cherry.
You're the raging tomato. I'm the cucky soy boy servile doormat tonight because I'm tired. So
you already told me backstage that you were gonna go all night because you wanted to have some fun, and now here he is raising his voice,
phrasing,
rock and roll. It's captured over on your stream because you were live at the time.
But I didn't say I would be mad and yelling. I just thought tonight I could have some interesting conversations with people that are willing to hear me out as a good faith dipshit libtard. But
well, I started it off by being a good ear. Do you want my shoulder too? You can lean over.
Can I cry? Can I cry during this panel?
Yes.
Well, okay. This is a safe space. Don't worry. Go ahead.
That lumberjack, just to rebut that, not in like an angry way. It's like, no, I'm not saying, oh boy, the perfect Joe Biden administration has been subverted by Trump's bumbling incompetence. I just think the degree to which I'm seeing incompetence or cuts and weakening our government is to much more significant degree. But you're not going to get me to defend fucking a lot of Biden stuff here.
No, I think that it's if you've ever run a company, when it's a small company, right, that takes a specific mindset, and then as the company gets bigger, it's different mindsets, it's different practices, it's different management styles and skills. It's more to manage, but I think that from my perspective, again, I'm just a 9th grade dropout, but I seem to make that work for me pretty well.
Yeah. Congratulations. Actually, that's pretty impressive, honestly.
Hey, at the end of the day, you know what? At the end of the day, it's only in America, my man. That's the only country that happens in.
Yeah.
That's what I love about this country is that, I mean, did Trump have a bunch of advantages? Yeah, sure he did. But for me, I don't give two shits about that stuff. What I really mostly care about is my day-to-day and the impact that I'm making. Because I think if far more people looked at the impact that they were making in my day-to-day and the impact, it's going to make far more of a difference. And that's
lumberjack. I agree with you completely, but this is the stuff where I'm like, I think this stuff is going to start affecting us on a day-to-day basis, even if we don't see it in the immediate. So for example, when I see him say, hey, I'm going to, well, he's part of this, but the Republican spending bill that's going to cut Medicaid or planning on cutting Medicaid, like the immediate effects of that, like if you were to look at that and say, look, there's a lot of waste and fraud there. I think we need to reform this and figure out a way to get these people the healthcare that they're relying on. It's like what, 1 in 4, 1 in 5 people on Medicaid. It's a lot of people. How do we make sure these poor people don't die, but also stop with the bullshit? Because there's a lot of waste and fraud. I would understand that. But what's happening is they're just going to kind of cut it willy-nilly. And what's going to happen is a lot of poorer states, which a lot of our Republican-led states, are going to just have hospitals closed. They're going to have people getting kicked off their healthcare, and they're going to have people just die, or they're going to have people who don't get preventative care, and they're going to come into the hospital, and then that we, the taxpayer, are going to be footing that bill when it's much, much more expensive because they have, botulism or something. I don't like that. I think that's going to affect me. It's going to affect our tax dollars, and I would rather that thing not be cut, or the cancer research or the disease research. I think all of these things are going to affect you or me on a personal day-to-day basis, and he's weakening those institutions in a way I'm not a fan of.
So I spent 17 years in healthcare, working with hospitals.
Okay.
And my daughter had cancer, so I know all about the research. Lived there, done that, been there, done that.
Okay. Sorry to hear that.
She's better now. It's all good.
Oh, well, awesome.
Hey, you know what? It's you celebrate the victory, right? But we weren't guaranteed an outcome. But in working for 17 years with hospitals, one of the things that will blow your mind is that very much it is, and 17 years, and I worked on the business side of the hospitals. I worked mainly on the administration side. The things that most people have no clue about those hospitals would absolutely blow their mind. Like the fact that you can see teams of people literally doing claim submissions and knowing that it's going to get denied within the 30 days because the rules are for those companies that they can take that amount of time to deny the claim. Yep. And then they give you remittance advice and they say, hey, here's all the change, or they give you claim advice and say, hey, it was denied. And then you have to re-go through it, and then you resubmit, and then they can take another X number of weeks.
Yeah.
Well, when you have hundreds of billions of dollars sitting in an account, that extra 45 days that you're going to get of interest on that money makes a difference, right?
Yeah, this is like the whole Luigi thing, the delay. If you delay this, even if at the end you do pay out, because I am investing that money, I'm going to want to have it invested as long as possible. That'll get me more of a profit. And are we gone?
Sorry, I just need to do a voice confirmation. Mr. Froggy Smiley Face, are you with us?
Yeah, sure am.
And we're not going to show anything on screen. We shouldn't, correct?
Well, not, no.
And what's 7 plus 7?
14.
14. All right. And what do you have to add to the conversation? Just a topical surface level?
Well, initially, I'd like to ask, an actual response from the soy pill on my super chat, but I also want to ask him, how does one make a pencil?
Wait, so the first super chat was the one where you're asking, why did you drop out of your good job for being a mediocre commentator? Was there even a question, or?
Well, no, I didn't say mediocre commentator. I said less than mediocre.
Excuse me, less than mediocre. Let's say piss poor. Let's say piss poor. Let's say dog shit even. What was your? Yeah, this wasn't a question. This is said good luck.
Yeah, so I said soy pill gave up a nice career to be a less than mediocre internet commentator. Good luck, bozo. And that still stands. I'd like to hear your actual response, other than the fact that my name is in Japanese and the fact that I speak the Japanese language. Do you have an actual response?
Arigato.
What's the response that you want me to say? Like, I am happy in my current situation. I'm making money. I'm paying my bills, and I'm doing what I'm passionate about. And honestly, I'm the happiest I've been in my entire life. So I don't know what you want me to say.
I actually like to, ask you, like, how are you making money? Because you're clearly not good at this.
So YouTube ad revenue, I make money off of sponsorships. I make money off of Patreon, but pretty much the support of my loving fans in chat. These are the people that support me and help me make money. And by the way, regardless of how you feel about the quality, let me just say this. There's a lot of people that make a lot of people that make a lot more money than me that are much worse than me. And regardless of what you think of my commentary, there's a lot of, Asmon Gold is the biggest Twitch streamer, and he's the most, dipshit dog streamer, dog shit streamer ever. Aiden Ross, these guys, make millions of dollars. They're dog water. So yeah, maybe you think I suck, but that does not affect whether or not I make money. So.
Hold on. This is actually interesting because it kind of ties into my second question.
Sure. How do I make a pencil?
Well, yeah, but also, like, when it comes to entertainment, there are certain people who rise to the top, right? And that's because they actually provide a certain amount of content, a certain amount of entertainment. If you're not anywhere near that, then how in the fuck can you say you're not less than mediocre?
I mean, it's just kind of silly to me. I think there's plenty of people that are amazing commentators and entertaining, and unfortunately, the algorithm just doesn't pick them up. And they're, Non-Fawn over here, unfortunately, does not have the 400,000 subscribers he deserves. Maybe he'll get there one day. The algorithm will pick him up, but he's a very intelligent, blossoming young channel, and I think he's going to do great. But he's not there yet. And who knows? Check back with me in a year. Maybe I'll be doing way better. But if you're gauging the quality of my channel based on my current size, I'm sorry, that's just not how the internet works.
Before you continue to filibuster, I'm actually asking about you, not somebody else.
Well, if you're asking about me personally, I've had like immense channel growth over the past few months. I'm very happy with it. I have pretty much 500 subscribers in November. Now I have 90,000, and I'm gonna hope to keep going. I hope this is great
because we have to define our terms. How do you describe immense? What is immense to you?
Immense to me is magnitudes of growth more than I saw in 5 years. So before it was 100 every year, give or take, and now it's like 10,000 or more every month. I think that's a pretty big change. And I'm not trying to talk myself up here. I'm just saying I'm very happy with the current situation.
Matter. Does that not mean that you're less than mediocre? Because you clearly,
I don't know. I'm like, what I'm saying is you can be less than mediocre and dog shit, and you can be a millionaire because some people just like watching dog shit.
What I'm saying,
like, could I mention something here? I think it's important. Sure. I think it's important to know. My channel's only 11,000 subscribers. Been doing it for a few years.
Yeah,
but I know
faster growth than me.
But I know who. Yeah, but I know who I know who I'm talking to. Right?
Yeah.
People come to me when they want to understand about the property market, about how to buy a house. How to become a landlord and help the housing problem.
Yeah,
that's when they come to me. But I think what's really interesting is you say you're at 90,000 subs.
Just about. I'm almost.
Yeah, there. I mean that's forgive me. I obviously not watching your channel, but now I probably will.
Oh, cool.
But what's really interesting about it is that look at the number of people that have channels that are over 100,000 subs. Like he's knocking on the door. Like it's a really small number, like percentage wise. So my argument would be is that while I might not watch it, and make sure that I never miss a minute of soy, he definitely has a market. He definitely has people that want to watch him and talk about these ideas and care what he has to say. And just based on size, just the numbers, no feelings. Remember, I'm a libertarian. I don't have those. And so, just based on size, he's actually far better than mediocre based on size, like just factually.
No, I wouldn't say that because when it comes to like the top,
no, it's a number, it's a fact.
Wait, soon. Can I one more thing before you respond? I want to. Can you confirm that you're not a plant from me that's invigorated my chat to start super chatting and defense of me because it is happening. I just want to let you know if you have caused me to make some money right now, and thank you. I'll read these after, but go ahead.
Are you suggesting I have anything to do with you? Because I don't. I just saw you.
No, if you did, you'd be much funnier. Don't worry.
You got mobbed every single
Well,
time.
I read a thing that said I might have them flipped, but I believe it's only 6% of YouTubers actually get beyond the 1,000 subscriber mark, and only 1% actually get monetized. So if just being beyond 1,000 subscribers alone is
Sarah, in his defense, I could be shitty. Like I said, I could be a less than mediocre dog shit creator, but have way more subscribers. It's not about the number. I think if you think my content sucks, dude, that's potentially very true.
Has this guy seen
will you talk on me next?
I don't understand.
The other thing is
he an expert?
When it comes to YouTube creators, they're not dedicated.
It's
they don't go online on a regular basis. This guy, he does.
Konnichiwa, it's my turn. Talk shit on me.
Who wants to get talked shit on?
Me, right here.
No, actually,
you're the powdered Dusty.
Come on, man. You're stealing food out of my kid's mouth by not talking shit on me.
Yeah,
do you want me to
he wants to make money too. You know what, Powder Dusty? You're less than mediocre.
Oh,
all right,
man.
you're a shitty streamer. And anyone
I'm probably gonna have to quit YouTube now.
Define less than shit, please. I believe we need to know that definition before we continue this conversation.
He needs to more going to the gym.
Less than mediocre.
I want to say something. Well, okay. I don't want to interrupt anyone.
Go, Mike.
Well, Chuck comes in with a big five, says, "What the fuck? Dusty ate chopped liver. He's prime rib."
Wait, Sarah, I have a direct request from Wick TV. Everyone go subscribe to him. And he says, and this is not my words, soon. This is Wick's. Tell that dipshit 99% of people who try to stream fail. Anyone paying their bills with content is in the top 1%. Thanks, Wick.
It's true.
See?
Yeah.
See, it's a very, very small. I actually,
Well, you
I
could-
thought like
so
even
what I
I
said-
thought I was just doing what everybody else did until I read that article, and I was like, oh shit, I'm doing all right.
You're doing
No,
good,
you're doing
Sarah.
great.
You have
So,
big
I think
names like
it's
Soon and the Soy Pill on your channel.
Distinction.
Exactly.
Soy Pill, so you have your own channel. How long you had the channel for?
This is why I said Lumberjack grew faster.
Hey,
I started this when I was in
Mouse on
Germany in
channel.
2020,
I
and
didn't
5
say-
years later, I only had 500 subs. The algorithm didn't pick me up. I was making dog shit, and something happened in November, probably Trump related, and it's been going. And I'm
That'd be my
blessed.
guess.
Yeah, and I'm happy about it. And I saw a bunch of bot comments, so there's a non-zero chance that George Soros is funding the growth behind my channel. Thank you, Mr. Soros, for the Soros bucks.
You still struggle.
Hey, at least you're honest.
amongst commentators, are you not less than mediocre? Because I did not say YouTubers.
Amongst trolls, are you less than mediocre?
Who cares? If you're right, you're right. Maybe I am. What's your point? Like, what do you want me to say? Like, maybe I suck dog shit. Okay, now what?
Okay,
do you want to
but that's
talk
a-
about it? Like, what?
You attacked me.
Wait, do you need the shoulder to cry on, Mr.
Yeah.
Froggy smiley face?
Like, are you trying to get to me?
that
Is there like a
okay?
discussion to
Hold
be had
on.
here? Like, I just don't see your
Let's
point.
do this.
More.
Let's give you a little shoulder time. Okay, come here, baby. Come here. All right, talk to me. Why are you so mad at Mr. Soy Pill because his content sucks, according to you? Why is that an issue for you?
No, well, my only point is that he's definitely less than mediocre. I think that's actually the case.
Okay, show me on the doll where it hurts. Why does that bother? Why?
I'm
Okay,
upset.
let me ask you this, because you've derailed our entire evening's conversation for the last at least 10 minutes just to come up and tell Soy Pill that his content sucks, right?
Yes.
So
specifically-
can you exemplify to me why it was so important to derail a really good topic for something that like nobody actually gives a shit about?
So if that's certainly the case, then why'd you let me up?
Well, I mean, it's an open panel. I'd have to,
Yes.
or else I would go against my rules. But that doesn't mean I can't sit here and tell you you're a little
So it's-
bitch for
so
doing it.
Hold on, Sarah. So it's an open panel, but you don't think
Mhm.
anybody's going to come up and potentially derail it?
Oh yeah, see, we have Spicoli up here. He derails literally everything. He's been
Oh, so
waiting
that-
backstage just so he can come and talk shit and talk about the JJ.
You expect people to derail your conversation, but suddenly you're targeting me for doing so? It's not-
Yeah, I'm gonna come in and tell you you're being a bad panelist, even though
What?
it's an open door policy here.
Well,
It doesn't
maybe I think
mean
you-
you can come into this house with dirty shoes.
Well,
You
maybe
take
I
the
think you're
fucking
being
shit
bad
off at the front
about
door.
that. Maybe you're
What
being bad
I'm
host.
saying is
What
you're
I'm saying
making a
is
big
you're a bad host.
stink. You're making a big stink about, oh my god, Soy Pill, your content sucks. You quit your whole job just to do this. But I want to know why that affects you and how, and show me on the doll, please.
Yeah, so as you've just stated, you actually allow people up here as an open panel,
Mm-hmm.
and you expect people to sometimes come up and derail it, right?
Yes.
And then when that happens, suddenly it's an issue.
Then I get to be a bitch and tell you you're an idiot and a terrible
And what
panelist for
affects-
derailing a conversation for your
But,
fucking
hold on.
feelings.
Hold on,
Why
I'd
does
like-
anybody care about your fucking feelings?
Do you
Please
have an
elaborate.
Do you have an argument against what I
My argument is you're being a bad panelist. There are rules and
respect?
rhythms in which we
In what
operate
respect?
in being content creators. Obviously, you know nothing about that.
In
We
what
know how to
respect am I
keep
being
things
bad
on
panelist?
track, stay on
Respect.
topic, but you came up here and you shit your pants all over Soy Pill for what? Because you think his content sucks. Stick in the comments section and get the fuck out of here. All right, I'm gonna bring everybody else back up.
Sarah, that was amazing. You're the best. Now you see, I was like, I'll replace Andrew's. Your.
I was
father.
almost
You're the
there.
mommy.
Was
You're the mommy.
almost-
That was awesome. All right.
I
Holy
just think
shit.
it's stupid. Like you
And I have
content
one thing to
sucks.
say to him. One last thing soon, and that's Nihongo ga hanasemasen. That's all I can say.
I don't know. I think he was making some good points there at the end, to be honest.
I disagree. I don't agree with much of what he has to say, but at the end of the day, he is making it and he's doing a good job and he's helping people learn more about what he wants them to learn more about. And
On the troll side, as long as he's paying to have what he wants said, I don't care. Say it. It's fine.
He paid $5. Get over it.
Dusty. He gave me a super chat for
The
trying to
only
help.
advice that I would have for Soy is that don't defend yourself too much. When you know
Sarah,
you
can I ask you a quick question before I go?
Sure, Spicoli. At this point, whatever.
It's a little off the topic, but I've been meaning to ask you this for a while now. Here's the question, and then I'm going to go. Then I'm going to smoke some weed. The question is, you know that hot chick that you show getting off the horse since your stream began? My question is this: do you think that she likes inserting anal beads up her rear end like another woman I know for 2.5 years does?
This message is sponsored in part by
Your horse. My chat
Have
requested.
a wonderful evening, Spicoli.
I think the answer is
my
yes.
point? Do you see why I brought up Spicoli just to prove that point and said he derails everything by talking about the JJ? And this time he actually proved me wrong by talking about anal beads. But either way, you guys get the point.
Can I ask Sarah, why did you extra vet soon? Like I noticed you didn't do that with anyone else. Do you know all these people well?
We
enough
know
to-
everybody else, yeah.
Oh, gotcha,
So
gotcha.
like Mike here, and there's those 3 little buttons you can click and it shows their name and you just start remembering their names that it, shows, and that's like your verification mode. But I also require verification for people to get on here. So like it, there's little vetting things, but if you're new to the show, like I have to, and you don't cam up backstage. If you cam up backstage, that to me is like you're willing to show your face, and it kind of, they give me a little peace sign, a middle finger, whatever, and then I'm like, oh, okay, you're good. But yeah.
Okay. No, I was just curious.
And John Beer with the big 2 says, over on Flow State side, says, I'm the one who hurt my pinky. What?
I don't know the reference, but thank you for the super chat anyways.
Kisses and hugs. Oh, he got hurt and he.
Oh, he wants your kisses and hugs.
Oh, he's a little baby boo boy. Come here.
I mean,
come
I can hook you up with some kisses and hugs, but for $2 you get mine, not hers.
It's gonna be a little rough.
Bagging non-fun for free. I don't think you can walk that back and start charging for kisses.
True.
Well, I just
Sarah,
like.
I saw another super chat that
go
told me to go to the gym more. Do people think?
Oh,
maybe-
yeah,
might-
me too.
are they trying to give me extra body dysmorphia?
I don't know. I've seen
wear
your.
that hat.
I've seen your little swole pictures. You're pretty
Yeah.
swole. Yeah.
All right, but I'll go again just for him or her or whoever they are.
Wait, do the muscles again. There's the in my chat.
One
Oh,
sideways
thank
and
you.
very tiny. Okay.
I was almost there.
Almost there.
Who else is a landlord besides Lumberjack?
I agree.
don't
Wait,
wanna
I
go
agree with
back down
Grizzly
that
and
route.
Patty.
Lumberjack is the
Uh,
only landlord
this-
here, or
this is-
me?
This is beautiful. I don't want to talk about landlords. Lumberjack
That's right.
it has his own show on June 5th, Thursday night. You can talk about landlord shit all night long, I promise.
Yep.
But Uncle Fatty, a genius, Uncle Fatty is a very nice panelist. He obeys most of the rules of paneling. And he says, since when does open panel mean open topic? Yes. Beautiful. Thank you, Uncle Fatty. Tomatoes in the chat for Uncle Fatty because he gets it. Why didn't that dipshit?
What a
I
cut
think when we
comment.
got derailed, Lumberjack.
It's
we were
Uncle
talking
Fatty.
about
What do you
healthcare.
How is Uncle Fatty going to be on my side the whole time, then come over to Sarah's to cuck, and he's probably back over in my
He's
chat
a
again?
Democrat.
All right, go ahead, Troy. You were bringing us back
Before we got
around.
derailed, Lumberjack, you were talking about like
Yeah.
these kind of onerous, very bureaucratic, bloated healthcare things that you saw when you were in the healthcare system for 17 years. Which
Yeah.
it's interesting. A lot of the stuff you bring up, I do not disagree with. I think you and I would probably see similar problems with the system. We might
Absolutely.
disagree on how to fix them. But what would you have to say about like the Medicaid costs and like whether or not you agree with them? Cuts, excuse me. Like, do you agree that the way that they're cutting Medicaid is good? Do you think that's better for the country? What are your thoughts there?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the it's really multifaceted. So a lot of times the argument against it, right, is like you said, with Germany with free healthcare, and with Canada with free healthcare, right? Just to our north, we have free healthcare up there.
Yep.
So bad news is that I work for a Canadian company, and
What haven't you done? You're like the Forrest Gump of
I'm
everything.
40. I'm 47 years old. but because I enjoy life so much, I look pretty young.
Mid-30s. You look great, man.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate that.
Yeah,
I mean,
right,
not
Kate.
nearly as built as you, and you're probably going to live longer with all that soy. But you know, I will. I'll take my dead meat carcass. You know, in all honesty, like in talking, you know, it's one of the things that we would have a lot of conversations about. You know, the people that worked out of the Canadian office that were Canadian, and the people that worked out of the States. And the fact of the matter is that none of the people that worked in the States could ever raise their hand and said, I sat in an emergency department for 24 hours.
Okay.
And without exception, every single one of the Canadians had.
Yeah, sure. That's a big problem. I faced that as well in Germany. There are longer wait times for certain things because there's a guarantee of care for a lot of people. And you know, you say free, but a lot of people like to say, hey, you know, it's not free. It's like, that's why my taxes are so fucking high.
Yeah, sure.
Can
you show me the lines of people that are turned away from these hospitals? Because that's just a misnomer. Like there's not these lines of people that are turned away from hospitals. And I can tell you, actually tell you, I know exactly how all the financial pieces of that work behind the scenes that just people don't know.
No. So my argument would not be, these people are, you know, waiting. The wait times, obviously, in America, I think, are not nearly so bad. But I think the issue is a lot of people don't go to the hospital because they think they can't afford it. A lot of people, you know, get worse conditions because they don't go and get preventative care that I think they otherwise should be getting. And in a lot of places, people just die because they don't get the care they need, especially if you are in these places, in these red states where these Medicaid costs are going to close these hospitals down. I don't necessarily think, you know, Bernie Sanders is like, well, hey, we need Medicare for all, abolish private insurance. I'm not even that radical, right? Even as a Bernie supporter, Germany has a mixed system. I like the idea that, hey, if you want your own insurance, you want to pay privately, I think that's fine. I don't think you should, you know, I just think everyone should have at least the base minimum of, hey, if you go, you're at least going to be taken care of. But Medicaid in and of itself isn't that even. It's not guaranteed to everyone. It's just, hey, the poorer people, right? So I think these cuts are hurting our country insofar as they're weakening our healthcare system. They're making a lot of people just not get the care they need. And those people could otherwise be taxpayers. They could otherwise be, you know, contributing members of society that may get sick and die and actually cost us more money. That's my issue with the Medicaid.
I'm sorry. Is Duck wearing a tie?
Yeah, this is my my duck tie. I decided I'm still gonna stick
That's
with
worth a shot.
but it looks great with like a light blue shirt. It's
And
not
I
that big of
just
a
want to
deal.
add in our dumbass Mr. Froggy Smiley Face came back and changed his name and was waiting backstage as if I'm not stupid enough. He doesn't know how the verification works. It still has your other name back there.
He's a less than mediocre internet deceiver.
He's a less than mediocre panelist. I'll say
Dude,
that.
you're giving trolls a bad name the world over.
That's a weak troll job. Yeah.
I gotta say, Sarah, the people that like insult me on these
wanna ask you a
panels, they're
question
like
on-
really weak. I remember on the men one, they were calling me Gay Inspector Gadget when they totally missed Inspector Gadget. That's like so easy, and they totally didn't call me that. And I guess gotta say, like, I'm used to a lot smarter insults, and I'm a little disappointed with the people that don't like me. That's all I'll say.
That's fair.
So,
I agree with you, and I will say if you're gonna insult me, you better be creative because I've already heard them all. So,
Defense
anyways,
of the
back,
king, you best not miss. That's what they say.
back to you, gentlemen.
So I do agree with the Deutschland, like the Germany, and I actually agree with that. Like Germany, yes. I mean, I'm American. I'm more of an Americanized, like meaning like I support America. But it's true in terms of the medical system, the Germany is it's top. But I want to ask a question. So did we actually cut the medical, like?
Oh, this hasn't happened yet. This is for the proposed Republican spending bill. They're going to
really
pass it. So they're going to pass it through the House, or they're going to.
It hasn't happened yet
this week. And the reason I'm calling it out is because we know what the effects of this are going to be. I'm actually trying to advocate for people, anyone in the audience, for Sarah and my audience. Hey, like if you live in any of these states, or if you don't, hey, like go to the Democratic website or 5calls.org, call your senator, say, hey, I don't think you should cut this Medicaid. But yeah, this has not happened yet. This is
one of us.
So so remember, obviously it has to pass the Congress. So there's a lot of process through that. You're talking as if like it's happened, or
Well, yeah.
Why
I
doesn't
mean,
Trump
right
just
now
declare
it's-
an emergency? Just like
they have a House and a Senate majority. If the Republicans want this bill passed, it will pass.
It's like you're allowed to advocate for and
So
against
just
the
for the
bill as
audience
it's
too,
being created.
just in case anyone forgot, Medicaid is for adults with low incomes. And so, I think most people already know that, but one of the things that Democrats and actually most Republicans had worked really hard for is that you don't have to crawl on the ground, to take your kid to get, vaccinated, to get, if they have a temperature, you can take them to get the correct care. Something the United States typically has done well, right? So like, there's a reason to fight for something like this.
I'm gonna step away for just a quick moment, gentlemen. I'm gonna
Hi,
leave.
Sarah.
I'm gonna leave Flow State in
They're gonna
charge.
be mean to me.
He's not even here.
Well, they already know what I'll do if they are. They just got a nice brief
I'm gonna tell
example
guys I'm
of it.
telling on you.
I'll just be 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
All right.
I mean, he's literally not even on.
I know that makes it perfect.
What happens when the inmates on the asylum?
I just wanted to add that still you're going to be taken care of, especially in New York City. They will not deny you, and then obviously, yes, you might have a bill or not, and then maybe they'll pay a portion of it. But the
You're not turned away anywhere. All due respect, you're just I see them. These
That's
people
true.
are not. They're not turned away.
Well,
So
but the two
can I
issues
just-
is one,
Soy,
people
this
don't
might not be
are
some-
ahead of care.
Soy, this might not-
people,
they aren't. Hey, listen, 17 years in hospital systems. I know how
I
they
was
work.
one of those people. I broke my back, burned my hands, and had a massive amount of needed medical care. I was broke, penniless. I lost my job because of this stuff that had happened. Suddenly, I couldn't work, and they replaced the skin on my hands. I didn't get any surgeries on my back.
You die, right? Like, but my point to that is, one, it does create a chilling effect where people are not going to the regular checkups. They don't know to what degree the government will help them. Well, hold on, and let me say that also,
you're in charge.
that if this, let's assume that everyone was just going anyway, and everyone who couldn't afford it was still being taken care of. To that, I would say, well, then it sounds like we should then do the most efficient thing and pay for the programs that actually make this cheaper, rather than have them pay full out-of-pocket medical, or we're paying the full out-of-pocket medical cost rather than the insurance costs, which would otherwise be cheaper if we put it into Medicaid.
The obvious issue with the healthcare industry is that we want to have fast wait times and high quality, and that's something that's very expensive, right? And that's our issue, is that we don't want to be the Canadian model where it takes forever, but it's good quality and it's cheap.
not good quality. That's not correct. That's incorrect. That's factually
Decent
incorrect.
quality. We'll
It's
go with
not.
decent.
It's just
What if you want to self-relieve?
All right. Sorry.
They're really good at that assisted
Hold
suicide.
on, let me finish. I'm correcting. The number of people that they have die waiting for surgeries is off the charts.
Right.
That's
what
a
I was
fact.
saying.
That doesn't happen in America. People
I
dying
understand that.
waiting for surgery. It doesn't
They
happen.
probably don't even medical bankruptcies. Like, there's a lot of more, I would say, worse problems here.
That's very
look,
true.
look,
Because they,
look, Pursuit is what Pursuit is
Did you work
talking
in
about.
healthcare
Is
for
this
17
like
years?
iron triangle,
Guys, I'm
right? Of
supposed to be in
healthcare.
charge here.
That is what I'm talking about. Correct.
Yeah, so like usually there's going to be a trade-off between cost, quality, and access, and there's this
Power.
triangle, and you can kind of. Right now, the U.S. is probably just leaning too much on having too high a cost. Canada might be leaning too much and having too low a cost, but really poor quality or really poor access.
it's not
But
really.
It's
Hey, guys,
also not
something
poor quality
better.
non-fund. I wouldn't even concede that. There are
not poor
degrees
quality.
not as good, but to talk about the quality of healthcare in like Germany or Canada or any of these places where I'm very familiar with the people that use the system, this is not something that everyone's like, this is dog shit, we're sucking, we all wish we had the American system. They don't vote this out because it is, to a degree, a little slow, but it's good quality healthcare where people are mostly taken care of, at least to the degree that I want them to be. And
It
it's
does
not
take forever, though. You have to be real. So that is
No,
a
it
real
does.
issue.
There are longer wait times, and I agree that can suck. I'd rather
it's-
wait a little longer
But
than
no.
not
It's
get
but
the
here's
healthcare
that,
in and of itself.
listen. That's a complete straw man, because here's the thing: you wouldn't want to wait longer if you got fucking cancer in your leg. You wouldn't want to wait longer.
Sure.
You wouldn't be okay with how long you
They
wait.
make wait longer, like what they're wait lists for, just like with organ transplants. Like sometimes this is just a zero-sum game of like, hey, we don't have enough fucking organs for you. But
that's not an oranges to oranges comparison. There's a wait list for that.
You're talking about diagnostic. So can we isolate it to like diagnostic care, specialty? So lumberjack, your claim, like, because pretending I don't know that much about healthcare, but we're saying that referrals to specialists, we're talking about follow-up care, we're talking about the recursive development of a healthcare system to some extent. I'm supposed to trust some guy that probably quotes Breitbart, to learn about this stuff. That's what you're telling me. You're the only guy here that I think probably quotes Breitbart.
Duck, why don't your questions make
Ducky,
sense?
in case you weren't paying attention, 17 years in healthcare working in hospitals. 17 years. 17. Yes.
Duck
I
only
know
plans for
more
24
about healthcare in the U.S.
Lumberjack, you don't have to defend yourself to a guy in a tank top and a duck tie.
He only
That's
plans
correct.
for 24 hours.
That is absolutely right.
Well, can I bring a number to this real quick?
Guys,
Lumberjack.
I
I want to give credence to Lumberjack's
other
argument.
countries, presidents come here to the United States to get operated.
Yeah, we have better quality health.
Yes, we have the best quality. No one
This
else
is the best country when it so so there's a reason.
Like what we're complaining about is
When
about
you're
the fact
rich.
that we cannot afford it. That's our issue.
Hey, listen.
And Lumberjack, like, to your credence, right? Like, I think I just read this. Someone's mentioned this to me before. I think.
What about trans care? Like, isn't trans care untreated?
Please be quiet. Please
Sorry.
be quiet. I'm sorry. It's just like I know what you're trying to do. 17,000 people a year, I think, died in this 5-year study in Canada for wait times, right? Like, this is bad. This is not good. I don't think that the Canadian, it's the utopia. Some people are like, it's the utopia. Everything's perfect there. There are clearly problems with this. But if you look at like, all right, versus how many people a year like die from wait times in America, I would say probably less. I don't have that number off the top of my head. I know that about 50,000. Yeah, I know this is per capita, but like 50,000 people like die just because they don't have healthcare or don't have access to healthcare. I'd rather have a little dip in quality, but a guaranteed, like, hey, we're gonna like at least do this preventative care. We're at least gonna cover these costs, and I'm happy to pay the
have you considered an antidote that Lumberjack has ready? Go, Lumberjack, go ahead.
I've lived through it, and I can tell you that many people don't go to doctors because they just don't go. There's a massive part of the population that doesn't go to doctors. If I were Powder Dustin, he's so pretty, he never has to go to a doctor. He's just going to wait until his freaking.
And I never do.
I mean, that's a personal opinion. No, that is a personal opinion. That is not.
No. That's fact, Ducky. I worked in the.
No, it is not a fact. I worked in healthcare for 17 years.
Excuse me. I'm going to play degenerate doggy porn if you don't stop it. Now stop it.
I did have a request for the firefighter again.
You said you wouldn't share our sex tape.
Tomato, fierce and red, juicy curves, fire ahead.
This message is sponsored in part by.
If I may,
so Lumberjack, I don't have this data on hand, but I would hope that you would acknowledge it's likely that in countries with lower healthcare costs, there's probably more preventative care going on. Would you think that's likely at least?
Have you ever seen a clinic open up in Canada?
That's
you ever
a
seen
great answer to my question. Do you think
it
it's
is
like that in
question.
countries
It
with lower
absolutely
costs?
answers your question because it's absolutely about access. They don't have access because their doctors stay here because the system here is that much better. They don't go back to Nigeria. They don't go back to these other places. They stay here. Many of them stay here. And that's the issue.
Have you been to Canada? Lumberjack, have you been up north? Have you been to Canada?
No, hold on.
I work for a Canadian company.
Yeah, your position that countries with lower healthcare costs don't have more preventative care. Is that your position?
I didn't hear what you said. Sorry, go ahead.
Is your position that countries that have lower healthcare costs don't have more preventative care? Is that your position?
No, that's completely oversimplifying it. 1,000% oversimplifying it.
Well, the issue to Lumberjack is like if you look at the satisfaction rates for healthcare, it's like you're the way you talk about Canada or any of these socialized medicine places. It's like there's just people dying and they all hate it. And like
never said that.
Well, sure, but like the way you're implying it seems like maybe anecdotally, like
I don't even think he gave that implication.
When I'm actually about people with wait times, but if you look at the satisfaction rates for these countries, they're phenomenally higher than the American system because we unfortunately just don't. We let a lot of people slip through the cracks.
You just super straw man Lumberjack.
Satisfied. bad.
Sure.
Right?
Okay. I'm conceding. Maybe you didn't say that. I'm saying, look, the people in these countries like their healthcare way more than they like ours.
Then
And
that's fine.
not
They
just
can keep
perfect.
They
I'm
can
saying
keep
I'd
it. I don't
rather
want to
have-
die waiting. I'm good with that. They can keep it. I don't want to die waiting.
Yeah,
Because the
we
fact of the matter is
actually.
that
you're a millionaire.
You work
You won't
until
die
September.
waiting.
Yeah, I
Well,
absolutely
it
am.
doesn't
And I
have to
and I
be
did it
a
from
millionaire.
being a ninth grade dropout. But I can tell you that no Canadian citizen, and maybe your feed on Instagram is just too doxed. But
No,
the fact of
I'm
the
getting
matter,
this from the data
but
sets, not
hold on,
from-
let me finish. Fact of the matter is that there are tons of people there that don't like their healthcare, don't like how their government's running.
Yeah, it's about 26%.
I promise you, it's higher.
Why? Based on what?
Based on actually talking to people
bro.
there.
Come
and the
on.
Well,
companies
I've
that I
yeah,
work with.
vibes.
well, the data
I
set
will
of
even,
analyzing people's
I
satisfaction.
will add
Basing it off
in.
of your 17 years of talking to people. Like, I'm sorry, this is where I
We-
got to be like, sorry, dude, that's just stupid.
No, that's
Like,
We
fine.
all,
I mean,
yeah,
that's
that's
based on
kind
your
of like
zero
a
experience.
sounds almost like just pearly things. Well, I talked to 1,000 women, and so therefore that's the
No, I
you know,
worked
gen pop.
in healthcare for 17
All,
years.
all I'm saying
well,
is
first of all,
you
you
have
don't
to
know how long I've
pull.
worked in healthcare.
I will add in, gentlemen,
How many
that
people I've talked to?
that in that additive, we had a debate, forever ago, and it was about the line, like the line for unaliving yourself, what's the word, euthanasia, and we were discussing in Canada, particularly because the video clip we pulled was people who couldn't get good health care, that they were so poor that they'd actually would prefer to be relieved of all of those, pains. And it was actually really sad to watch and talk about it. But that's a thing up there, that they actually have a line to unalive themselves because they can't handle all the medical bill, or not medical bills, but the line for the medical care, and they're so poor, and there's like social structure or welfare or whatever just wasn't enough for them to survive reasonably.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean,
Fucking losers.
I don't think that should happen.
that
That is maybe inflating the statistic that I brought up. Maybe it should be higher than 26% dissatisfaction. They all just died, but I don't think that many
I mean, I
people-
just want to say it might be like a non-problem, but also like, so Lumberjack, who knows? Maybe you're right. Maybe there's nothing political or social about healthcare in the United States. But it's also like turning the knife when we have obvious statistics in mental health, and it's probably easy to extrapolate that in certain geographies, maybe certain smaller populations, like if, as well as talking about, when there are social or like critical issues in healthcare, wherever that comes in, like it's like turning the knife to say, well, oh, it's just nothing, right? Like what does that actually mean to say that, this problem is possibly something, but then it's nothing? I don't understand what world this is.
I don't understand what your question is.
Nobody
I
ever
wasn't
does.
asking you a
Nobody
question.
ever does.
Do you have a response?
He speaks in parallel narrative.
I
Can you have a
will
47-year-old
say,
conversation?
Duck did this last night with Rob Noor on Grid's channel, and we all were just like, "What?"
And Duck, I think you're
Remember-
awesome. I think you're funny. I like you, but I think again, from a healthcare perspective,
You don't have to tell me I'm a
all-
lumberjack. I don't know you.
I'm not saying we're going to hang out. I
That
watched
came
you-
through loud and clear.
I watched you in the stream that you were on with Millennial Mike. I genuinely liked you. I thought your questions were funny. I think that one of the challenges, 17 career years in healthcare, watching all the things and seeing all the things that I've seen, there are a lot of things that people just don't know about. Like hospitals. Does anyone know what a typical U.S. hospital makes in margin? Just guess.
No, not a lot. I think there's
Can I
regulations.
Google this?
They're not allowed to,
Does it
right?
matter?
It's not regulated.
It's
No, it's
well,
not.
can I
No
ask
one
you?
knows.
I mean,
Hold
let's
Hold
put this in the
on.
room. Let me
Either
ask
you
you.
know or
That's my
you
guess.
shut up.
No, let me ask you. So is it a
No,
regional
shut up.
healthcare,
He
a small
asked-
healthcare,
Duck,
nonprofit?
shut the fuck up.
Okay, I will.
Bitch.
Thank you.
He did ask everyone, to be fair, Sarah.
He did.
We
but
all
if
said
you
wasn't giving an
don't
answer.
know, then you shut your mouth and allow somebody who does know to give the actual answer. It's just common sense. Lumberjack, could you provide the answer, please, of the margin?
It's 1%, 2%, and 3% is what a lot of these places make. I mean, that should, like, they're in business and they're making 2 or 3%. Like
Salesforce.
That's not really, no. But this is what's supposed to keep us alive. So I think that the healthcare system largely is broken. I think it definitely, absolutely, 1000% needs to be fixed.
So
But
the
this-
idea to you is that we should be charging patients more because their lives are worth so much that they should be paying a higher premium, right?
Yeah,
These
you're not going to get me
hospitals-
there. I pay $3,300 a month because my daughter had cancer. So you're not going to get me there.
Okay, all right. So we should just do the same thing. That should be more, right? Because I mean, that's cancer. So if we're talking about a broken leg, we should be charging what $50,000 or something.
Yeah, I mean, clearly you don't
that?
understand how insurance
What's the
works.
margin?
It's cool.
What's the margin that it should be at then?
Well, no, the organizations, listen, how many employees do these places employ? They employ lots of employees, and we still want innovation. We still want all of these things to come. I think that the system, largely speaking, is broken because of the amount of red tape that it takes to get anything done. Walk into any doctor's office. Hold on, Pursuit of Knowledge. I'm going to give you some. Walk into any doctor's office, and you're going to find you've got 5 people sitting behind desks and computers, and you have 2 clinicians. That's wrong. That's not the right way to do it. You have 5 people that are sitting there moving paperwork, sending stuff in, resubmitting, all for the purpose of 2 clinicians actually seeing patients.
What's so funny about this is because I love when
I agree
libertarians.
with you. Administrative costs in the U.S. are too high, and a lot of that is actually because we have so many different insurers under so many different programs. I think some type of single payer or more managed competition model would actually reduce administrative costs.
But that would stop the free market there. We can't have that non-fun, right? These libertarians only believe in private industry.
Right.
That would cut out the private industry.
Taking poor people off Medicaid.
He doesn't think about these things. It's hilarious because it's so funny because hearing Soy Pill talk earlier about how efficient it needs to be, we need to cut waste of spending, right? Because we shouldn't be spending $1 more more because we just live efficiently. You sound the exact same way, Lumberjack, with your libertarian ideas, that you need to have the most efficient way of living, that business needs to be efficient, that government needs to be efficient. The problem is both of those ideas are just wrong because it's a sliding scale.
Wait,
Absolutely,
what did I say about it?
It's fucking retarded. Sorry, fucking retarded.
Oh, absolutely.
It's not just wrong. It's fucking stupid.
Clearly, you figured it out.
The problem is that your personal antidotes of living and working for a Canadian
experience. That's what we call that. Experience
for 17 years.
That's another word for
personal one. It's not enough to diagnose the overall systematic issue that is the healthcare industry in the United States. I'm sorry. You have some knowledge of that, and that's fine. But at the same time, just because you saw a couple people not working efficiently doesn't mean bullshit, bro. I'm sorry. It doesn't mean anything. Okay.
No. Knowledge.
As much as Soy Pill talking about how money should be.
Excuse me.
Dude,
I mean, are we all agreeable to some degree that there is still a lot of waste in the healthcare system? Things that we're being charged for, or like.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, have a baby, and when you get that itemized invoice, you see the shit that you're being charged for, and you're like, "What?"
But that's because of private industries. That's because of private insurance companies.
No, it's not.
No. Look, Lumber, this is why I wanted you to engage with the 2 points that I brought up earlier before we got derailed again, which is 1, administrative costs. All these administrative inefficiencies would be lower if there were less insurers, if more people were on like a single government program or whatever. Providers were only able to charge one price to all insurers. And number 2,
only where that's worked.
The issue of healthcare, cutting Medicaid doesn't really fix anything. It just means there's more uninsured people.
More uninsured people that are still going to the doctors.
But number 1, we would probably seek less preventative care. I would hope you agree with that. And 2, if they're going to hospitals uninsured, that means usually when you go to a hospital or whatever, that you have to pay a fuck ton of money. They can't pay that money, so usually the government has to subsidize that on the back end, where we end up paying the money anyway.
It's actually incorrect. That's not how it's actually done.
That's not how it's done.
But I can tell you that one of my tenants is actually an all cash provider. She's a nurse practitioner. She's an all cash provider. She's able to run her entire business with basically just one person at the front desk and 2 people that are able to see patients. And, her fee for getting an appointment is $90.
Wait, Lumberjack, can I ask? Because maybe I'm just completely uninformed. Let's say an uninsured person, Mike, please. Mike, please. If you're going to the hospital and you're uninsured and you can't afford it, who's paying for it then?
It's called indigent care. Is what it's called.
Okay, who pays for it? That's all I'm asking. I'm not trying to gotcha. I'm asking you to tell me.
Yeah, so literally what said, you don't have any insurance? Okay, please still take a seat.
Right, then they see you, and they still see you, but then
you get a bill when you leave,
and then
you'll get bills in the mail, right. And then your option is at that point. You want me to answer? So you get bills in the mail, and then at that point you can contact the hospital and you can say, I don't have insurance. Mm-hmm. I don't have any money.
Okay.
I need to. I don't want to file financial bankruptcy.
Right.
And so is there some sort of a payment plan that we can work out where I can make payments to you?
Right, but if they don't do that, then what?
I haven't ever
Their
seen
fault.
that. I haven't ever seen that happen.
Okay.
This
This is why we can't rely on your anecdotes every time. Because
You wanna
there's
know
lots
how
of
it
people
actually
that
works?
just go into
Hold
medical
on.
bankruptcy, and then who's paying?
Do you want to
for
know
it?
how it works?
What
So
works? How
what-
payment
so
plans work?
it's a three-step. Well, you asked. I thought
No,
you might wanna know.
well, first of all, I asked who's paying for it, and your answer was, "Hey, you could do a payment plan." No, I'm asking you if they don't
It's
pay
multi-
for it, who pays for it?
So the hospital has something called write-offs. That's why they have it 3%.
What are the actual
That's
bank
why-
accounts? Yeah, what
Hold
are the
on.
actual bank accounts, Lumberjack?
What they actually do is if I say I can't pay for it and they go, okay, we'd like to work some sort of a payment plan out with you. And you say, I can afford $20 a week or something like that. And they say, okay, here's what we're going to do. We need you to fill out basically a personal financial statement. They fill out a personal financial statement that goes into the hospital. Hospital says, I'm sorry, but Soy, you've got a lot of gay porn subscriptions that you're watching. And it's to the tune of
I would never
90,000.
pay for gay porn. I'm not
Well, and
stupid.
see, that's the thing is like you're so handsome, you can get it for free. So
Exactly. I would get. I have it in my
Yeah, you get it
DMs.
for free.
It's so
See,
easy.
welcome for the setup. See what a
Yeah.
team player I am. And so the issue is that then they have the option where they look at your finances to see if it's something that you can then afford, and then
Yeah,
they
or
will
they can
give you the-
garnish your wages, right?
Right.
Like,
No. That's far down the line. Let's not act like
Sure.
you
I'm
can't
saying
pay
that
for
is a
you.
thing
You're
you
getting
can
your
do.
wages garnished. That's not how it
This is how
works.
gay porn
That's
starts.
my point is when you talk about the write-offs, it seems like this is a long-winded way of saying at
The government
a
doesn't
certain
pay the
point.
write-off.
You're
Well, who pays the write-off then?
The government. That's what I'm saying. The government doesn't pay the write-off.
What's happening? Oh, hey.
Oh,
we're
look
also
at that.
intimate here.
I love it.
Speaking
Soy,
of gay
rub
porn,
me
look
with
at these
you, buddy.
two sweaty men
Yeah.
going at it.
Hey, listen, there's no hugging that needs to apply. So here's what happens. So
Sure.
the hospital, two lovers too far away. So the hospital will say, okay, clearly you can't pay. Clearly you can. So they might say, clearly you can pay.
Mhm.
And when they say, yeah, clearly when you can pay, then they start going after you. Like if
Right.
you've got assets, if you've got houses, and if you've got, all of these other bank accounts and trader accounts and all this other stuff, they're like, fuck you. You could have paid, you could have had insurance, but you chose not to. So
Right.
now we're coming after you and we want you to pay.
Okay.
But if you are truly indigent, then what they actually do is they will literally take the entire bill. They have money that they set aside from all of the other bills that get paid
Mhm.
that then is used to take credit on those accounts. And what they're able to do is they're able to do a cost accounting measure to actually reduce it to zero based on funding that they have, but then also mark to market of cost.
Right. And so is this like a regulated, like you must have this much liquid, in the same way banks have to have a amount of
It's-
liquidity for this?
it isn't.
Is
It
this
isn't.
like
And
they do this based on a business decision?
Well, exactly. That's exactly right. They do it
Okay,
based
I'm just
on-
curious about that. Well, okay, so to all of that, what I would say is, yeah, okay, sure. But this doesn't negate the fact that there's like 500,000 people every year are going into medical bankruptcy because they literally can't afford it.
Don't-
And it's like,
Don't
who's
disagree.
right?
Don't-
And so
but
what my
very
whole
often
point
those
to this
medical
is
bankruptcies
like,
though are choices. Like there are very many of them.
essentially,
that are-
but I
yeah,
don't
but
think
here's-
all of them would be. And
Not
my
all of them, but
question is, how
you-
does cutting Medicaid fix this? Because if you were to come to me
Yeah.
and you're saying, look, Lumberjack, he's running for president, and he's going to say, look, I think this is a bloated, overblown, regulation, red tape, piece of bullshit system, and I want to fix this by doing XYZ. This is how we can make it cheaper. This is how we can get more people on it.
Sure.
Sure, I could hear
Sure.
you out there. What
Yeah.
I'm saying, my argument is not against that. My argument is against,
Yeah.
look, Trump's current idea is let's just cut Medicaid to pay for the tax cuts. And I think this is
Mhm.
going to hurt America because it's going to shut down these hospitals. I don't know that all these people are going to necessarily get all the care they need. I'm sure a lot of them, like you said, will go to the hospital. They won't get turned away. Maybe they'll have payment plans. Maybe they will file for medical bankruptcy. But I think a lot of these people just aren't going to get the care they need. And there are studies that show that the amount of deaths that will result from this are in the tens, if not hundreds of thousands. Because
So I disagree with those factors because those guys are never right with their projections. They just aren't.
I
I can tell you that-
can't contest if you could like
Show me,
look,
show me the
maybe-
one where show me any of these studies where you looked at it and go, see, they were totally fucking right. Like they just aren't. They're wrong. It's propaganda. It really is.
Okay. I mean,
so what I
look,
want to, but here's what I would tell.
hold on. I just want to pause here. Sorry to interrupt, but it's like, look, if it is all lies, if all these studies are lies, then I can't engage on like a factual basis any further. Like this is all my ability to navigate the world is to rely on people who know more than me, and you know more than me about healthcare. Don't get me wrong. However, I do trust the experts and these projections to a degree. I'm sure if we had a very specific debate on this, I could find studies that show, like they showed that when they expand. Well, here's a study that I'm sure you could find if I Googled it right now. If you said, look how many more people have not died from medical bankruptcy after the Affordable Care Act expansion, the Medicaid expansion that allowed more people with less means testing and a greater range of people to go on this and get better healthcare. I think you can literally see how many fewer people went into medical bankruptcy and how many people got better care and did not die. I think there literally, we can find these stats right now. If we want to go look these up, I would assume that the opposite would be true, which is if you kick more people off or if you close these hospitals, there's going to be people. Let's say it's like less than 1%. Maybe it's an incredibly small number, but you must see someone is dying, right? Someone is dying. Someone's going into medical bankruptcy, right?
Yep, sure. But that's the thing is though, is medical bankruptcy doesn't mean death. It doesn't even mean financial.
No,
death.
Of course not.
But so all I'm saying is that here's what I do know. I do know that Medicaid does not negotiate drugs. They get something, and the other issue too that they have is something called a DRG. Do you know what that is? The DRG.
Not off the top of my head.
Okay, so a DRG is basically a procedure where the government tells the hospital exactly what it's going to pay, and they say we're only going to pay you $400 for this procedure.
Yeah.
The problem that we have is that procedure might cost the hospital $650 to deliver. Right.
This is just to be clear. This is the diagnosis-related group. That's the one you're talking about. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
If you have any acronyms and I don't know them, please explain them to me.
No, sure, yeah. And so, the funny thing is most of the full words I don't know them. Healthcare is acronym hell. It's absolute acronym hell. Everything is, three letters.
I worked in aerospace. I know. It's
exactly. Yeah, so it's just a nightmare. It's like it's all Fetzer valves these days. It's all ball bearings these days. But that's the biggest challenge is I don't know what the right fix is. I can tell you that there's big swaths of waste, fraud, and abuse that can be taken care of very quickly, which are simple things like the drug piece. With insurance, my drugs that I'm on, they're $350 a month. With no insurance, they're $19.
With no insurance, they're $19. You're paying out of pocket, or the insurance
$350. I'm paying out $350 out of pocket.
Okay, yeah, that's bad. I'm sure there are ways that this is inefficient.
But I can't lie and say I don't have insurance because I do.
Sure. Well, here's my issue, though. I mean, Non-Fund was kind enough to show this to me, but like $33 billion in public funds were used to pay for people who don't have health insurance in 2017. So this is a thing that happens to a significant degree. And I think you'd be remiss to say this is not going to increase at least a little, if not a lot, when we kick off a lot of,
Yeah, it certainly is going to increase, but it's like any business. You look at any business when it's not affecting the health of
people's lives, right? Like I don't think this is how it works. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, sure.
I'm not saying what I'm saying is if you're still going to be at certain outcomes, right? The idea is you obviously want to improve those outcomes, but no one's life is ever for sale. The idea is that right now $33 billion is coming from the government to take place in that and play their role and be a part. The idea is what's the more efficient way of doing that is really always the question.
Right. No, and this is why I said at the beginning, my contention is with the way that Trump is weakening the system. If you were on the stage and you were saying, this is a better system, I could say that's a fair argument. Maybe we can debate the merits of that, but that's not what he's doing. He's not saying, let's make this better. It's, hey, we need money for tax cuts. Fuck all these people on Medicaid. That's what I'm upset about specifically. And if you want to talk about how to fix healthcare, I think we could have a more interesting debate about that, but that's not my contention with the Trump admin right now.
Yeah. I mean, what I honestly believe is when this goes through, I honestly don't believe that we're going to be rolling grandma in the streets and putting her in a bag and throwing her back of the truck. And
I hope you're right.
I'd be willing to bet that I am. Yeah, I'd be willing to bet that I am.
That's not happening.
I won't, because you can bet infinitely more than I can.
That is not happening.
I agree, Mike. I agree. I mean, I think, again, just, watching how they handle indigent care, watching how they do debt forgiveness, watching how there's 7 different levers and knobs that any hospital can pull. Certainly there's tons of people, and usually the people that end up going medically bankrupt are the ones that had money and assets in other things and chose not to have insurance. And then they were like, well, hey, you were trying to fuck us. And so now you gambled and you lost. And so now we're coming after your house. We're going to garnish your wages because you could have had it and you didn't. And you decided not to get it and put the burden on everybody else.
I've seen this Mexican dude. So I just want to say something.
Thanks, Powder.
briefly. I promise, guys, be quick. So I've seen this Mexican dude, don't even know how to speak English. He just had a liver transplant, no medical, like no insurance. And I'm talking about this shit is like 50 to 70 grand, and he had it here in New York City.
What did he have?
A liver transplant.
What does this have to do with patient outcome? Does this have anything to do about people that need healthcare getting healthcare?
How do you not understand what he's saying?
A Mexican guy with a hospital gown on and just made up.
We're talking about like the fact that you're talking about cutting costs in medical, but yet these people are getting help, and yet he had help. He had no insurance. Doesn't even speak English, and yet.
How do you know this?
No. I mean, like we said, like if you go to an emergency room and you don't have insurance or anything, they're not going to say no. We're going to let you die or whatever. But our point
he didn't
was,
speak English. Insurance you can do without English.
Yeah, sure. People, okay, whatever. People probably seek less preventative care. People probably seek less preventative care when their healthcare costs are high. They don't want to go to the doctor to fix whatever issue they have until it's an actual emergency, and that ends up increasing costs on the taxpayers' end. And also, people without insurance, that's uncompensated care. And Medicare does have a program, or Medicaid, sorry, has a program.
You're talking about something
care.
specific.
I'm sure it's not all of it, but a lot of uncompensated care is on the taxpayer's bill at the end of the day.
You're talking about like a service, like a clinical value chain or something. I don't know what the right word is. And so, like, wouldn't there logically be a lot of compounding factors, like in that case?
I just want to clarify something. It's not like he just went to the emergency room. They're like, oh my God, you need a liver transplant. Okay, here, sir. It was not like that. The guy.
I'm being hyperbolic to my example, but no, I
But
understand.
no, actually, wait, non-fun. I gotta concede to Mike. After hearing this story, I think we should privatize all healthcare. We can move on.
And Uncle Fatty to come in just to say, "Thou shalt not interrupt the Queen Tomato." Duh. And Chuck in Tennessee says, "Song."
You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You keep me something. Casper, tell me what the rest of the lyrics.
Never know, dear, how much I love you.
Flo, you have a lot of members.
Take my sunshine away. And Mike 23 with the 20 Powder Dusty gifted membership. Congratulations to all of you lucky lottery winners. Yeah. Mike, you're cheating on me and I don't like it.
Thank you, Mike.
This is why Mike has comments and all the rest
after the
suck my dick.
I will also add, after the Inflation Reduction Act was passed, Medicare actually can negotiate down the price of like 10 drugs a year or something.
Yeah,
dude, 10 drugs out of 90,000. Come on,
it's
that's
10 at a time.
I understand, but 10 at a time, 10 per year. And I think the amount increases over time. But
guys, that's a fart. Like what you
You're
really.
Right. I wish we could negotiate more.
I totally agree, but I think that there has to be that line because we have more innovation for drugs and clinicals and all the things that we have here in our country than there is anywhere else in the world combined. So
I don't actually disagree with you there, but
it's facts.
Because we don't negotiate drug prices down, that's the reason we have more innovation because these pharmaceutical companies have higher expected profits. So it is,
but there's there can be kind of a fine line, which is that's why most of these that's why the government had said to them, hey, listen, we also want to make sure, and they have these goodwill programs. I was telling Soy, I was like, I pay $335 or $350 a month out of pocket for my meds. And it would cost me $19 if I didn't have insurance. But I can't lie and say I don't have insurance.
Why don't you just get rid of your insurance then?
Well, because my daughter needs it because of her cancer and we're on a family plan.
I thought you said she got better.
That's not how cancer works, bro.
Yeah,
not really how it works. And trust me on this: when you have cancer, you're not going to.
Have you tried this? This is the Trump method. You go, cancer, you stop it right now, cancer. We're done with you. Okay.
Yeah. All right.
You're not having any more of this. You go out of the body. Okay.
That was really good.
How's your daughter?
I'm sorry.
How's your daughter doing?
She's doing amazing. Thanks for asking. Yeah, we got our absolute miracle. She was diagnosed with a cancer that had a 94% death rate within 4 months, and so we were very blessed to be in the right area of the world, in America, where they only have 3 of these proton machines, and so she did 10 rounds of chemo. You bitches. And she did
Zero.
she did-
He's right to call me a bitch.
Dude, she's more of a man than I am.
She's more of a man than I am, and I gave birth, and I'm the one who made her. I was like, I made you, and I'm proud of that. Like, look at what I did.
God bless you.
But yeah,
What?
she's
Her.
it was absolutely a miracle. But the cool thing about it is that, you know, instantly with it being such a rare cancer, we were able to get doctors from all around the world to participate because it's so rare. But thankfully, we were very blessed to be in New Hampshire because there's only 3 machines in the country they can give for the type of proton therapy that she needed. And one of them is in Boston. So we were very blessed from that perspective. And so for me, yeah, I'm all about innovation, but I'd like to see on the areas that, you know, on some of the drugs, on some of that side, you know, the reason that they're constantly going after the big drug, the big diseases, is because that gives them the biggest return. And so the what she was given for a cocktail for her chemo, they obviously didn't make anything for her disease. So it was very much relying on doctors, relying on team of people all around the world to say,
that called like
hey,
personalized? Is that called like personalized or?
So it's different, Ducky, and the reason that it's different is because that is something. Was Ducky that asked that question? Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So,
So-
there's 2 different.
You're right. You're right. Yeah.
There's one that's based on. So there's one where they can actually derive things via DNA, but that's not even a factor once you have the cancer. It's much more what type of cancer is it? Is it soft tissue? Is it hard tissue? She had stage at 5 months old. She had stage 4. She had lung, liver, kidney, and bone.
I was curious because I almost sent a startup through Founder Fuel in Montreal, which does a ton of like AI research. They fund a lot of AI research. So I was working with a genomic researcher from North Carolina. So we talked a bunch about I forgot what that this is probably why I didn't get funded, but we talked a bunch about like how personal healthcare and like these technologies just become instantly more available and stuff.
So Lumberjack, like, give me your link. I'm gonna send you some love.
Oh no! Please don't send me any money. I got plenty.
You're in landlord.
In fact, Lumberjack, send me.
I don't put in my
Sarah, you can be chatting me this. You distribute some of those millions.
You guys get away from my mic.
I do.
I'm the landlord as well.
Mike, don't listen to these people. They're all drunk.
All I had to do was sign up for tier 2. Cause you're my Patreon girl, and your love for me depends on how much money that I pledge to you monthly.
I'm not
She's the best host in the business.
Listen, I don't know how many properties you have, but I'm also a landlord. But you know, I appreciate the you know, in terms of your recovery of your daughter. So I'm blessful for that.
Yes,
so,
very much.
You know, a lot of people they you know, they live in this country and they shit on it, and they don't give a lot of credit to this country. This country has
our
so
American
many...
right to shit on this country. What do you mean?
Precision medicine was the other one. Shit.
What was that?
It's my God-given fucking American right to fucking shit on this. Oh wait, sorry.
Sure.
Hold on. I do want to ask.
I mean, look, at the end of so okay.
Okay, I do want to ask Lumberjack because it's going to be funny if I end up being more libertarian than you here.
Go ahead, non-fun.
You say like the reason all these pharmaceutical companies are going after the big diseases is because that's where all the big profits are. I would hope you would, Trump just announced his plan to attempt to negotiate down drug prices and cap them at the most favored nation price if they refuse. Now, I might be in favor of it if we were subsidizing R&D of drugs on the back end, because I've seen evidence that suggests that government spending on R&D, especially medicine, is not actually particularly inefficient. Now, Trump doesn't seem to be doing that, though. He's just cutting the expected profits of pharmaceutical companies. And if we're not subsidizing R&D on the back end, well, I think a lot of these pharmaceutical companies are just not going to invest in research and development. They're not going to invent new drugs. And that's a bad thing.
Can I say something, Lumberjack, with all due respect? I'm sorry, my good man. So did you hear that his daughter had cancer? Here you are talking about, no disrespect to you. You know, listen, I'm not trying to disrespect anyone. Forgive me. But Do you understand? Like this guy's daughter had cancer and
really,
and we can talk about it. Yes,
is that true?
And then
Wait, Lumberjack, can you confirm that your daughter had cancer? Can you tell us that?
Am I stupid? Okay, call me retarded. I'm sorry.
You are, bro. You're retarded.
Then I'm retarded.
I've been holding it back. I've been being nice all night, but Mike, you're kind of derailing. Non-Pod had a great question.
I was trying to bring it back to the topic about Trump, and
Yes, go ahead, Non-Pod.
So the way that I view the negotiation of the drugs is it should absolutely be based on. So I want free market. So in that free market, it is having a conversation with them, saying, "Hey, listen, like I don't think we all want to start playing games with how long we allow that patent to stick around, eh? You know, maybe we don't let that patent stick for 7 years or 9 years. Maybe we just go 5 and go fuck yourselves." So that's where I think when it's you can't utilize all the things that the system gives you, and then when it comes for the payday, go fuck yourself. So that's where I believe that there is a happy medium. It can't be, hey, fuck you, you can't make any money. But it also can't be, hey, why is it that we pay more money than every other fucking place? And it can't be
you're a libertarian. You should know this. Price discrimination is efficient. Think about universities. Universities do a lot of price discrimination. You know, if
universities are toilets in the U.S.
Well, yeah, but you can at least understand conceptually, like private universities do a lot of price discrimination.
No. But there's a difference there.
But it also increases social welfare. So if I can just finish the example real quick.
All of those universities.
Go ahead, Non-Fun. Go ahead and finish it.
So universities have very high fixed costs, right? They have to build the building. They have to employ this professor. Essentially, you know, no matter how many students are coming in, or up to a certain margin of students, there's obviously a max capacity. But the marginal cost is very low, right? If they have the desk, they are paying the professor anyway. Well, any student, even if the student can only afford to pay, 50% of the cost that the rest of the students pay, they're still going to add on the margin a lot more to profits than they are to cost. And this is an example where price discrimination, charging some people a lot more than others, not only increases the university's profits, but also increases social welfare because more people go to university. It's the same exact thing with drugs. Just replace the university with pharmaceutical companies, some students with rich countries, and other students with poor countries.
Yeah, so I think the challenge that you have in that argument is that when you look at the government and FAFSA, which is one of the biggest punchlines I've ever seen, is that what the FAFSA allows for, it's basically government funding for students, and the challenge is that it fucks over the student. Because somebody goes and applies for FAFSA and it's based on their parents' income and what their parents make and what their household, net worth is essentially. Are all three different contributing factors. The challenge that you have is in year one you get that awesome loan, right? The problem is you get the hey man, you're a handsome man. We're gonna give you a lot of money and we're gonna give it to you at a really low rate. Congratulations on that. And then we go to the second piece, which is year number two. Year number two kind of sucks because it's a little bit more expensive. But then year number 3 happens and it's holy shit, what the fuck, 11.9% if I want to continue my degree. That largely comes from the government not having any checks and balances and just saying no matter what the degree is in, no matter what university it is, it doesn't matter what the number.
It has to be accredited. It has to be accredited.
Listen, but that's
that actually restricts other tax.
That worked out really well for DeVry and all these other companies that were actually accredited and actually being, complete and total jokes.
Lumberjack, this is all.
Hold on, just
the whole reason Non-Fun asked this question.
The guy from DeVry who ended up starting a company. So, and we were at a company out of San Mateo, a tech startup at the time. So, what's the data say?
Well, no, he worked in healthcare for 17 years, Doug. So data doesn't matter.
My point. You asked, why do we pay so much more than other countries? I simply gave an example of universities where price discrimination not only increases that company's profits, but also increases social welfare, right? More people have drugs under price discrimination, and we have more research and development under price discrimination, and pharmaceutical companies invest more when they're able to price discriminate. That's a big reason why we pay more for drugs. Also, part of it is we get newer drugs, we get higher quality drugs, and Americans consume more drugs per capita compared to like any other country. So not all of it is even like this sort of like unjustified, like subsidizing the rest of the world. Some of it is just that we get cooler shit.
But sort of. But at the end of the day, if I'm the one that's actually going to write the check, then yeah, I bet your ass I'm going to fucking negotiate. And I want to negotiate something that's in the people's favor because that's who elected me and that's why I'm here. I want to get something in their favor. So I think that where the drug companies have to recognize is when you're working with a government that giveth, they can also taketh away. And so something simple like going from 7 down to 5 years, how many billions of dollars does that cost the drug company? So I think negotiating with the government, it's not like you're negotiating with, the lumberjack landlord who cares about his family. You're negotiating with the family of the US and the guys who make the rules and can take that away.
Lumberjack, so I have to interrupt you. I'm really frustrated with this because you have been very self-assured in a lot of these things. And I just Googled the FAFSA thing, and it's a fixed interest rate loan. It doesn't go up to 11%. Like, you talk very assuredly.
No. You weren't listening.
It's fixed interest rate for 3 years. Listening. It doesn't go up to 3. No, you said on year 3, it's 11% now, but that's not true.
Are you getting a FAFSA loan on your 3rd year of college?
I don't know. Are you?
Yeah, you're wrong. Exactly. You're not. So there you go.
That's what you said it was. You said the FAFSA loan turns into that in the 3rd year, right? Is that not what you said? What I said runs out.
Right. Correct.
Okay.
I think most and a lot of students students also have like the actual mechanics. Like when you apply for a student loan, if I remember, you get a subsidized and an unsubsidized.
Right. Yes, there's subsidized and there's plus. But what my point is, your argument is then that FAFSA is bad because it pulls the rug out from people and they don't realize their FAFSA ran out on 3rd.
No.
What's your argument then? What's the 11% come from?
His argument was that we need more government intervention. I think I heard
the fact of the matter is that the government allows for universities to continue to increase their costs, not CPI adjusted, nothing. It's just whatever they raise it. And then
what does this have to do with FAFSA? I'm asking. What is FAFSA bad?
I can explain it to you again. Maybe you'll listen better this time.
Sure. Go ahead.
Okay. So here's exactly the difference. Okay. Usually the first couple of years, you're going to get a FAFSA loan.
Okay.
The problem is that year 3 and year 4, very often you aren't able to qualify for a FAFSA loan.
Okay.
So what ends up happening is you then have to go to the private market. When you then go to the private market for those loans, they are far more expensive than a FAFSA loan.
Right. So is your again, this is why, and you said no to this, but is your implication that FAFSA is bad because it runs out on the year 3 and year 3 they don't have a better option and that better option is worse because it's higher? Like, why is this an argument against FAFSA as a concept? Why not 3 years of FAFSA? Why not 4 years of FAFSA? Like, what is your point?
Yeah, because I think that the government is essentially allowing for these universities to charge what they charge because they're willing to pay whatever the bill is, no matter what. And the challenge is that at 18 years old, you're making the most difficult decision in your life of which school you're going to go to, what you're going to study.
Are you tired, Sarah?
And having to do all of that work. And the challenge that I think exists is that when you get to your junior year, you're kind of locked in. Like if you leave school, then
you dropped out in 9th grade. I'm sure you can drop out of college in 3rd year.
Yeah,
I have a college degree and I got loans and I have no clue what you're talking about.
We never know what you're talking about.
I just look up the percentage of people who get private market loans. Are you just going to be wrong again? I feel like I can just look that up right now.
Yeah, you can look it up. Hey, non-font, like you can look it up, but mine's based on experience and actually talking to the kids and seeing the reviews.
Are you telling me if I
please allow me a moment to reset the panel. I have the Dono goals set. You guys have been knocking the Dono goals out all night. Thank you much to you. But it is 1 a.m. for me, and I'm becoming a sleepy little tomato. So I have 2 options. We can keep going if you hit the Dono goal, or I can go to bed and we shut down and everybody has a good night. So Kissy Cat already coming in with the 5.
I know you have the funds.
Sarah, what do you think about some stickers and some membership donos? I think that would look great on Raging Tomato tonight. This has
That'd
been a
be
good talk.
great. They have to hit the goal though. That as long
I
as
think
they
if
hit
no
the
fans
goal.
put his dress on, that would get the.
I'll tell you what,
like that, wouldn't you, buddy?
$100 buys it outright. Okay, it's set. But
that's pennies
otherwise,
to you, Lumberjack. You're a millionaire. You can do it.
I can.
Millionaires are millionaires because they don't spend the money.
That's not
right?
true. That's not true. I know a lot of stupid fucking millionaires. I'll say that.
That's fair. But
Tell you what,
Kissy
Soypill, I'll
Cat
buy you a
in-
new hat if you decide to wear it, because that one's despicable.
If you got a cooler hat, I'll wear it, buddy.
Kissy Cat in with the big 5 to say win chat. And yes, over here, nobody wins except for the chat. All of the panelists suck. They all go home total losers, and the chat walks away with their crown.
I'm gonna say
Paige,
wrong. I had a great time. So
Paige with the big 5. Soy Pills Pickle Plushie's eyes haunt me in my sleep.
oh yeah, we got.
We need to see these eyes. Are they pickle plushy eyes?
That's Pickle Rick. That's obviously the best character from a very high IQ show, Rick and Morty, and he is wearing a Maha hat from RFK Jr.
I've got the same bit. I've got that same teddy bear as you, Soy Pill, right? The Pickled Rick behind you. I've got that.
Rick. You've got
Pickled
that?
Rick.
That's awesome, dude. We should,
guys,
we should touch them together.
No way, mate. That was a bit. That was a bit.
Shut up,
You
Ricky.
just say gay. It's not a bad word.
Kissy Cat with the big 2 says L panel. Yes, this is true. But non-fun has to pay for his own win around here. I love you, non-fun. I've already told you I think you're
Imagine.
going to go very, very, very far, and I can't wait for the algorithm to pick you up. I'm
Sarah,
putting...
nope. I gotta contradict you. He, based on the numbers, is a less than mediocre content.
Less than
Unfortunately.
He'll get picked.
I doubt that's the case.
I will make
Like,
sure that
100%.
non-fun gets picked up, because that's why I like the way I operate in the panels we've run, because it gives newer creators or people maybe who don't have the big audience a place where they can come out and share their ideas and be combative with people who do have the big numbers. And this is how people get picked up. And I'm waiting for non-fun's moment to shine. One day I'll host a debate and non-fun will become famous from it, and I'll be like, I made that.
And Sarah, no matter how big I get, I will continue to come on this show because
I just want to say goodbye to everyone. I just wanted to at least be respectful.
Bye,
And
Mike. Sorry I called you retarded. You
everyone-
did ask for it.
He called himself retarded. It's okay. Don't worry.
Bye, Mike. Have a good night.
Bye, Mike. Take care.
Feel free to drop a hundo on your way out the door, too, by the way.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
Not a Hyundai, a Hondo. Right? We don't want a Hyundai.
No, it was a very privilege. You guys giving me the opportunity, especially you, Tomato. Thank you for your time. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. And everyone else, and Lumberjack, you already know. If you could give me your link, God bless you. And everybody else, have a good night. Enjoy. All
Good
right.
night. God bless you, Mike.
All right. Thank you.
I just want to circle back on this because Lumberjack, again, this is like one of those, you seem to give a lot of ideas of like how you think things should be going. And I don't even want to discuss the merits of those necessarily, because the reason this whole panel exists is we keep bringing up, hey, I think that this is a failure of the Trump administration. This is making it weak. And then your contention to that is not, yes, it's more just like, hey, well, I think we should do it this way. And maybe that's an amazing way to do it. But do you not then have an issue, I guess, with what Non-Fon brought up of these price negotiations? Like I'm up in the air on that, but you seem like you agree that this is a bad way to do it. Can we leave it there as insofar as talking about the Trump admin?
Well, no, I mean, I think that, that's a pretty broad stroke. Hey, you suck in this area, and so you suck altogether.
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm saying
I'm
he's
sure you've
weakening
heard
that
a lot,
specifically.
but-
He's weakening us in that market. Just on that point, right? That's why I conceded at the beginning. I think he's making our military stronger. I wouldn't say that Trump is weakening every single thing. That's why I try to break it down into categories. Would you disagree with this specific policy?
So I haven't, in all honesty, I haven't read through everything that he's talked about on the Medicare side, but I can tell you that what I've experienced with the Medicare side has not been anybody getting turned away. And so I don't know if it's going to work or not. And I think that most people don't know if it's going to work or not. I think he's doing it because he believes it's going to work.
If I came and I told you
Donald Trump doesn't
I
do
worked
things
in the
because he believes
hospital
it.
and I'd met 100 people who got turned away, would you then say that it was bad?
Yeah, of course. I mean, we want people to be taken care of course. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that's
happened. That's a real thing that I did. So I just wanted to let you know.
Would love to see it. You should probably do it.
I can't show you. I didn't have my camera at the time, but
How
definitely
convenient. How
happened.
convenient. That's usually what happens.
I think there's how valuable this guy's experience is. I looked it up. The amount of college students that get private sector loans. In for-profit colleges, it's 9%. At non-profit colleges, it's 11%. At public four-year colleges, it's 6%. And at public two-year colleges, it's 2%. So none of them are above 11% of students getting a private sector loan. So I think this is a really overblown issue you have.
And I think you're wrong based on my
That's why I'm
experience.
giving non-farms.
I
my
mean,
kids
like,
college fund.
the audience
That's
is
the
just,
only thing you've said all night. The only thing you've
Yeah,
said
I
all night
know.
is
What is your experience? What do you bring to the table other than a bad
I'm a
shirt and a
professional
bad
You
I'm a
know
professional
what
Wikipedia
I
reader,
bring to
and
the table?
Oh, shit.
Do
Thank
you
you
know
guys.
what
Sorry.
I bring to the table? So we got a double whammy of 2 hundos. One came in via Cash
hundos.
App from our lovely Kissy Cat because she couldn't spend any more money on YouTube, so she went the loophole route. Sends
She's a
a
darling.
big 100. She said an extension from Kissy Cat. She wants the panel to go on, as does the almighty. I swear these both literally hit the pin at the same time. Is beautiful.
How
Almighty
convenient for you,
Nate.
Sarah. that
I
they
know it
both
works
hit it
out
at the
so
same
well.
time.
Put that towards your
Saying
new roof fund, Sarah.
goal hit. The goal is hit. So congratulations to you, panel. I'm going to go and pour myself another cup of coffee. In the meantime, I'm going to leave Soy Pill in charge.
Me.
Definitely not you, Bricky. And Bricky, you better
fine.
stay muted the whole time I'm gone because I know
I
what
will.
the
I'll
fuck
mute
you do.
myself.
All
Yes,
right.
mute
We
yourself.
can't understand.
Well,
Soy-
this is my panel now. We're doing it the soy pill way. Ladies, shirts off, hair down. No, okay.
Whoa. And I'm gonna leave this one up here as a representative from Almighty Nate and Kissy Cat. On the way in, I want to see tomatoes in the chat from everyone, and shout out to Kissy Cat and Almighty Nate. You better all be saying thank you to both of them. Thank you so kindly. All right, back to you, Soy.
Cool. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna try to moderate this a little bit. I see we've got Mr. Green Screen down here with the MAGA visor. You haven't said anything. If you want to hop in, I also see your this guy Brick. Is that you dressed like the Green Goblin, trying to pretend that he's a grandma in Spider-Man 1? Yeah, if you want to talk. But yeah, what do you have to say, Mr.? I can't see your name, but Mr. Green Screen.
Mr. Bill,
Nice
curious.
to
Anybody who wants to answer it, do you guys think that illegal immigrants should get Medicaid? Yes or no? And feel free to explain your answer if you want to.
No. I think personally, and I'll defer to other people as well. I think that if you look at the costs of not giving them Medicaid, that does end up actually being more expensive. But I do think, and this is just for any service that illegal immigrants are going to use, we should find ways to either naturalize them, or if they're here and they're causing trouble, committing crimes, we should deport people that are here and causing crimes. So I think we should just find a way for them to be paying into these systems better than that they don't when they're illegal, so that if they do use Medicaid, they're actually paying for it and not freeloading. That's my opinion.
How do we just grant them work authorization so they pay into Medicaid? Like,
Is getting rid of their Medicaid a good option or a bad option to help them self-deport?
Oh, getting rid of their Medicaid specifically? I think if you could show me that as soon as they're off Medicaid, this all of them just go back to the country, and this is a good way, an efficient way to do these mass deportations. Sure, I'm not saying all, but I'm saying if you could show this is a very good way of making people leave the country because they're like, oh, this isn't convenient to me. I was freeloading before. Sure, I don't think that's necessarily the case though, and I think if anything, it's just going to make they're not going to necessarily have the resources to leave, but they'll be there. Now they won't have Medicaid, and then any and all medical bills going forward will be funded publicly, which I don't like.
And Bill, I just want to bring up too that people sometimes bring up this issue of fraud in Medicaid, and it's really of course there is fraud because there's 350 million more than that now Americans, but that's I kind of get the the hairs raise on my neck a little bit when I hear stuff like that.
How do we take someone serious?
Here, a question
or hat?
Was the question offensive to you?
Wait, can you say it one more time, buddy?
Was the question offensive?
No, Bill, not for Bill. This little Bane figurine guy just asked something. I couldn't hear him.
How do we take someone serious when they have a propeller on their hat? Your hands look softer than Raging Tomatoes.
My hands look what?
Soft.
I've actually got very bad workout calluses. I don't know if you can see these, but yeah. So, but your wife likes them soft, so that's why I keep the other one soft.
I'd still high five you, silly.
Oh, thanks, buddy. Appreciate that.
That applies.
And the answer to your first question is you don't take me seriously. This is my defense. Whenever I say something stupid, I'm like, look, I'm just a dumb little guy, okay? All right? I'm just a stupid little guy, okay?
That's true.
Yeah, I'm just a dumb idiot. So there you go.
If you had a though.
If I had a what?
If you had a real beard.
If I had a real
real
beard, what?
beard,
That
I
I
think is
then
what he
you take me more seriously despite my propeller hat? Like, what do you mean?
Yeah, I actually would take you more seriously with the propeller hat if you.
I just like. I mean, you have a Bane Lego figurine profile picture. Like, I'm not disparaging you for that, but it's just like, look who's talking. You know, pot kettle sort of situation. Like, all right, I guess. Am I supposed to take you seriously?
Sure. Here.
Okay.
And you have a shirt that says National Sarcastic
What are you,
Society.
Amish?
Like, you have a shirt that my mom would have bought me when I was 12. So I don't know. I mean,
I don't
know what to say, buddy.
I got
okay. All right.
I do have a. This is what I kind of joined because the panel was discussing this when I first joined, and I want to answer from Lumberjack first. You said you're a libertarian, man. You gotta admit these tariffs are a mistake. You gotta admit that these are not optimal.
I mean, does anybody know? Like, show me.
Yeah.
yes, we do know.
He's been showing, bro.
Well,
What are you
non-fun.
talking about?
The issue is non-fun. The issue is that
The
Lumberjack
economy was
doesn't know
already on
anyone
bad
who
legs,
knows
dude.
about the
Get a clue.
tariffs. So
Yeah.
he doesn't know what we can determine about
Wait,
it.
from my experience, I tried to order a sex doll from China, and there's like 45% tariff on it. It was really
Well, I mean, so that's probably a good thing. You know,
Non-fun. You should find whoever ordered the blow up.
so
like,
it's your position.
a blow up
So
nurse.
why
sex
do you think that's
doll.
a good thing? Let's take the hypothetical
have
sex doll.
overstock,
Why is
like,
it a good thing that
funny
I can't buy
characters.
from China a sex doll?
It should be an American sex doll, clearly.
I mean, at the end of the, I don't care what kind of sex doll you buy. I mean, it's just sad you have to buy a sex doll. Like, that's kind of the downer.
Okay, well,
It's not libertarian.
I prefer
call
actual
bullshit.
women. That's my
Libertarian
preference.
against sex dolls? No,
Yeah.
no way.
I mean,
no, this is
well,
bullshit.
I said,
Absolute
yeah. So again, from my perspective, I think that most people don't understand all the moving parts that any economy has. And so
Just read I Am Pencil then, Lumberjack. I Am Pencil covers exactly how
Yeah, I'm
economy
good.
works.
I'm gonna read it.
Wait, you
So
haven't
what I-
read that? And you're
what
a
I-
libertarian? Okay.
what I want to see, yeah, I'm too busy making millions of dollars building businesses.
It's like
dude.
whatever.
Like,
Okay.
like seriously, like here's the thing, like this is the
We
problem.
don't
with
care.
life.
We don't care. You're
Listen,
trying to
What?
like,
Hold on,
say that
excuse me.
I'm
I
talking
care.
non-fun.
As the moderator,
You're not
let
gonna
me
Yeah,
hear
exactly.
what Lumberjack is saying.
Yeah, shut your
okay?
pipe.
That's probably the wrong
What?
person.
Wait, hold
Whoa,
on, Soy Pill. Just
no,
switch.
no.
Just,
Oh, hey,
just,
I'm
just
sorry.
stay
Am I
in
not
the
the
propeller.
moderator?
Just sit
Am I not
there,
the moderator?
okay?
I am in control.
Jesus.
Before you shut your pie hole, I'm telling you to shut your pie hole. Lumberjack, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think that one of the things that we find in business very often is that there are and clearly non-font, super smart guy, right? Guarantee, really educated, like really, really, really off the charts, smart, been to, I'm sure has at least 1 degree, if not probably 3.
Okay,
really
wait, hold
sharp.
on. I got to interrupt you now as the moderator. You have to give him real compliments now.
No, those are real. I
No.
think he actually
He's
has
19. I think you know that he doesn't have his degree yet. He's just a really smart kid, but you got to give him real compliments.
Okay, no, but I
on
think he's
autism medication.
so I think he's a super sharp kid. The challenge is turning that into and monetizing that and finding how that actually helps society. We'll see where he ends up in 10 years or 15 years. So
True.
I'm just a doer. And so at the end
Have
of the
the
day,
libertarian argument for why buying Chinese is bad now. I would really like the libertarian argument against.
hey, listen, I'm answering. If you don't like my answer, then I don't really give a fuck.
It's just a non-answer.
That's
That's the problem.
No,
Well,
the
no.
answer-
It's not a real
hey,
answer. That's
douchebag.
the point.
Here's
the
the
point
answer,
is,
douchebag.
a landlord,
Let me-
the
let me-
idiot ass.
I'll use
The
small
problem
words so
is
even
you're
you
not
can
giving a real
understand,
answer.
douchebag.
You
Whenever
need
you
to take
complain
a
about
pill,
Biden
all right?
administration, guaranteed you're able to rattle off 5 or 6,000 fucking little facts. But now with Trump doing fucked up shit with the tariffs, I think we should wait 10 years to really see the economical impact. It's fucking retarded. That's her point.
Yeah, I get it. You're retarded. I understand. Thank you for coming clear.
Okay,
But I
that
think
didn't work. That didn't
Wait,
land
no,
like you
Lumberjack,
wanted.
I got to
It's okay.
interject. You have to have a better comeback than no you. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I think the challenge is that in building companies and in building businesses, this is what I've done. And from my perspective, I voted for Trump. I believe that he's going to take us down the right path. It's going to repair the issues that we suffered from the last
How
administration.
the fuck is that
So,
ever
let me
possible?
Ducky,
true?
Ducky,
Trump
no
let me
has
finish
interruption.
or not?
I am respecting
Trump
Tremendo's wishes.
has
No interruption. Ducky,
IQ of
Ducky,
70.
Ducky, you've quacked your last quack. Don't make me boot you, all right? Let Lumberjack finish, then non-fun
gotta
can respond about the
die.
tariffs, all right?
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I get it. So again, from my perspective, I don't focus a whole lot on federal government. I focus much more on local government because that's where I do all my work. So I care much more about what's happening on my job sites. I care what's happening to my tenants. I care what's actually, because in pursuit of knowledge,
Why did you vote? Why did you vote for a
shut
president?
the fuck up.
If you only care about that.
Pursuit.
Dude, how can I
That
only
is
care about that?
enough.
Because I make a difference in people's lives every single day, giving them affordable housing. When you sit your dumb ass in that
Do
chair,
not
only
give
with
a
opinions,
fuck, dude.
doing
All
nothing.
night, you've only been talking about
Right.
yourself and your own personal thing. Holy fucking
Because
shit!
that's the work, you dope. That's I don't
the
understand
work?
what you don't understand. It's really simple.
It's not simple. The whole
It
problem
is
is that we've
simple.
been talking about stats and statistics, and all night long you've been saying, "Well, in my personal experience, that every single thing you've said."
Dude, you can get as upset about it as you want. I base things
I'm dancing
on
to the banjo.
experience. I base them on experience, and that's why I built many successful businesses. See, failed
And
ambition.
why
That's
did you vote for a president when you only care about local politics? Go ahead.
Because I filled up the entire panel. Because I
Well, you
believe
don't have
that,
to.
I know you don't have to, but I filled out the entire panel. The reason I filled out the entire panel is it will trickle down to the states. Absolutely, it does. I mean, do you believe that or not?
No, absolutely not. I'm not a
Okay,
Ronald
then
Reagan
don't.
trickle down economics.
Then
Absolutely
don't.
not. That's bullshit.
Yeah, then
We know
don't.
that's
Then,
bullshit.
dude, then go suck fucking Clinton's dick. It doesn't matter. Tomorrow, I will impact people by giving them housing that.
And
they
I'm
can't
impacting you
otherwise
directly right now. How about that?
Right. You're not impacting me at all, dude. You're a fart. I won't even think about you again after this show. Like you're a
I
non-factor.
don't care. That's fantastic.
Dude, I get it. You shouldn't care. You shouldn't care because what do you do tomorrow?
I go
What
to
are you
work.
going to do tomorrow?
I do
Yeah,
work.
you're going to go to work.
I'm a
That's right.
contractor. Hell yeah.
That's
let's
right.
go.
You're going to go to work. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're going to go to work. You're going to go work for somebody else and be their
No,
bitch. That's what you're going to
I'm in a small business. I'm a family-owned business.
Yeah, and you're
But
going to go.
here's the thing. Here's the
Exactly.
difference between me and you. I don't
Exactly
talk all
right.
night about myself. And about because every single thing that I have to bring up is about a personal experience. Because excuse me, I have an antidote where one person I know specifically did this, and I'm an expertise because
Never said it.
I've done blah, blah, XYZ.
Dude,
I
you're
could
a
be talking
bitter
about all night, but
bitch.
it doesn't matter.
You're a
What
bitter
we're trying
bitch. I
to
get
talk
it.
about is
No, I
that
get it.
I know that's your personal experience that you are a bitch. And
No, you're a
since
bitter
you are
bitch. I
one,
get it.
you can
Yeah, I mean,
recognize
that's why
things.
you
You
need-
call
that's
it.
why you
I
need to work
understand
for a
that.
family
But at the
business, 'cause
same
you couldn't
time,
actually
what
make
is
it on your own.
hilarious to me is that
No, that's why you
all
gotta work
night
for a
we've been
family
trying to
business
talk
because you
about
couldn't actually
facts
do it on
and
your own. You're like,
statistics, and the
oh,
only
you just
thing you
figure
can
out, I don't
do,
know how to do this.
only thing you
Don't
can
worry,
do
you'll blow it up.
is bring
Don't
up
worry,
your
you'll blow
only
it up.
personal experience.
Yeah, you'll
because
blow it
you
up. It's
cannot live outside that world. But when we're talking about a
Dude, you do
federal
nothing on the
system
daily
that
to make a difference in
talking
people's
about-
lives. It's
oh,
noise.
Wait,
You're
it's
fucking
only a
noise.
10-year system. We
You're
shouldn't
noise,
really
dude.
judge things yet. We don't know if it's going to happen. And then you vote for someone because, well, I just might as well fill out the ticket. I no fucking clue
Yeah,
this is going to have
Kamala was a
real
great
impact.
choice,
Like,
dude.
guess what? Tomorrow I'm going to do that.
Yeah, Kamala was an awesome choice. Good job. Yeah, that would have
Yeah,
won.
she's a better choice than Trump.
Oh,
What
yeah,
the
sure.
fuck is
Yeah,
going
she's
on right
awesome.
now?
Yeah. Oh, sure. Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, definitely.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
Are you okay?
Yeah. Oh, I'm totally fine, dude. You're gonna go to
I don't
work
think
tomorrow.
you are.
I hope you enjoy. I hope you enjoy being a non-factor day after day after
Non-factor?
day. Non-factor. Yeah, non-factor.
Why do you think what you'd think as judgment is going to affect anyone else? Honestly, do you think that has real impact on anybody else?
Do you?
Why even
Yes.
waste your time saying that? Seriously,
Why? Because I think you're so.
it's a waste
jaded.
of time. It's a waste of breath. I agree.
I think you're a waste of breath. I think you're a waste of time because I think that you're completely out of your depth and you
It's
have
a
an
joke,
opinion
dude. You
based
don't know
on
what
not
you're
actually
talking about.
experiencing
No,
anything.
all night you've been saying that
No,
you're
I
an
get it.
expertise in XYZ. You're not an expertise on these things. You're
On
not.
what
You
thing?
only have personal antidote. You have
Based
nothing
on-
else.
Yeah. So where we
Not
come
based
from
on
in the
facts.
real world, and you'll probably learn this when Daddy turns you over the
You're a
reins to
fucking
the business
retard,
to
dude.
you.
You don't even fucking know.
When Daddy turns over the reins to you and you try and actually figure it out, you're gonna blow up that business because you don't know fucking shit.
Gentlemen, I just want to make a kind reminder that you are both grown ass men.
Yes, absolutely.
Arguing about stupid shit. Lumberjack, I will kindly remind you that anecdotes never get anywhere in this space. We all run off of data. If you don't have the data to back it up, then nothing's going to happen. Pursuit, I think you're just angry that you're not in his position. That's all. You're just mad and shit happens. Outside of that, you're both little bitches. I love you all.
Sure. Sarah, I'm mad the fact that he keeps bringing up antidote after antidote after
Whatever,
antidote.
poor.
I just-
Okay, poor. L, go
I-
to
I-
work.
Good evening.
Why don't you
Sarah,
work
ask
for a
you
living,
muted.
loser?
Sarah, I stayed
Loser.
muted. Now am I allowed to be let loose? I did
What?
stay
What are
muted.
you
Wait.
letting loose?
Well, you
Wait,
said
don't let
I-
Bricky
oh,
let it
you
loose.
don't- well,
Good
you have
evening.
your
Y'all
coffee.
looking very sexy tonight.
And I did do that, right? So am I allowed
I
to
would
attack
really-
these bitches?
Did you stay mute for me, Bricky?
I did. Yes, I did.
Time?
Ask everyone. Ask
I'm
Soy
so
Pill.
proud of
did.
you,
He did.
Bricky. Everyone, give Bricky a kind little round of applause.
I'm also very
Some
proud of Ricky for
tomatoes in the chat for Bricky for shutting the fuck up, like I told you. Anyways, I love
Sarah,
you.
can I make a request for a future 1v1 between Mr. Fawn and Mr. Lumberjack? I would love watching that. I would even watch it on my channel. And I would even, dare I say it, super chat your channel from my super chat money that I received to watch that. So
You know
please,
what?
Not tonight because I'm tired and I know they won't both need
Oh,
time to
what, you're backing down? You're backing
Oh,
down?
I was gonna say if they've done so great, I would have just done it, just to do it.
No, but this is my pound.
Well, I mean, non-fans will wear his dress as well, just to make it more spicy.
True.
Why do you keep trying to put these boys in dresses, man? Like, if that's your thing, sure.
Why
But
do
like,
you wear
know they have to
wear
agree
a
to it.
child's hat? Why the fuck
What
do
do I
you
what?
wear a child's hat?
A child's
Soy
hat because
Pill,
I killed a child and took it off him.
Soy Pill, he agrees to, like, he does it on stream. It's this isn't like the same point that it might be if anybody else if it was about anybody else. Non-Fun does wear a dress on stream.
I do wear a dress sometimes for donations. Okay.
He does
I
occasionally wear a dress.
I wasn't disparaging that. I just think it's
I've worn a dress for donations before because people, my chat is not as generous as the great
$10, Sarah. It costs
Listen,
$10.
no, listen, non-fun. When you lower yourself to lol-cal standards, then you have to continue to own up to lol-cal standards. So therefore, don't do lol-cal. It won't get you anywhere, I promise, or you'll have to keep hitting that dopamine hit for them, that button over and over with stupider, dumber shit. Don't do it. Bad.
What I didn't tell you though is that this was in fact a dress made in Vietnam, and I would really like to hear the argument against buying Vietnamese.
Oh my God! Here we go.
What about the tariffs?
I have to
tariffs?
I have to reinforce what Sarah said. That's why I'm not eating any more crayons on stream.
Well,
What
you see
color
now,
was
Sarah,
it?
you're
Thank you for your service.
Not red.
Uncle's not eating
Not
crayons
red.
and
Or Yutkill, etc. Yeah,
more.
the red would have cost more, and
I got it.
They just
Makes sense.
Oh, I apologize. I meant to read this. Nate with the big five says, Soy
problem.
Pill, you should have one of your millionaire buddies who's stupid with money donate a large amount to this channel.
Well, a lot of them, at least the ones that I've talked to recently, might not be millionaires in the near future because of the tariffs and the fact that they rely on a lot of Chinese products, which is kind of funny. Yeah. I'm not even joking. Like, this is like they actually have to close down some of their businesses.
Is
'cause they
this
can't
where
afford
we
it.
can? Is this where we can pull the anecdotal
Vested
stories and use that as part of the argument?
Yeah,
'Cause
in
that
fact,
would work
I would
here.
say I know 6,789 millionaires.
So wait, have any of
So-
your business friends actually gone through like their product list though, and like considered every single product and supplier relationship? Like, there's so much laziness.
To be fair, I don't care enough to ask them these questions, but they might.
It could be more efficient.
Yeah,
No,
it
that's
probably
a
could
good-
be more efficient.
That's a good question by Ducky. Like any operators looking at their business and trying to understand, where can I buy this? Where else can I source this from?
No
Where
one
it's gonna
gives a
cost
fuck though.
less?
That's the rub, is no one cares.
What do you mean?
What?
This isn't like fucking like the Coke Center or something, right? Like, nobody.
When you say Coke, do you mean COKE, the drink, or like the Coke?
No, I think it
brothers?
means the
KOCH Coke.
Yeah, I mean
the
the
Cato
libertarian
some
conservative
heritage
thinking.
I kicked that habit years
It's
ago.
also a school
Don't
at
bring
UVA,
memories back. Don't bring memories back. Come on.
Oh Lord, Bricky.
No, we're talking about that.
All right, so where do we stand now? Is anybody convinced one way or the other?
I'll make my point quick and then I'll go.
Okay.
Okay. 1, Sarah, you're beautiful and awesome. 2, Lumberjack is a legend. And 3, I have more than all of you, so fuck off. Good night.
Shut up, you bitch. Fuck off, you bitch.
He has
Go on.
more money.
I
Than
like the
Hi,
Lego
Big
profile
Bear.
picture. I like the Lego character profile picture.
Oh, that's
Is that
Bricky.
still wrong?
Bricky, that's a waffle.
No, the guy who just left. Somebody said he was like Lego
Come
Bane.
on,
Like,
Sarah,
you know what?
I'm
Lego
being
Bane,
very
badass.
nice. I'll change it. Right, let's change it. Right, okay. Let's
Oh,
change it. Right.
Bricky.
What do you want? What do you want? Do you want this one? I'll do this one. I look attractive like this, don't I?
Oh goodness. Ricky, where are you at in the world? I forget.
I'm in Britain.
And are the tariffs
He's
affecting
Welsh.
you to any degree?
I'm a bricklayer. I thrive off the tariffs. I'm on price as well. Everything goes up when the tariffs go up. does. And look, I'll be honest with you. I'll be totally honest with you. When non-farm
margins
gets to 16 years old, right? Okay, I'm going to give him my child's college fund, right, to invest it, right? I am. Okay.
Wow.
And you better do well with it. Don't you dare wear a dress when you're doing it, right? Okay. I'm relying on you for the other 3 children to go to college.
What if that is what helps me invest good? What if that is the
Plus,
secret
with Sarah needs a new roof very soon, right? I heard you saying this, Sarah, the other day, love, and I take my hat off to you, love.
Eventually I will, because the house is, let's see, 2005, so 20.
20.
Yeah, it's in 20 years. So, and I'm watching all of my neighbors get new roofs around me, and I'm like,
You have the hard shells.
I have no idea.
Oh no, we got him talking about housing.
I don't know.
Lumberjack, I want to try to appeal to
class
Lumberjack.
4.
I want to try to appeal to Lumberjack. All right, because I
Get
didn't
the
talk
class
about
4,
this,
the 30-year
this part
class
of
4
weaknesses.
metal.
And my issue is this: one of the various institutions that is being weakened is, I think, the freedoms that we are granted in the Constitution. I think that if you look at specifically cases like Kilmar, Abrego Garcia, and all of these like kind of laissez-faire, kind of push it, not laissez-faire, but like lackadaisical, like, oh, we're just pushing away this concept of due process. It's not as big of a deal. The end result would have been the same. That really bothers me. I think that's very scary, the way they're kind of treating it like it's not a big deal. And I'm curious if you think that is weakening of American freedoms in the way that we are disregarding due process in some of these cases.
Okay.
I run 2 companies. Dude, I honestly like. I honestly like,
wait. Do you also have a daughter with cancer and millions of dollars and build houses, dude? That's so.
I
cool.
do, but honestly, like, I would just tell you,
hire immigrants. Can we appeal there?
I don't hire.
I'm currently
I
raising
don't
money
hire
for the
immigrants.
kids with ass cancer.
That's so cool.
So I think so one of the challenges is like, this is what your passion is, and you get in there and you have the time and the resources to spend all this time reading this stuff and following up on this stuff. I've got employees, I've got a family I got to take care of, and so all of my time goes into taking care of my family, my 4 kids, 7 years and younger, and so that's what it goes into. So in all honesty, when you raise that, I'm respectful, but I respectfully don't know. Haven't read the first thing about it.
Well, no, that's fair. I mean, I respect you saying you don't know. If you don't know, you don't know. If you got a lot more.
But soy pills at the gym 5 times a day.
Wait, hold on. Would you concede if it was the case that Trump has deported people without due process and attempted to deport other people without due process, would you agree that is like degradation of our institutions?
Can you define
that's not a hypothetical. Trump has deported.
Hold up. Who were you asking? Non-fun? Were you asking?
I was asking Lumberjack.
Lumberjack.
If it were true.
Non-fun, can you clarify who did he deport without due process?
I said it's a hypothetical. If it were true, I'm asking if it were true that Trump has deported people without due process and has attempted to deport other people without due process, would you concede that is like a degradation of the rights we are entitled to under the Constitution?
I mean, if they're illegal aliens, then what are we really talking about? They don't have those rights. We have those rights.
Yes, they do. You're wrong.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't. They broke into this. Okay.
Respectfully, I don't have a family in a millionaire business, and I have read on this, and actually they are entitled to some of those amendments.
Yeah, so then in that case, you broke into my country. I'm going to take you out of my country. How about that?
Okay.
Good.
So why don't we just declare that you broke into our country? Why can't the government?
But I didn't. I have naturalization. I was born here.
Fucking
So
hell,
I guess the argument's gone.
Hold up.
Can we just have an imaginary history line or
Go
something?
ahead, Pursuit. Go ahead, Pursuit. I know you were gone.
Why? What's the difference between why can't the government declare that you are no longer an American citizen, you're illegal, and that we can deport you without due process?
Is it a trick question? I was born here. I'm a citizen of this country. And if we're talking about these people that weren't born here that aren't a citizen of the country, then they are illegal aliens and they should be deported.
Lumberjack, I met 25 people that say you're an illegal immigrant.
That's fine, but
there are judges that sign off on that. Because they heard it from police officers. Wait, excuse me, sorry. Police officers saw you at Home Depot and said that you were part of the MS-13, that you were a gang member, and that you need to be deported because you are here illegally.
Or HD-13.
So I have a question back, Pursuit, to you.
Sure.
And I do agree that there are laws that protect non-citizens, right? Like that they are in place. However, my question would be, if you don't appeal to the laws and oblige them on your way in the door, then why should we appeal to them on the way out?
Correct. Because they're still human people. They're still human.
Well, that's
wait, hold on. No, wait, Pursuit. That's not the answer. The answer is how do you know they didn't oblige by the laws? You have to go through some sort of process to figure out what they did, what they like, what kind of crime they committed, and whether or not they should be here. And once that's my point.
That's actually my point. Due process is absolutely given to any person under the law in the United States. The government cannot just willy-nilly just fucking. This is literally 1984 shit. This was not what we want for the government, correct? We do not want the government just to be able to just declare a person. Doesn't matter if they're illegal or not. Doesn't matter if they're a citizen or not. They just declare, we see that you aren't a citizen anymore. Or
just like the previous government declared that men can be women in going to women's sports and spaces.
Yeah, this is definitely the same thing.
Because the government doesn't have a say in how a private
Waterboarding in Guantanamo Bay sounds like a really good time if you don't know what any of those things are.
To answer your question, Sarah. Yeah,
that's why we have Guantanamo Bay.
Grumple, get your delay out of here. It drives me nuts every time because you're always overlapping over other people because you always have some kind of delay. Fix the shit.
Can you do like 1, 2, 3?
5, 6, 7, 8.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Baby's driving me crazy.
It's a small
killing me. All right, go ahead, Pursuit.
I mean, the basic concept of government and the difference with having citizens and illegal immigrants or whatever, we still believe in due process. We do not believe that the government. I mean, why did the United States rebel against the United Kingdom? The reason is because of taxation. What the Third Amendment is all about. Not having any sort of British citizens, British soldiers quartering, right? That's something that we never talk about anymore, right?
You got to pick one thing, and the one thing.
No, I know. I'm all over the place. I have.
I'm the idea
is. Let's go. I go all over the place. It's because it's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous to me that we are even entertaining this question because I understand that the hatred for illegal immigrants is really high right now because we've made them out to be boogeymen, but they are still human people. We do not let the government just declare. I don't.
Everyone who breaks the law is still entitled to due process.
Then you speeding, then you should be thrown in jail, and there's no due
process.
No,
when I break the law of speeding, I pay the fine.
Go through
I get
due process. You go through due process.
You have a right to go to trial there.
I do, but I pay the ticket because I was doing it. You guys have clearly had the time to. Yeah, I know. I'm stupid. Pursuit of knowledge. I'm the dumb one.
You just said that the reason why you just said the reason why breaking the speeding limit is because I can pay the fine. That's the reason why you're fine with breaking laws.
Misdemeanor.
What is this?
I'll use smaller words. Pursuit. I said when I break
the connection is not there. Stupid. That's my point.
Yeah, I'm the dumb one. You got it. I mean, clearly you're nailing
Entering the country illegally is a felony. Last time I checked.
Well, let me ask you. Pardon me. I love that you're defending it because I like to push back to make people earn the answer, right? So if you are illegal, right? You slid into America some way where you were able to get away with it for 10 years, whatever. And you try to claim those rights of the same rights that a citizen here has. Mm-hmm. Who is there to enforce it for you on your behalf? Who is enforcing that law?
The American government? What do you
mean?
Right, but that's our American government. It's not your government. They don't protect
and they're
you,
under our jurisdiction as illegal citizens in our country. And the point is the very short way of saying
our nationals.
If they're under our jurisdiction, then do we get to do in that aspect? Do we say, well, hey, you're not here legally, you're not part of us, get out?
You have to show evidence for that.
We can deport them.
There's deport them. We have a right to that. You're supposed to have the full support of people involved with the judicial system. both as a victim as well as someone who perpetrates this type.
You can't just
of
black
crime.
bag.
Sarah, let me just
just
make a very short case for this. All this is saying is we should not, and I think every Republican should agree with this, we should not trust the government to be able to do whatever and say whatever they want about a person and then do whatever they want to that person. They should have to go through a process where we know who they are, whether or not they are illegal, what crime they committed, if they did commit a crime other than that, and then do whatever needs to be done based on the American law, which might be...
Who dictates that process? Who is the one in charge of that process?
The American government.
So the standing
so
is
then
the
you
injured
don't want
party.
you don't want the government. You've just said the government shouldn't be involved in it.
No, I said the government should just be able to believe me. We did whatever we want. There should be some sort of process
So
that they
who
go
takes
through with a
control over the
record so we can
process?
see what happened. Now, if you're saying, yeah, the government could lie about the documents and then the judge could lie, yeah, but there's a lot more processes that would have to be broken rather than just, hey, this guy's illegal and we got rid of him, and not, hey, this guy went to court. The judge saw him.
The key word, Cypel, is illegal. Illegal. Remember that word, illegal.
Oh,
Right.
sorry,
That's
right.
the
You're
key
right. I
word.
forgot about that. Thank you.
And Gary M with the big 5 says, rights, hilarious. You want to look up the rights of Americans, go look up 1942 Japanese internment camps. Now, what were you saying about illegals? Yeah, that's actually a good point to bring up because we
Not
Oh,
just
concentration camps. We meant happy camps.
No. That's a good point because the Supreme Court ruled that was illegal. That should not have been done. The government did not follow due process, and we, as the United States government, apologized for that and gave, I believe,
Reparations
we
to
did
the
give reparations.
Japanese. Yeah, I believe
sorry.
we did.
Oh,
We've always
that
sorry.
makes sense.
You just
So sorry.
strengthened the point that due process is an extremely. It makes us America. Without having due process, I don't give a fuck that you guys hate illegal immigrants.
Oh, goodbye, honey
So
bun.
fucking much.
Oh,
Okay,
Yeah,
I don't
and
give a
also,
fuck. There's
I
still
would
people,
mention-
and the fact that we're the fucking greatest country on earth, we
Well,
go.
why don't
through
you
this.
take an illegal
There's a
immigrant
reason
into your
why we do
household?
this. It's
Yeah, great
extremely
argument. Hold on,
important.
wait,
It
hold
makes
on.
us what we
I
are.
want every.
And it-
Just
the
let
fact that you're just
Pursuit
laughing away
have his
you
moment,
should just-
please. Can you guys
yeah,
just
I
let
mean, it's
Pursuit have his
important.
moment? He's delivering facts right now. You guys
It's
don't understand
embarrassing.
that.
It's embarrassing the fact that these people don't believe in these things, and because of the word illegal,
Or
because
they do.
they've been demonized so much that they've come taking your jobs at the same time. They're taking your jobs, taking your wives, taking your houses, and taking your health care. And at
In
the
Lincoln
same time,
Park?
they don't work at all. It's a.
And are we not allowed to be pissed? Are we not allowed to be pissed off that they've took our wives, jobs?
You're
and
not,
houses?
Mr. Britain. Get the fuck out of my America conversation, all right?
Mo comes
Well,
in
you
with a
just
big
take
5.
What the
I
fuck you
think
gonna
we
do,
now
Robert?
know where Pursuit is getting his employees for the family business. Chad Lumberjack holds firm versus Lefty Nuts.
I was just gonna ask that.
I mean, it just would prove the point that I'm the true libertarian here, and getting the
Oh,
correct
man, they need
market
to take my
kind of
booze. I don't
modification.
have enough.
Did you ask?
You
Did
even
you ask
remember.
25 people first if you're the true libertarian? yet?
Excuse me, no, but my personal attitude, I asked myself. I'm an expert in myself, and I.
But
know
is it
what
a
I'm
peer
talking
review?
How many years of experience?
peer reviewed study?
No, not enough.
But do you have a peer reviewed
More
study?
He would make the perfect builder.
I have
there.
17
So,
years in
yeah.
asking myself. Okay. I'll
Do
let
you
you
have a
know.
peer reviewed
It's not
study on
going
it?
well for you. I can tell you that. It's not going
17.
well.
You're not
I'm making
17.
fun of
If
you,
you're
okay.
17,
I know, I'm making
I
fun of
am
you back.
agreeable. I am agreeable to the concept that experience does matter, but experience
course.
is based on my reality is my perception. My perception is my reality, right? And my perception is based on my own experience. Therefore, if you live in a shitty neighborhood and everybody's a shitty person, then you probably think there's a lot of shitty people out there. If you're working in the medical field, obviously you have hindsight, or you have a behind the scenes sight and knowledge of a lot more things. What is in your face is going to be experienced. Therefore, it can change your thought process, and things that you see are more prevalent than the average person who is looking at data. But I will say data is very vital in terms of how we maintain information and how we can predict or presume, or whatever the case may be, or opinions that are formulated. It doesn't negate personal experience, but it certainly can trump it.
Oh man, that was eloquent, Sarah. Like, I love when women talk from a privileged place. That was just the best privileged speech I've heard in a while. She was like, yeah, what I'm saying is I don't have all these problems that these other trifling women have, because dudes will pay for my dates, they'll patronize me, they'll do all these things, they'll placate to me. Thank you, Sarah. That was very eloquently made from an above average woman that has average results. Anyhow, that's not what we're going to focus on. Like, so when I listen to Pursuit of Knowledge, he sounds like a good guy. Unfortunately, he looks like a broken Klondike bar, right? You know, he has the black shirt and all that, and then it's like he reminds you it's all white on the inside, no matter what he's wearing on the outside is black. Hey, the soy pill, don't say what. You can catch up later
I
on
just
the
said what? What are you
restream.
going to do about it?
You can catch up later on the restream.
I want some insult comedy.
I just
You're
didn't
delayed.
understand the insult.
You're
I
delayed.
don't
What do I
really
look
do
like?
that.
What
Good to
ice
see
cream
you,
do I
brother,
look
man.
like?
You're delayed. You can catch up on the restream. Hey, the soy pill, the fact that you will wear that hat,
delayed.
it's not even in public because technically you're in your house, but publicly we can see that, which means I'm very confused. You should never wear a hat like that. It's like the bad jelly beans. Like they're throwing the whole pack away because you know it's that one trifling jelly bean in there that tastes like dirty diapers. I don't want to taste any. Like, why would you wear that hat and have your hair come like this is atrocious.
Would you believe me? Bad Gemini, would you believe me if this hat got me laid if I told you that?
Let me tell you, I wouldn't believe you
I
if I
would.
thought women dated you looking like that. But you know what? Anything's possible. So good luck to you in your next venture. Like, what
I
is
got
this
laid from
man
a Pez
talking
dispenser,
about?
man.
Sandwich. That's
I
not a
believe it.
Klondike.
Thank you, Bad. I appreciate the insult comedy.
Yeah, hey,
Bad
let me tell you.
Gemini, what do you think about is Trump weakening America?
Well, before I can address Trump and weakening America, what I'm looking at is non-fun and his weak nose right now. Pinocchio is jealous of this guy right
That's
now.
a strong
This man's nose. His nose can touch his ankles
puts my
without bending.
Junos
I've
to
never
shame.
seen nothing like this. This is terrible. Like somebody help this guy out. He's pleasantly weird. Like those two words shouldn't go together, but when I see him, that's all I can think of. Okay, so
I'll take that.
back
I'll
to
take
being
that.
focused. I apologize. Okay, so Sarah, let me ask you answer your question. You asked about Trump, and then what about America do you think he's doing wrong?
No, we want to know your opinion. Do you think he's
I don't-
weakening America?
Weakening? I
he's
think.
weakening?
Let me tell you, it's called a reset. It's just that simple. People don't like resets because to reset anything, everything has to crumble, everything has to go awry, and you destroy everything. That's what a reset is. So nothing's going to be convenient, nothing's going to be comfortable, everybody's going to be uncertain. But we're talking about a guy who's not even rocked a solid year. My thing I keep telling people is talk to me 2 years later. Nothing is going to be laid foundationally within a matter of 5-6 months, whatever. When you evaluate this, it has to be in increments of years. This man is back to doing what he thinks he's doing best, but we won't know what he's doing best until we give it a good 2-year run. So I think it's too early to come with a true critical judgment, and that's my take on that.
Well, all I can say to that is goofy Gemini. He's wearing sunglasses inside like a total goofball. He
I
doesn't
should
know what
wear-
he's doing.
I
It's
should
not
wear-
even
look.
bright, and he looks ridiculous. He's sitting there in his white shirt
First
and
off,
sunglasses.
my
like he's
sunglasses
on a
is better
Miami
than your
beach,
hat.
but he's
If
out
I
there
had to choose
inside. He
between
doesn't
my
know what's going on.
sunglasses
He's
and your
a total
hat, I'm
goofball.
choosing my
He's a total
sunglasses.
goofball. He doesn't.
I would
excuse
never
me,
wear
I'm-
that hat.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
I
I'm
would never
speaking.
wear that hat.
Yeah, well,
I
that's
would
probably
never.
why you get
This man
fewer-
going
fewer
around
ladies.
here. He going
All
to talk
right.
about. Look, if it ask any woman out here that's looking for a viable candidate, because I'm out the market. If they looked at
Chat,
my
one
shades
in the chat if you would pick
indoors
me over
and then looked
Gemini,
at your
guys.
hat,
Chat's
first
one in the
off,
chat if you'd
you
pick
wouldn't even pick you over me. Like, what is you talking
I
about?
touch my dick
This
every
man is
day. Excuse me, sir. I touch my
You
dick every day.
should
I would
because
never
it
touch
involves Jergens lotion. Like, why wouldn't you touch it? Like, what's this man? This man has a lubrication factory in his house. I've never seen a guy like this before. Like, your beard wants to be look. At least I have true scruff. Right now, you look like burnt ashes. Your beard is a cigarette butt.
with a nice 90s Sugar Ray goatee. You're over here rocking the pubes. I
No,
see what
no,
it
let
is.
me
You're
say
drinking the Coke.
pubes.
I
First off,
understand.
your
You got the
pubes
beard.
are scraggly. That's what you have on your face right now. You have on a beanie cap
my
that she
pubes
has a
are
little
very
twist
groomed.
top.
I use
Let me
Harry's.
tell you, you probably go to the gym, you drink you a nice old smoothie, you got a porn filter on your freaking darn phone. You look at it, you lift weights for about 2 minutes, you look to see what women are looking at you, which
Hell
are
yeah.
none, and then you walk around looking in every mirror, and then you go to the
That part's
front and
true.
say,
That's
it's
part's
like, come on, man, like I'm not gonna waste any time with this goofball. Like this man, you're a decent guy.
Goofball.
But, yes, you're a decent guy. I can't talk bad about my brother. I'd rather talk bad about Sarah. But since you forced me to talk bad about you, I must. Like, you look like you actually work out, but unfortunately, most of your time is
You
spent
work
with
out?
jerk.
Can I see how big you are? Am I bigger than you? Give us a little flex. Give us a little flex. Let's see. You got the guns?
This
You got the
man
guns?
looks like a retired freaking. Matter of fact, last time I saw you were making funnel cakes. You were making funnel cakes out here.
Look at
Like,
this
I don't trust you guy like this.
clown.
He was serving turkey legs and making funnel cakes. Like, you can't trust a guy like this here. Let me find my next good drink, man, because you're bothering me.
You're all right,
man.
Bad Gemini. You're all right. I like you, man.
Clitoral emulation. Like, goodness. like not stimulation.
Come
Emulation.
on.
Listen,
Are
clitoral
you happy
emulation.
that his fit is better than mine?
Should I keep you two boys next to each other? Do you need like a private room or something?
Sarah, I don't even rock with you anymore. Now that you're bougie and elite, I came here because you need at least one token black guy. Unfortunately, I'm too good to be a token black guy, so I'm an elite black guy pretending to be a token amongst at least two doofuses. One we've already established: the soy, the pill. Daniel McCoy, you just came up here. It's not your fault, but I got to lump you in that category. So yeah.
Sarah, why do you do political debates? We should just get those type of doing sub comedy. I'd pay for that.
Well, it just depends on the night. I mean, obviously we turned full debate platform, but you never know what you're gonna get. It's Pandora's box. I mean, this is all of the open panels that I've hosted since I started. This is where we find all of these characters. Like, I opened up the space and all these random things started showing up on screen, and now I have my own little collection of comedy, debates, politics, conspiracy theorists, alcoholics. I mean, you name it, they're here. Right, Bricky?
I knew I was going to get brought into that there.
Yeah, he's our neighborhood alcoholic.
Is that just a
I'm
Welsh
not an
joke?
alcoholic. I have no problem with alcohol. It has a problem with me. Okay.
Okay. Well, I do want to ask about Gemini.
Non-Wales.
What he thinks the goals of this Trump reset is.
Why
in
have you
my
put a
mind,
pair of
I
sunglasses on
see-
non-fun? Why have you put
Because I
sunglasses
saw
on?
his sunglasses and I thought I would look
Oh,
extra
are we
cool.
doing a sunglasses stream?
You're not as cool. You're not as cool as him. You're not as cool as him.
I'm not saying as cool as him. I'm just saying they
I'll
add.
aspire to
like,
be as cool as Bad Gemini.
you know,
right?
they sort of compress our cool level a little bit. Okay,
Bad,
sort of
Bad's
evens
as
it
cool
out.
as the other side
But
of the pillow.
I do want to ask. I see basically two broad things from Trump's "quote unquote" reset. I think he wants a version of unitary executive theory, and I think he wants isolationism. We've seen the isolationism with the tariffs, trying to isolate our economy from the rest of the world. We've seen it with shutting down USAID, and USAID also has to do with unitary executive theory because he shut that agency down without the authorization.
Wait,
from
non-fun.
Congress.
You think he doesn't want big, beautiful trade deals with all of the big, beautiful countries?
No, I think he wants at least a 10% tariff to remain in place on any country he makes a
look,
deal with.
nah.
And we just saw that with the UK, which is not. He didn't get a deal, by the way. It's just a non-legally binding concept of a deal that he has. But even within that case, he wants at least a 10% tariff on every country. That's clear from what I've seen.
Dang, I wish I could be as deep as you, Nan. Let me make it very simple from my standpoint, because I wish I could be that deep. But right now, the only thing that's worrying about something being deep is Sarah. But unfortunately, a man hasn't been that deep in years in her life. So we're not going to talk about that. So when we get back to politics, so let's start from where it all began. Look, when it comes to Trump, you saying isolationism, I look at it as independency. Yeah, you can, it's the same thing, but independency means we're capable of doing all good all by ourselves. You know how people say, I'm gonna do all bad, I can do bad all by myself. What he's saying was we can do all good by ourselves as America. That's the difference, because he said we have the infrastructure, we have the tools, the capability, the knowledge, the wisdom, the resources, the wealth. So he's like, we've gotten too relaxed and dependent on all these other countries. They're overcharging us for things that we shouldn't even be going to them for. So he's like, let's reset, look at what we have here. If we need them, we will come back to y'all. You will tariff us, we will tariff you. If we don't need you, we won't deal with you at all. That's all he's saying. He's trying to reset and be like, half of these countries we deal with, we don't need to deal with them, and they're charging us stupid money for stuff we can do here. So I agree with that. So that's why
a lot of it's national security concerns too.
No,
you know how. Yes. Yeah. Okay. So the lead time has gone from 6 months. Hang on. Do you know how long the lead time is to buy a transformer for a power substation?
No.
3 years, and it's not made in the United States. If our electrical infrastructure gets hosed, we are done.
What percent of our imports are electrical infrastructure? My point is that the majority thinks Trump is tariffing. It's not national security.
But
it doesn't matter what percentage of it is. This is critical infrastructure.
We don't need to trade with these countries.
Not
in a sense,
reality.
What?
Your
Sorry,
perception is analytics and not reality. My reality is when I need a
Okay.
when I need a new panel on the wall in my building, like I needed, it took 13 months for it to come in because it wasn't made here. So that's the reality.
Okay, so I mean, presumably, if that is true, and if it could be made more efficiently in America, the market would provide that.
No, everything that you say is true in fact, but everything that I experience isn't. I'm telling you, it took 13 months to order that part and have it come in, and it cost hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Maybe it would have taken. So the market is really good at aggregating information, right, and aggregating preferences, right. So there could be some trade-off between how expensive a good is to buy. Maybe it's really expensive to buy American, but it takes longer to get it from overseas. And it seems like consumers. I don't care. Consumers have chosen overall to import from cheaper overseas rather than pay more for America to maybe get it faster. I'd also say the opportunity cost from America. And look, you say like we don't need to trade with these countries. Well, it's like we need a few bowls of rice a day, right? It's like we don't need a lot of the things we have. But what increases our standard of living
do you need
is
that?
growth.
Rice is cheap.
What?
No rice in the U.S.
Okay, this was my point, is that you say we don't need to, but just because we don't quote unquote need something doesn't mean it's not more efficient, doesn't mean it's not better to have more things. And free trade gives us more things. There are gains from I would say there are gains from exchange, there are gains from specialization, and there are gains from economies of scale with trade. So we can dive into whichever one you want, but I would say very clearly the theory and evidence demonstrate that there are a lot of gains from free trade.
What do you consider free trade? That's my confusion. Because when I hear free trade,
that's his activation phrase. Go.
I don't get maybe I don't get as much meaning as a lot of people do out of it. When I say free trade, I basically just mean having as low trade barriers as possible. I recognize we're probably never going to reach a world where there are literally zero trade barriers between countries. We're never going to reach a world where there are exactly reciprocal trade barriers between countries. My primary concern is the liberty of American citizens to import from countries they want to buy from. That's my primary concern. And
More Chinese sex dolls.
Exactly.
Is that personal experience? Do you know 25 people that bought Chinese sex dolls?
Sarah, I'll tell you this. The American sex dolls, the pussies are very big. The Chinese ones are too tiny. So we should make them here because they're much better, because my penis, it's too big for the Chinese sex dolls.
It's probably fitting.
I'm trying to follow that up with a fact thing.
Did you actually pay for your sex?
hey, Soy, you better capitalize. You actually flirted with her. She's weak right now. Capitalize now. Vulnerable.
Finish her.
Children. I
Flawless victory.
Ruin the sanctity of that. Okay.
Heard you say. You
All right.
actually gave a funny.
So we've gotten our hour out. Do you all gentlemen want another 30 minutes?
I can do it. If you're asking for it, I will go another 30.
I'm chilling. I'm down for
All
whatever.
right.
That's them. I can't do that. If my wife asks me for another 30 minutes, I'm like, baby, I'm going to sleep right now. I ain't got nothing left to give. So I'm not going to speak for them.
Hey, that's whiskey dick, buddy. If you drink less, I promise you can do it.
Sarah, I got the time. You got the energy.
She's going to have to do all the work at this point. I'm going to sleep. Pogo stick.
Right.
Nice to meet you, Bad.
Nice to meet you, Bad.
I'm almost between contracts.
He ain't going to sleep. He's staying right here. He ain't going anywhere. He's having too much fun.
Oh, okay. Well, not nice to meet you for lying to me.
I drink too much booze right now. I've been drinking.
All right,
for
we'll
7
go
hours
for we'll go for another half hour, and then I am definitely shutting down. I've had a very long day. All right.
Sure. Girthy day.
She's had a long day, but a short outcome. The irony. But anyway, we're not going to talk about your dating exploits right now, Sarah. So I'll give you a pass right
You
now.
can't talk about them because they don't exist. They don't exist.
cross between Will Smith
I'm
and
a
P. Diddy
lonely
fucking well
old
born at you when you said
hag with like a bunch of
The
cats
barren
or
wasteland. A barren wasteland is terrible for a
Anybody,
woman.
does anybody know how much baby oil that the Sarah situation has? We all know about.
If she was the Sahara Desert, yeah. So yeah, it's a
What
lot
the
of baby
fuck,
oil.
Sarah? That's so weird, dude. Cut it out.
Just
You shouldn't
has
have
it
that
on
in the
hand.
video. No,
Hand
joke.
check,
I have a
Jack.
question since we're
Hand
kind of
check.
moving off the Trump stuff. Bad Gemini, are
it's-
you like manosphere, kind of like red pill kind of content? Is that kind of what you do? You're giving me Andrew Tate vibes.
Oh, that's terrible. If you really think
Andrew
that,
Tate's way paler. You're wrong.
Look, let me
Really?
tell you, you give me a lot of credit for being a
You can't see
disrespectful,
through that puppet, you can't see
disingenuous,
that
and
shit.
disruptive male. I
No, I'm
love
just
that.
curious. I mean, if you are that or not, I'm just
I love that. You call me a disruptive, disingenuous, disrespectful male for no reason. And when I look at you, it's like me saying, what vibe are you rocking with? The virgin spear, the inadequate, dysfunctional, doesn't know how to talk to a woman. Like, I'm not going to do that to you. So when it comes to me, yes, sir. I'm neither of those. Sarah knows what she needs. I'm her part-time.
Well, I know what I
imaginary
need,
boyfriend.
and Rob Noir just fulfilled every dream a girl could ever have by rating
he's
the
booted everyone on
show.
the-
Shout out
Oh.
to the Rob Noir
Hey, Rob
raid.
fans.
Welcome.
These on YouTube
Is
are
this
so
stream wet
weird.
now? Is this a
Good
wet
evening,
stream
Rob.
now?
Of the Crucible.
It is moist, Gemini. It's moist.
Oh,
I'm
goodness.
confused.
It's getting there, right?
That stream, she was like, you fulfill my needs. Rob, you did everything I need. My knees are by my ears. Like, what is happening?
Gemini, I
considering-
like that Gemini used the Trump tactics. I really do think this is funny when he goes, "I'm not gonna call Kim Jong Un fat. I would never call him fat because that's very mean." So I
Are
won't
we
be
doing
fat.
Trump versus fat? Let me tell you, I love my blacks. I love all of you.
Look at my African American over there. Isn't he great? Don't we love him?
I don't even eat soy rice. Hey, soy is good.
Well, that's a pretty good Trump.
Eyes are slightly pinched. You are the
I don't agree with you at all,
whitest
but that's
Asian
pretty
I've ever seen.
Gemini.
And I love all my
So-
white
See it
Asians.
Well, Soy Pill, you were talking about the soft power versus the hard power earlier, and I wanted to see if
He's
we,
very
now
soft.
that
Oh,
now
there's
that
a
we
Rex
have-
power that we're talking
now
about.
that we have a fairly newer panel, I wanted to kind of invite
Direct
that
power
conversation
dysfunction.
back in.
Sure. I mean, yeah. Does anyone have any contentions with the idea that by cutting U.S. aid, we're cutting off all this, influence to all these other countries that China and Russia
Wait,
is
just
going to
for
fill the gap?
clarification, do you mean U.S. aid or USAID, not the NGO?
I mean, yeah, as a subset of aid that we give out, USAID, the thing that Doge
The
cut.
NGO. Okay.
Yeah, fuck that shit. Fuck that.
Is it an NGO?
Yeah, non-governmental organization. It's
No, I know what an
US
NGO is. Is USAID an NGO?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
USAID,
it is.
the government agency, is an NGO.
It's not a government agency.
AID is not.
USAID is/was a government
It's
agency.
not a. No, it's not a government agency.
So if I go to the Wikipedia page for
Pardon me
USAID,
for just
what is
a
it going to tell me,
moment.
Grumple?
Pardon me.
It's
for
an
just
NGO.
some- Pardon me, gentlemen.
is Texas-
Mr. Bill, I am removing you from the panel because we're not here to box. Do that on your own free time. We are here to have a conversation.
It's a government.
Enjoy your
I'm fine. Yeah,
evening.
it
Come
is.
back another night.
I'm going to read the Wikipedia page for USAID.
Oh, Wikipedia is a resort.
United-
Is
What a great source.
United-
I actually edited that just
United
now, Don
States
Fon.
Agency for International Development is an agency of the
I-
United States government.
I edited.
That's crazy.
No,
That's crazy.
it is
It's the
not.
United States agency. It's a United States agency. That's crazy. That's wild.
It's
No,
not.
No.
Sarah, don't
Get a
let
real
these
source
guys
that-
fool you.
The Wikipedia
No, I'm not
sources.
going to listen to y'all. Shut your face up because.
Wait, hold on.
y'all
Can I
keep
use
talking about-
USAID's website? Does that count as a
Y'all
good
keep
source?
talking about NGO.
No, it doesn't.
No.
Okay.
Hey, we found ourselves. We investigated ourselves, and we found ourselves guilty of nothing wrong.
When you leave mommy and daddy's house and you pay your own
Grid.
bills and live in
Sorry,
the real world, right? We might take you
Grumple.
seriously.
How could I prove to you that USAID is a U.S. government agency?
Show the bill where it was like okay.
Okay.
So you
That's not that hard to do.
Was it approved by Congress or was
Yes.
it an executive branch?
John F. Kennedy.
Okay, then just bring up the bill that was approved. HB what? And just link that because that doesn't exist. And I'm
By
willing
the way,
to be wrong.
the second
100%.
paragraph in Wikipedia, USAID was established in 1961 and reorganized as an independent agency in 1998, and placed under the authority of the Secretary of State. I'm sure if I go to the citation here, it mentions the bill that USAID.
You're sure if you do that will do a thing. I believe you.
Oh my God! Oh my
Sarah,
God!
he has a
Foreign
great
Affairs and
ChatGPT
Reform
voice.
Restructuring Act of 1998. Oh my God! What?
ChatGPT current USAID.
Wait, I just wanted to know what you guys think about government influence being lost by the cutting of USAID, not whether or not it's an NGO, which is an interesting thing to talk about.
So, Appeal, can I address
Yeah,
your question? When we talking about NGO, Sarah's waiting. She's waiting for her next great orgasm. That's the NGO that she's waiting on. So, I just wanted to start there. And I'm
drinking tonight, Gemini.
Let's get it. You asked. I'm reckless. Hey, I'm done. I'm quiet. I'm mute myself.
Good boy. Good boy. Jesus Christ.
So yeah, what does Daniel and Grumplestiltskin think about the U.S. hegemonic failures of being able to influence these countries with our aid?
I don't think they have enough info to answer. If I'm being honest, I would say USAID's probably been part of the liberal
All due
institutional
respect,
platform
for
quite some time.
I do agree with you.
I'm sorry, Soy. What did you ask?
Right. So by cutting USAID and a lot of this other money that we would otherwise give to countries, we're reducing our influence and power and soft power and our ability to negotiate with these countries insofar as they feel beholden to us. And it looks like Russia and China is kind of filling that gap. And I'm curious if you guys have a problem with that. I think that's weakening America's power.
Just quickly, pro tip, non-fun. If you're looking for it, it's 1998 when it became an NGO.
What does the NGO stand for, Grumple? Please.
Non-governmental organization.
Okay.
Next great orgasm.
In 1998, what is the government for?
They had
It became independent of the government in 1998.
It became an independent agency, Grumple.
No, it's not. It's not part of the government.
It is part of the government. Wait, hold on, wait. Do you agree?
Do you think Federal Express is federal?
Do you agree? Yes or no that Donald Trump? Do you agree? Yes or no that Donald Trump and Elon Musk and Doge?
Do you even leave your fucking bedroom, non-fun? Do you leave your parents' bedroom? Do you actually leave that bedroom?
Go to Wikipedia. Go to Wikipedia. Go to USAID.
Do you leave your bedroom to go to Wikipedia? Do you pay any bills? Do you pay your internet bill?
Ricky, what are you talking about right now?
I'm mod for non-fun. I'm messing with him right now.
No experience in the real world, son. When you do get there, come back then. Very well educated. I get you that. I'll give you that.
Gentlemen, are we all losing our
Yes.
manners?
Yes. Yeah, we're very drunk, Sarah.
Sarah, you asked for these extra 30 minutes. We tried to be civilized. This is what happened.
Well,
Gemini, don't fucking. You can't say that. You're not allowed to say that, Gemini.
He's losing his mind. He looks. When I look at him, he looks like a 1996 Olympian skater as a guy. Like right now, he has skates hanging, and he has just dainty stuff on his tights, and he skates when nobody's looking. So I think he's a good guy for me. He's a good guy for me. Daniel McCoy looks like he hunts himself. He's like, I don't look awkward. Like I'm gonna shoot me.
I'm gonna say
I'm
Johnny
little.
and Daniel almost look like they're brothers or something. You guys got the glasses and the beard thing going and all
Well,
that.
Johnny is a floating head right now.
Yeah.
A floating face.
I'm curious what people think
He's like the end
about
of Star
lack
Fox.
of American influence on these countries.
Johnny's in a
and not giving
relationship with
money
a goat.
through an
I don't
NGO,
trust
if you will.
That is the.
I used to milk goats in California.
Soypill's making
I
a point
know
right
these.
now.
All right.
The softer side of neoliberal development.
Duck, nobody heard anything you were saying, so I apologize on behalf of the panel. Duck, go ahead, please.
I was just gonna say, Soypill's making a good point. Like, I'm not a neoliberal, but I would say the more artistic side or the softer side of neoliberalism was that the U.S. could create these sort of non-direct ways to influence free institutions. So I mean, that stuff's.
Is that what you had to say?
Hold on now, Sarah. Sarah. No. Hold on. Sarah. No, I'm gonna be honest. I'm being. I don't care how sweet you talk. That doesn't mean nothing to me because I'm very disrespectful right now. I'm mad that you let Duck talk right now because I want to have a vote from all the guys, and we need to have a majority. He needs to shave his whole beard, goatee, everything that's going. You can't come and have a voice like that with a goatee like that. Like it wasn't grizzly.
Which voice do you want? Do you want the other one?
It was
you want to meet the other Duck?
See, look at it. I don't know. I'm gonna play Duck Goose. I don't know.
All right. Well, non-fun. You get 5 minutes in the back for using Wikipedia as a reliable place to get research.
That's a total.
He's losing his mind.
And also, the USAID fucking agency website says they're not a NGO, and obviously they work with NGOs because they're not an NGO. But it doesn't matter because I'm asking what you think about.
They're not an NGO.
No, they.
Duck get his beard hair braided.
They're not an NGO.
It's not braided right
now. Not
governmental organization. They are. Okay.
All right. Stop worrying about that, Gemini. All right, Johnny. I think if you try turning your camera off, it might help your Wi-Fi. Usually that works.
I think Daniel actually was going to respond to my question of whether or not it's good that USAID is no longer giving funding to these countries that would otherwise have better relationships with us. That is now being replaced and supplanted by Russia and China.
Okay. Number one, USAID has been funneling money for years. I've seen this from before you were even born. Okay. They found a lot of corruption and frivolous spending within this organization. Do I think that USAID could help countries? I think it could, as long as they get rid of all the corruption out of it.
Sure. Actually, that's a fine argument, Daniel. In fact, I would say if Doge came in and we're sorry, go ahead.
Finish. Helping countries build themselves up, yes, I think it could help, but it needs to be severely regulated and watched because so many politicians have been utilizing it on both sides.
Yeah, I agree. There's definitely a degree. I think that someone has pointed out, Daniel, like I believe there's like been certain like. Oh, sorry. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
From both sides, they have been funneling money to their own interests, and the money isn't actually going to the people that they claim it's supposed to help. So let's pull it back. Get rid of the corruption, get rid of the frivolous spending, and then reestablish something that's actually going to help people.
So I'm actually sympathetic to this argument, Daniel, because I think there are audits that show, some of this stuff was going to stuff that I wouldn't agree with. Some of it's corruption, some of it's funneling. My issue then is that, hey, don't fix this because, look at all these poor people that are going to suffer. It's more, hey, I think that we are exerting our soft power with humanitarian aid to like all these countries in Africa, all these other places, and we should be able to audit it while also not completely cutting it off altogether. I don't think you need to reset it to fix it. And I think that clearly this was more of a partisan thing where they just wanted to get rid of it, period. And I think that is harming us. So if Trump had said, hey, we're going to bring this back once we fixed it, I might even be okay with that insofar as, I don't like waste or fraud or corruption either. I just don't think that's what he's doing. I think think it's just getting rid of it, period. And I think that makes us weaker on the world stage.
Do you seriously think that Trump is going to just walk away from our allies?
Yeah. He kind of has indicated as much. I mean, he says he wants to pull out of NATO. He says that he wants to, cut this aid because why should we spend money, abroad when we should be spending it here? I mean, he has indicated that he wants to do that.
I agree with that.
Right, and he does too. That's what I'm saying. He is walking away from a lot of our allies.
We have citizens in our own country that need help.
I agree. I just don't think we can't do both. I think we can do both.
Why are we helping every other country out and ignoring our own citizens?
I mean, I agree. I would vote for bills that protect veterans more. I like more universal health care policies, but I don't think the 1% of money or less that was going to USAID makes that a zero-sum game that we can't also do these other things.
Take that money that was funded to USAID and apply that to our own citizens first, and then if we have
left over, yeah.
Hold on. If we have extra money left over, then we help other countries.
Sure, I understand that sentiment. I think. Oh, sorry, you still talking?
Sarah, I'm off, love. I'm off.
Hey, Bricky, nice to meet you.
Bye,
Bricky.
Have a good one.
Love is and leave us, right? God bless us all, right?
Sarah, I try to be patient. I try to listen to these two guys. Look,
yeah, go ahead, Daniel.
Hey, no. Look, Daniel, like I like you. I like your shirt. It's like a bunch of sewn together brown paper bags. I've never seen anything like that, but I need to talk to your designer. So we're gonna handle that later. The soy peel, you had a valid argument, and I can respect that. So when I look at Trump, this is a reality. When we say what the demographics, what the relationships, what the correlation is, when we look at other countries, we understand that we have an advantage because we're a bully. People look at the exports and imports. No, I look at I'm a bully. You can't beat me. That's what it all comes down to. So right now he's experimenting to see what makes the most sense. At some point, we're going to come to a clear landing ground. But right now he's like, I'm a bully. You can't beat me as America. I'm going to charge you this. Can you pay it? Okay, they can pay half of it. Okay, we won't worry about this country. Let's try this country. Oh, you can pay all of it? Okay, I'm like a mob boss. Yeah, I need you to run me this money every week for the next 2 years because I know you can pay it. Let's try this country. Okay, you know what? We'll give you a pass because you broke and we like these avocados that you give us. So it's all an experiment. At some point when it all lands, we'll have a special formula. This formula will be, these are the countries that say, you know what, we will pay the tariffs because we need America. The other countries will be like, we won't pay the tariffs. We need you, but we need y'all to pay tariffs. So we both will pay tariffs to them and they'll pay tariffs to us. What we're trying to do is eliminate all the countries that are riding scot-free. There are a lot of countries that we are benefiting them more than us. So Trump is saying we won't give these countries a free ride anymore, and they have to provide something. That's all this is really about. And
okay, so you're grandstanding. You're grandstanding because I'm just guessing your point drifted into complete bullshit. And
it's not BS. Look at the countries that are paying the tariffs. They're the countries that say we're scared and we need America, and we can't afford it, but we'll still figure out a way to pay the tariffs.
Tariffs are paid by people in the U.S., right? Like the money going to the Treasury comes from U.S. citizens and U.S. companies, right? We acknowledge that much.
Depends what tariffs they are. There are multiple tariffs.
Okay. If we put tariffs on China, who pays that tariff?
Which tariff? Because there are a lot of things. We may pay
tariffs on clothes from China. Who pays that tariff?
China, they have to pay the tariffs to bring.
I mean, it's going to be the international finance system. It's going to be businesses that get hurt. It's going to be people that really have nothing to do with these sort of petty disputes that we're having.
Wouldn't that be kind of like a deterrent, though? Wouldn't it? I mean, essentially, what it would do is number one, it forces us to seek manufacturing elsewhere, right? To see if we can get it cheaper from a different country or something like that. And then now it forces a more competitive market because now China has to compete with other countries who don't have the tariff. And therefore now they're going to.
That is ideally how it would work, and that's like how he's positing that it will work, which is, oh, we'll bring manufacturing back because it will become too expensive to do this stuff in China. The problem is we just can't compete on that same level. The downtime of all the factories and all the investments is just not going to catch up. And if you look at the same kind of tariffs that he did in 2018, it's just not what happened. We didn't get steel manufacturing.
Why do you think it won't catch up?
Why do I think it won't catch up?
Yeah.
Because I don't think we can compete with China's manufacturing on
Why would it catch up?
steel and
Well,
example.
If you have to pay for steel and magnesium and anything to go like fucking 3,000 miles over the Atlantic Ocean to get anything done, how would that possibly? Sorry, how
my example,
manufacturing gonna catch
which my example, which Non-Fun loves because I've used it a whole bunch of times, is Toyota. The under LBJ, there was a tariff that was in place. They called it the chicken tax because it originated with poultry. And what it actually ended up doing that currently affects us is a 25% tariff on light-duty transport-type vehicles like pickup trucks.
We can't give
not vans. Cargo vans, yes. Yeah, that's why we can't. Yes, sir, exactly. 100%. Bingo. That's why we can't have a Hilux. That's why Toyota started manufacturing trucks inside the United States. And because NAFTA at the time in Mexico also. So that's why we have the Tundra and Tacoma that are manufactured mostly in Texas. Some tacos are made in Mexico, but it was the 90s. So between LBJ and the 90s, that's kind of a long timeline, but that same business brought manufacturing because they couldn't sell a Hilux here. They started manufacturing trucks here, and they're bringing the RAV4 to Kansas in 2027.
I would just like the concession that we got that result because people in the U.S. paid more. They paid more for foreign products. That implies the U.S. is the one paying the tariffs. Right now, I don't know if you guys genuinely believe that China is literally paying the tariffs. I don't know if some of you guys believe that because that's just not true.
Nobody's paying the tariff. It's the business that has an additional expense.
Chinese products.
Because why is the additional expense there? Because they're paying money to the U.S. Treasury.
No, the business has an additional expense. The business is paying it. However they deal with their prices, that's on them, right?
Yes.
I mean, can you concede that point?
No, Grumple, I'm happy with that. Yeah, absolutely. And there are studies that suggest that sometimes companies don't actually pass the cost on to the consumer, but you recognize that's a U.S. company.
And sometimes they
right?
won't.
That's a U.S. company.
Not always a U.S. company paying the cost.
It could be the U.S. consumer paying the cost.
I'm so mad.
You know what I would do strategically if I was playing chess? Hold on. If I was playing a game of chess and I was to become the president of the United States and force all these crazy tariffs and maybe cause some competitive marketing kind of stuff to go on, I would already have established manufacturing companies in other countries set forth, ready to go, already.
Yeah.
If I were any one of you, I would be looking into that to find out where the money's going to be going truly, because that would be your answer to all of this is where is it? Where are the behind the curtains kind of deals? Where are those happening? And that's what I would look for.
Hold on, Sarah. Hold on. You're not gonna drop this nugget and be all smart and then fade into the background. I was born to talk you merely adopted to. We're not going to do all of that. So let me ask you this question. This here, you said all of this here. So if there were any guy on this panel that you would think, based on their thought process, would have to pay a tariff, who would be the guy that would have to pay a tariff to you?
What?
I wouldn't pay fucking shit, all right? I'm too manly for tariffs. They wouldn't affect me. They bounce right off.
So he wouldn't pay a tariff to you because now the dating game is corrupt. Women have tariffs. They're like, you know what? I'm cute. I'm lazy. I'm not going to work. I might give you head, lazy head, laying in the bed. I won't even get on my knees. So
that's
it's
the worst.
You know what? So
I don't know where
Who
But don't
would
you all
ask
know
that,
you're
Terry?
already paying your cover charge at the door by providing free content for me, and all I have to do is sit here and tell you to shut the fuck up every once in a while, and then the other countries pay me. It works.
Dang, she is a pimp. That you didn't even say that's pimp talk right there. Right now, I think you're gonna pull out a belt. I got lashes on my
Gemini,
back.
I
and I'm
can
finna go
tell
home
you how much
store.
of a pimp
Next
Sarah is.
time, I'll tell you
Sarah
while
told
I
us.
put my
Sarah told,
stiletto
hold
on
on,
your
let me tell my
throat.
Sarah story. Sarah on the internet to everyone said, "Hey, join the Discord. Send me a message of what you want to talk about." So I did, and she was like, Duck, you're not quite there yet.
Did
And then,
this man
not 2 weeks later, I see she schedules a debate on rights, and I'm like a huge political science nerd, and it's not me. That's a pimp, and I'm still here.
Wait, you do know that people come to me and they say, Sarah, can you host this debate, right? Like, you do know it has nothing to do with you.
That's not
Like,
what
if this is,
He felt used, Sarah. Respect his emotion.
you know what? I actually dare you, Doc, to go to those two people and ask them, how did this debate come about? Because fuck you, Duck. Here you are making everything about you as always. And it's actually embarrassing that you would actually think you'd throw some random idea in a Discord and I'd like, oh yeah, let me do that. And thanks to Duck, because he's so smart. I'm just gonna have this. You know what? I fucking hate the rights debates. The rights debates are so old and so like retarded at this point. We all get it. We all know where they come from. Blah blah blah. So
Gemini
yeah,
has guns.
but
He
you
was
know
hiding
what?
them before, but he leaned back and I saw he's got muscles. He was scared to show them off. He was too shy. I don't know why, but
yeah.
I just want to let everyone know.
We're not, I
Gemini
need to
does work
Sarah,
out,
go
guys.
ahead and roast this man because he's like Boston Market, which is out
Well,
of business.
I don't even have to roast him because my
Chicken.
lovely chat fucking does it for me because I'm pimp daddy flex over here. See, it just works like that. It's beautiful.
I mean, clearly the pimp hand is strong. Clearly
It
the pimp hand
is.
is strong.
Yes,
Well
and
done.
the stiletto on your throat
my
is
bedtime
stronger.
is approaching.
Mine is
are
too,
there any
actually.
last thoughts from anyone who has any ridiculous questions for me about whether or not what
I've
is an
already
NGO
asked my
is?
ridiculous questions about your hat, so we don't have to revisit that. I'm not going to rehash that.
I appreciate meeting you guys. Thanks for having me on. I look forward to it in a few weeks. I'll make sure not to bring any personal experience and only fuck you facts.
Hell yeah,
So,
let's go.
yeah, we'll bring some sutures, kids, because assholes will be ripped.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna bring everybody. Hold on a second. I'm gonna bring everybody
Sorry,
back
number
up
50?
because I'm going to do. We're all gonna just do our closing thoughts, okay? We're gonna end on a good note together. Non-fun. Are you still streaming after this? Because I'm gonna raid you if you are. Okay.
I'm gonna raid him. I already set it up.
Aww.
only one. There can be only one.
You. Hell yeah.
Let's see who can the tomatoes in the chat if you're rating to non-fawn from me, and baseball caps in the chat to non-fawn if you're rating from soy pill. Do it. We'll count them up. We actually won't, but you know the masses. I'm going to bed after this, as is soy pill. All right, Daniel. Quick thoughts before you go.
Great conversation, you guys. Sarah, I love your space. Thank you. You're always gracious and allow me up. I appreciate that. So I would love to have a conversation with you.
Sure.
Non, I'd love to have a debate with you. And
ouch!
I
You
don't
want to debate with me.
put around your neck, but I don't get it. Gemini, anytime you're around you're welcome at my campfire anytime.
The lovely campfire.
I want to understand how, or I want to understand your libertarian views. Would love to have a conversation with you.
Sure, anytime.
Thank you, Sarah.
Absolutely. Thanks for joining, Daniel. We appreciate you. Grumple to you. Final thoughts. Be faster than Daniel. Daniel officially sets the pace of the slowest on panel. I want everyone else to move quicker than that. Thank you. Grumple.
Well, Sarah, I'll try to do that. No, that's yeah. it wasn't
Soy
funny.
Pill and I both just
I-
said how tired we are. Get through the points, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. I do stuff. I'm not live right now. If you want to talk about prepping and like nerd stuff and practical application thereof, and maybe some pew-pews, I do that. But the entire conversation it was a good time. It was a good time. Sarah, thanks for having me on, and everybody's looking very sexy tonight. Yeah, everybody's great. Daniel McCoy and Mr. Lumberjack, if you can link your stuff in the back chat, I would love to. Yeah, let's communicate.
Sidebar, non-fun to you.
Yeah, I really appreciate you coming on. Thanks for having me, Sarah. I'm more than happy to have a conversation with any of you guys. I think I sent my Discord link in the private chat that we have. Any of you guys are free to join it. I can explain my neoliberal ideology. I stream on YouTube at nonfun NONFON and on Twitch and Kick at nonfun420. You guys should all go check me out and rate into me. And I think we're going to be watching a Convoy debate, Grid Motorsports, about capitalism versus socialism. So it'll be fun.
Non-fun has set the example for how fast you should be. Duck to you.
I'll be brief with respect to Will, who kicked me.
Whack.
I've seen Soy Pill a couple times now on Raging Tomato. Classic. He always delivers.
Thanks, buddy.
He sounds great. He's great to listen to. All this other stuff. And so yeah, it's always fun to hop on panel, hear different perspectives, opinions, that type of thing. And kind of the main thing is that we get together as a community and we make it happen. That's it.
Beautiful, Doc. I love it. Lumberjack to you.
Thrilled to be here, guys. Thanks so much for letting me come on. I was still in my studio. I just finished my live where I just help out people understand how to invest in real estate. So I appreciate you guys. Let me go through that. Thanks for showing me the ground rules. I'll make sure to bring no evidence. Next time I'll just bring numbers from third-party websites, not wiki. But I appreciate you guys. It was a lot of fun. Love the love the discussion, and excited to do the event in a few more weeks. Thank you, Sarah.
Wonderful. Thank you, Lumberjack.
appreciate
He is coming on June 5th, Thursday night. That will be his show. We could talk about all the real estate shit you guys want.
Yeah.
Bad Gemini to you.
Dang, she gave me a time limit. Let me sum this up real quick. So when I look at Sarah, I understand that if my mom were alive, she would be like, you're the type of woman I should never date. So let's start there. If my dad were alive, he would disown me like, yeah, the soy pill. Because when he sees that has like, there's no way you can be my son. Let's start there. Lumberjack. When I see him, we understand that he's the reason that Marshalls and TJ's Maxx, they're all in business when he wears a shirt like that. It's that simple. When I look at Duck, Duck is a great guy. He looks like every action hero in a movie where he's a drunk, a degenerate. He doesn't know if he should go forward and be the hero. He's thinking about it, and some damn guy has to come and like, we believe in you, you still have it. Well, I don't believe in you, you don't have it. Just go right into the sunset known as your garage with Jergens lotion. And when I look at Non-Font, he's a great guy. I won't speak bad about him, but he's the male version of Tinkerbell. Anyhow, so when I look at Grumple Stillskin, I will not talk about him. He's very scruffy. His mustache is almost full. His beard is almost full. That's a lie. Everything is short, just like his outcome when it, let's pass him. We know how his relationships are with women. Okay, now Daniel McCoy. I like that you have a pleather hat. No guy should wear a pleather hat. When the sun comes out real hot, there's nothing but cracks in your hat. We know it's fake. You oil it up. You pretend it's leather, but we just, acknowledge you anyway. That is a terrible hat. And your shirt that you had on is recyclable, which means it should have been thrown in the trash. That's another term for that. So thank you for still wearing that shirt anyhow. I love you guys. You are amazing. I hate you guys. You're not all that amazing except for me. That's why I'm the bad Gemini. And Sarah, may your face continue to be red, not because you're blushing, but because you need a dermatologist. So this is a great experience. I love all of it. It's great. It's fantastic.
It's called rosacea. Okay.
I don't care what you call it.
Soy Pill, to you, my friend.
Yeah, I came here to talk about Trump weakening various aspects of our government. I think he's doing a very poor job. I think we're losing our power on the world stage. I think we're messing with the economy in ways that will have horrible downstream effects. I like that Non-Fun came in to supplement all of my economic opinions with his well-educated 19-year-old university education. But I appreciate everyone being here. Thank you, Sarah, for hosting. Lumberjack, I think despite all of our back and forth, you're a very good sport, and I do appreciate that. Daniel, I'd love to talk as well. You know, if you ever want to reach out, just DM me, Discord, Twitter, Patreon specifically. If you give me money, I'll definitely read it. Duck, thank you for the kind words. I think you are too kind for this world, too kind for this panel, definitely. So you don't deserve all the heat you're getting. Bad Gemini's already gone. Hilarious guy, I love him. And Grumple, you don't have a delay, and I will never accuse you of having a delay. I think your mic quality is great. So thanks so much, guys. I appreciate your time. And this was the shortest 5 hours and 22 minutes I have had in quite a while. This is
Let's
a good time.
go, fam. Let's go. That's hype
And
right there.
shout out to all of our panelists of the evening. We do collect quite an array of people here, and you know they're no stranger here. Most of them are regulars, but please be sure to like, subscribe, share, but particularly subscribe to Soy Pill, who gave his time up today to come hang out with us and watch sexy fireman videos and horse
That was my job.
videos.
I take zero responsibility for
Yeah, go do it now. Go do it now.
I think
Log
that
off
far above
YouTube.
mediocre
We're
And then, you know, it is closing thoughts. But also, shout out to all the panelists. Please be sure to subscribe to them as well. They're here earning their time, earning their place, and making their way through the YouTube streets and doing what's best for all of us by making entertaining content just for you. I've got 2 debates lined up this weekend, Friday and Saturday night. I've got a busy month ahead of me, and it's actually about to get busier. Outside of that, ladies and gentlemen, fuck off.
If you thought this show sucked, well, you could have been watching something like this instead.
All right, I'm gonna get low with it, Michelle. I'm gonna get low there. Oh yeah, right there. Okay, people. Oh yeah.
Yo, listen up, I got a tale to tell about a sexy tomato with a fury from hell. All the other
She's not the best looking woman, but she's very into submission. Really into it. So is the husband, which I like. He likes there to sit there and watch her get dominated.
Mr. Chaco! Not this
She's got seeds of anger simmering inside. One wrong move and she'll take you for a ride. She'll throw shade with her skin so red. Her temper's like a flame burning through your head.
And swinger syndrome is people that think that they're
little sister, what's your Bible I go nowhere. Hey, little sister, who's so beautiful, man? Hey, little sister, Chaco!